Yeah.
This is like now Patricia Lyons. Like, who wants this? This
we get
sucks.
the Peace team. Yeah, come on. I appreciate that. We take a lot of pride. We got a great team, man. Dan is the best. Loma's awesome. It's great for me to just join those guys and learn a lot from those guys, man. We have a lot of fun.
248-539-9797. We'll take your calls. We'll hear the Dan Miller cut. Iffy the big pick. And we'll do that all after the Jeff Lesson update. The 97 won the ticket. I'm not exactly sure why I got to play this song with that highlight, but my God, that's right up there with some of the greatest highlights we've heard in Detroit sports. Dan Miller, a great job. Iffy with the pick. I mean, that's right up there with Maglio sending the Tigers to the World Series. Like some of these great calls. That was an awesome call.
It was a good call. The Maglio one, though,
No. I totally disagree.
I don't know.
This is going to send them to Dallas in week 17.
Okay, you do realize. Let me defend my point for a quick second.
And then after that, they've got week 18
with
the Minnesota
Vikings. You guys lived here
Vikings.
your whole life? Oh, that's right. This is a Lions town. Like, yes, a good baseball town. Yeah, they love our hockey. Yeah, I mean, the Pistons are an embarrassment, but whatever. But come on. Like, the fact that the Lions do something for the first time in 30 years, people are never going to forget that.
That was huge. I'm with you.
Yeah, but it's not.
The moment, though, right? Like,
we
don't want to make
the Super Bowl.
We don't want to make too much of the moment.
I do.
No, nothing against Dan Miller's call was awesome, but when you talk about where it ranks, championship calls, that's what you want. You know what I mean? And yes, that technically was an NFC North title call. We're not there yet, though. I can't. I think about this almost every single game with just how great Dan Miller is. I try to picture, like, very often what his calls are going to be like in a playoff game or, heaven forbid, a Super Bowl. Like, what Dan Miller is going to sound like in that moment. That's going to be all-time greatest call in Detroit sports history.
I mean, I'm not saying it's the greatest call. I'm just saying it's right up there. Like,
he has a championship that he has to be a part of today.
Oh, that's right.
The Quick Lane Bowl championship.
Are you on the broadcast for that? Is there a broadcast for that?
No. My duties are over.
You're not going?
Yeah, it's game day. No, I can't make it today. I wish I could. I'm going to watch it though. Of course, I'm going to watch it.
How is that acceptable? Aren't you like the Grand Marshal or something?
Yeah, I thought today was going to be coat
ambassador.
Tie.
My job.
Ambassador.
I hyped it up.
You did your job.
Did you?
I filled out all the fine print.
Who's in the Quick Lane Bowl?
Minnesota, Bowling Green.
Oh, you got
a couple
PJ
Michigan guys coming. Yeah, Leffler. Did you play with Leffler?
Yeah. Well, nobody played with Leffler, but he was.
he was he was there. Was he around when you were there?
Sorry, Scott.
TJ, you were talking about. TJ, you were talking about imagining Dan's call. I've never really thought of it that way. So you got my brain clicking over here. Like, what is Miller's biggest call? Maybe Calvin Johnson's record. I would guess he's only done 3 playoff games, right? 11, 14, and 16.
Dallas. Yeah.
The Dallas pedigree, I would love to hear that again. I bet that was pretty good.
Picking up the flag.
Yeah.
I would say...
Think about that. He's done this for like over 20 years.
There's a couple that come to mind, but they're regular season moments. Like when Stafford did the fake spike against Dallas, that was a great call.
Yeah. You want a regular season game?
Yeah, probably the one where Stafford got hurt and then came back for the 2-point conversion. I think that was probably a good call.
Yeah, that was a good call.
Yeah.
One of his was that Stephon Logan in that Falcon game that fielded the ball at the 4-yard line.
What are you thinking?
Yeah.
Was it that one? Yes. There it is. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a change that Dan Miller actually gets the call, like good calls. But anyway,
Dan is ready for those moments, though.
I know.
I ask him, I'm like, what are you going to say? What are you going to like? You ever thought about the first playoff one? What are you going to say? He's like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I'm going to say. Oh yeah.
Usually broadcasters are like, no, I want to be organic.
He won't give you any hints at what he's going to say, but I guarantee it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic.
Could you imagine? Lions win the Super Bowl and SOL, F you, you're dead. Die!
That'll be Rieger on the post game.
SOL, we're having a funeral, baby. That's right.
And then Chapman will come on after Rieger and play the SOL chant. You got to win too.
You got lucky.
You got to win a second. Yeah, you got lucky.
Oh, you won that one. It was warm weather. Was it in the dome?
That's funny. All right, you want some calls? Let's go to Corin on his cell. You're on the ticket. Hey, Corin, how are you?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
good morning.
Man, I was just thinking, how incredible would it be that if week 18, instead of us playing the Rams in the playoffs, Matthew Stafford does us a solid, beats the 49ers, and we get the 2 seed, and we have 2 home playoff games in Detroit.
Corin, that could get you the 1 seed. That could get you the 1 seed if you happen to beat Dallas and Minnesota.
Philly wins out. They still have the tiebreaker over us.
No,
that
doesn't matter.
Though.
Lions win out, they get the 2 seed. Lions win out, and San Fran loses 1, they get the 1 seed.
Yep.
Oh, well, then even
but
better.
Your point
then
is still accurate, yeah.
Which would be incredible. I mean, if Stafford can do that for us, man, that would – and think of last year, it would have been Stafford playing, but he gets hurt. Baker comes in, does the best that he can. He loses for us. We don't make the playoffs. Stafford comes in, beats San Fran for us, and we get the 1 seed. It'd be like the ultimate salute, the trade-off from him winning the Super Bowl, us getting the 1 seed, home playoff games all the way to the Super Bowl. Man, that would be freaking incredible.
It would be, and it's really
go beat him in the playoffs too.
It's not
every week we go through this where 6 weeks ago it's like, man, the 1 seed's right there, and then no chance. Hey, the 1 seed, man, we never know. It's right there.
They're hanging around. They've done enough to hang around, and yes, does it seem unlikely that the Commanders would beat the Niners? Of course. Does it seem a little bit more likely that, and I would love for it to be a tie. All it has to do is be a tie. But if the Niners and the Rams could end the regular season with Matthew Stafford and a tie,
that would be great.
That'd be amazing.
That would be awesome.
That'd be absolutely amazing.
And we got to take care of our business too. But that game could have a lot of, I know people were still
lot of
2
other
weeks out,
implications,
right, of matchups. People right now, the Stafford would be coming to Detroit. Well, it depends on how we finish, but that game is probably going to have a ton of implications on where the Lions end up being seated and possibly where the Rams end up being seated.
Detroit Rams all over again.
It really would be.
You know how Christmas,
you're right.
It would like last year we were rooting for them. It would be that all over again, just like Christmas Eve. How different this Christmas Eve was than the last.
I already despise even thinking about what that week would be like.
What if the Rams came for a playoff game?
Yes,
I do.
Just
you
that
don't want
week
it?
leading up to it. No, I would love it. Just everything else that goes from
along with it.
the outside going in. I would.
The game itself would be amazing.
I don't want
So,
to think about
would you guys do a pregame spot with Kelly Stafford?
Doubtful.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
So super quick, back to what the caller said. If you look at the standings right now and the tiebreakers for seeding, Philadelphia has it over the Lions right now.
Right now, yeah.
Then
But
it
the
changes.
tiebreaker priorities change if the Lions beat the Cowboys.
Yes.
Because the strength, Philadelphia has the 2 right now on strength of victory. But if the Lions beat the Cowboys, you fall back to common opponents, which is a higher priority and strength of victory. And the Lions, so if don't look at the standings and think the Lions win out, they don't get the 2 seed. They get the 2 seed if they win out.
Yes, a record against common opponents. And if they win out, they beat the Dallas Cowboys, which that would be the one separator because the Eagles played them twice. They beat them once and lost to them, but the Lions would have obviously never lost to them because the common opponents were the Vikings, the Bucks, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, and the Seahawks. They lost to the Seahawks. Well, so did we. The Cowboys, they
Vikings
won.
beat them, yeah.
It doesn't matter what the Vikings do.
Never mind.
I mean, you have scenarios right now. If somehow the Lions did get the 1 seed, and I do the 7%, that is where it's at right now. I really believe that's a pretty but it isn't impossible. Before last night, I thought it was impossible. And you have scenarios where the Rams could go to Philly in the first round, a 3-6 matchup.
Yeah.
Seattle goes to San Francisco, and that's a division rival for the third time of the year. Like, this thing could get wild.
That's why, going back to Rieger's question, why I feel like they're contenders. I mean, you get in the playoffs, let's just say you end up the 2 seed, right? You're taking on the 7 seed. I mean, is there a guarantee that the 3 seed wins, right? If it's a Philadelphia, Rams matchup or Seahawks, like I can't guarantee that the Rams, don't have a shot in that game. Now you're looking at getting another back-to-back home game. You know what I mean? So even if you're the 3 seed, I mean, they're just the possibilities. But Philly closes the season with Arizona and with the Giants. So they're probably going to win those games. But like you said, Gov, it goes back to strength of victory, which your wins over Dallas and even your wins over a 500 Minnesota team are better than Philadelphia's last 2 wins.
And if the Lions could get the 2 seed, obviously you just want the 2 home playoff games if they win the first one. But it also comes down to, I mean, it's going to be the Rams and Seahawks, it seems like, is the 2 wild card teams other than the Cowboys or the loser of the NFC East, right? So which one you want? You want the Rams or you want the Seahawks? Seahawks own the Lions over the last 4 weeks, but I kind of feel the Lions are due.
It's like a little PTSD with the Seahawks for some reason.
Might be a little PTSD with the Rams as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly, I don't know. I haven't really studied both teams
to say
the last couple
Lions
years.
Are due is probably the understatement of the. Are they due against the Seattle Seahawks? Sure. Are they due in general? Absolutely.
Are
yes.
they?
Yes.
Are they? You're probably right. 97 on the ticket.
Hey, football season. The culmination is almost here. Dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for the perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen I just described, Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. You got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party every single day. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, Stoney and Jansen. Stoney back tomorrow, 248-539-9797. TJ Lang, the Super Bowl champ in town, or in the studio, and apparently he's not going to the Quick Lane.
I'm always in town.
They're very upset with you. Let's go to some calls. Mark on a cell. You're on the ticket. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, I agree with you. Yesterday's coverage of the Lions game on TV was brutal. I had to go to the radio as well. Even with the 5-second delay, it was much better. But I also seen how Baltimore has played there and the way Michigan's playing. What do you think the chances of the Harbaugh brothers winning the Super Bowl and the college national championship?
Well, I mean, I think Baltimore's going Baltimore.
Which one?
Is going to have the 1 seed in the AFC most likely. So
DJ,
they're
a big
going
Ravens fan apparently.
home field
Huge
advantage. And in regards to what we see from Michigan, hey, they've got to go out there and find a way to get JJ more involved in the offense. He needs to be a guy that can be a threat in the passing game, but he has to be a threat in the run game. If they can do that, there's a shot they can win the game.
Can't believe that's on Monday. That's in 6 days.
Yeah, less than a week.
Hell yeah.
When are you flying out there, John? You going out for the weekend?
I'll be out there by Monday.
Okay. All right. Showing up on game day? All right.
You never know.
Strolling in
I've done that for
five.
bowl games. I won't do that for the Rose Bowl. I've done that for bowl games before, though, where I fly out in the morning.
Well, right.
Do
Some
the
of these
game
games are
at like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I mean, even the second game, Washington, Texas, isn't it like
Texas.
9 o'clock?
And it's 8:55 kickoff.
Good Lord.
We did that last time we were down in Miami.
Which is
but yes.
a 4-hour game now. All college games are.
Yeah.
Gosh, man, this long break between conference championships and bowl games are like, you almost forget that they're playing, but it's
so stupid.
Well,
It's so stupid. It's always been that way. Between the end of the regular season for the college and then going to bowl games, whatever it is, it's ridiculous. And hopefully, obviously, with the expansion of college football playoffs, we'll have at least another week.
2 weeks, right?
2 weeks, because there'll be the home games after the championship weekend.
And you might start having semifinal Big Ten title games or semifinal conference games.
Speaking of bowl games. Did you see your alma mater?
What happened?
We almost made it through the segment.
That was
what was more embarrassing during the game or?
Oh, I wasn't even going to talk about the results of the game. The post game. Holy cow! That was unbelievable shot coming out of nowhere.
And he took a beating. I mean, he took a beating, and rightfully so, man. You don't do that. You don't cheap shot somebody. That was embarrassing. I think Eastern has handled it appropriately over the last couple days. And disappointing. And, even talking to a couple people over there where the kid that started it you always say this, but completely uncharacteristic. This guy is 6-year senior, 2 degrees, very good kid.
What triggered it?
I just think something happened during the game and piled up with, getting completely embarrassed out there. Just, I don't know what triggered it. I've never been a part of
Smack
what
we're talking about? For those that
I've
don't know,
seen the headlines. I haven't really.
At the end of the Eastern Michigan bowl game, the opposing team, I don't even remember who it was.
South Alabama.
We're singing their alma mater, and they have cell phone footage. I don't know if there's actual TV footage, but cell phone footage of somebody watching.
Yeah, it's not hard to find.
The alma mater being sung, and then all of a sudden, a player from Eastern Michigan come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And cold cock a guy from behind, and then just get drubbed.
Yeah, he got pummeled.
Maybe
didn't like the fight song. I don't know.
I don't know.
The result. Why they were singing the fight song.
Yeah, embarrassing. Shouldn't happen. Obviously.
No, but I tell you what, the university, whether it was the head coach, he addressed it right away.
Yeah.
Athletic director dressed it right away. You heard it from South Alabama. They were also in contact with athletic director, MAC, conference commissioner, so many people. If you don't ever want to see it, but if you're going to have to deal with it, that's how you do it from the negative side of it.
It could always be worse. You just say, at least we're not the Pistons. Come on.
Yes, I mean, yes. Other than
blame
winning,
somebody else. Deflection.
It could always be worse.
Yes.
The AD should have just said, at least we haven't lost 26 in a row. All right? That's the way to
Hey,
handle it.
other than fighting people, we do a lot of good stuff in the community.
Hey, we
other
show
than cheap
good
shot,
fight.
we cheap shot people. We do a lot.
Hey, we've got a good fight.
Our kids graduate. They fight once in a while.
Yeah, cheap shots. Depot Town is really nice this time of year.
This other than winning comment
it's amazing. It's gonna go down. You got to make T-shirts.
That's one of the all-time worst. That's one of the all-time worst quotes from a owner, man, anything coach during one of the most embarrassing times in the history
of the franchise,
or any franchise. That is going to go down as one of the all-time worst quotes ever.
Like, I think that he said it twice. He said other than winning, and then later on he rephrased it. Yes. He rephrased it and said put aside winning.
Yeah.
We do really good things in the community.
I think it's already ahead of when Darryl Rogers said, the former Lions coach, what's a guy got to do to get fired around here? That's so awesome. This is worse.
It is worse. The owner. I think fans should show up and just say, thank you, Tom, for all your charitable work. Like, it's great he does work in the charity and all, but, like, come on. It's like he wants a thank you for that. Don't you guys know what I do?
Yeah, you're a billionaire. You're supposed to give back.
Don't you know what I do for this city?
Come on.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Omar, Clinton Township. You're on the ticket. Hey, Omar, how are you?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Good.
All right. So I got a question. Last night at the games, I noticed that they wanted to do a random on Jahmyr Gibbs, which I kind of figured that might have came from Jerry Jones only because we got to play the Dallas Cowboys and they're not that great against the run, and then also. Do you think we got to worry about the 12th man interfering with us when it comes to playing against the Cowboys this year? Only because the last few times we were robbed of a couple of games by the referees.
I don't know what he was talking about with Gibbs. I think just the second part. This kind of feels like a game that the NFL is going to want to try to stay out of, guys. Like when you talk to the refs, and I know they probably don't. It might be one of those games where they say, don't be the storyline, right?
Yeah.
Like, don't call the ticky-tack things.
Again.
Let these teams play, which is how they all should be, first of all. But hopefully it's that type of game. What was he talking about with the Gibbs stuff? I missed it.
He got a random drug test after the game.
He did, yeah.
He had a sign on his
media.
locker when he walked in after the game.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he posted something on social media about it, and so he was tested randomly right after the game. And so the callers kind of going, Jerry Jones, because they play the Lions next week. I'm pretty sure Jerry Jones
happens. It happens to a number of guys every
everybody
week.
gets
I don't know why players complain about it.
I don't think he was complaining.
No, but it's like, how convenient.
Right.
I had a big game. Like, what happens when you get drug tested after you had a terrible game? Are you going to go on there and be right? Like, nobody, you never see that.
Too
and
many downers.
There's a lot of guys. I don't know why players do that. It's like to cause some controversy or something. Like, there's no controversy in how they decide. They have that decided before the game.
Yeah.
Who they're going to drug test after. Normally you get a heads up at halftime, right? Hey, we got you after the game. Don't leave right away. Stick around. You're going to have to, go. And it's a lot of guys. It's not just who had the best game. Let's go get that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember. It used to be 5 guys. Now I think it's even more than that. It's like probably 8 or 9.
It's probably 10 or 12.
Wait, you're telling me they drug test guys that stink on that day?
Like, play terrible. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There's no bias, I don't think, in their program.
Both locker rooms get tested. Somebody's got to lose.
They never test the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Come on.
The losers get tested too, guys.
I don't believe that. There's no way Nick Mullins was tested. There's no way.
That was bad.
All right, let's go to Nick in the South. Speaking of Nicks, you're on the ticket. Hey, Nick, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Boy, I've been a football watcher for 40 years, and some of these roughing the passer and unnecessary roughness penalties have got me just shaking my head. Like, I don't know what they want. How can you play defense? Like, one of them, Goff got hit, and again, it went for us, and I'm not complaining because we've been on the wrong side of these calls for the last 50 years. But, and then one against us, an unnecessary roughness when one of our DBs hit a receiver. I mean, he hit him with his shoulder pad in the guy's chest just because it was a hard hit. Doesn't mean it's a foul.
No, it's not. And
yeah,
so I didn't think the one on Goff was a roughing the passer either.
No,
but
you bailed him out too.
It was. Oh yeah, it was.
It was a big time bail.
30. Yeah.
But it was thrown by the official that was behind Goff, and it happened. Obviously, I forget who the defensive player was, but came in and it looked, if you were looking at it from behind, looked like he would have, hit him in the face mask. You look at it in replay and it doesn't happen, but those aren't replayable.
Right, but you can't replay them. But with the referee and the new Sky Crew and the communications that they have now, you think
they would call down and say, pick up the flag.
You think, or the other way, right? The Bears game where Justin Fields clearly grounded the ball. You think somebody could call down and be like, guys, you have to call that. It's like, But same thing on the flip side. If you call something and you look at it, like, I think all of us were probably like, that's pretty weak, roughing the passer.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of the game. You hope to start getting some of those more of those right. The Kirby Joseph hit I thought was completely legal. Justin Jefferson, had both his feet down, was getting ready to take another step. He got blasted. Football's a physical, violent game. Just because you see a big hit doesn't necessarily mean it's a penalty. And earlier in that game, he went low, and I saw a lot of people actually calling him out for a cheap shot on T.J. Hawkinson when he took the knee out.
The Viking fans were not happy about
that. But what do you want? I mean, like you said, if you're a defender, hey, I go low, I'm being called a cheap shot guy. I go high, I'm getting a 15-yard penalty and probably a fine in my mailbox, right? They're in a tough spot, but football's a physical, violent game, and if you're the referee sometimes, you know what? Not every big hit is a penalty, right? Not every big hit should be a penalty.
Quick answer. Love or hate Kirby Joseph celebrating mid-pick return? I loved it. I thought it was amazing.
Loved it during the moment. And from where I was at, I thought he was out of bounds the way he was celebrating.
Yeah, gotta be honest.
It was great. He got it. He realized he got it, and then he turned into Superman. It was amazing.
Incredible.
Finish the play, then celebrate. Yeah.
TJ Lang is going to leave us. Thank you, TJ.
You got it, guys.
And
off to the quick lane.
Dan Campbell coming up next. TJ is going to be outside the Quick Lane Bowl signing autographs if you want to go down and see him. 97 won the ticket. 9:52, we got Gator coming up. I believe Doug is on vacation. John's there. Stoney back tomorrow. Tom and Paul. It's been a fun show. We had TJ Lang. We had Dan Campbell. The Lions are NFC North title are champions. But before we hand things over to the middays, John.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
What do you think the environment is going to be like at the LCA tonight? You got Pistons and Nets. Pistons going for 27 in a row, days after their owner comes out and says he doesn't care about winning. Other than winning, we're a pretty good organization. He called fans that chanted "sell the team" ridiculous. So I wonder if there's going to be more "sell the team" chants.
Well, I mean, from both people they go. Like, how many people do you think are actually going to show up?
So believe this or not, I recently went to a Pistons game with my family. It was actually a rather enjoyable experience. I said to myself, other than winning, this is an enjoyable experience. You know? That's what I said to myself. I said it to Allison, my wife, too. Anyway.
Yeah,
the
and
crowd
then
was
you
pretty
told
good.
them at halftime, you said, put aside winning and losing.
I went up to Tom Gores, and I'm like, other than you guys actually providing wins, a good organization. Like,
but
I
guess that's the first thing is
I think there's a decent amount of people that go. I do.
I get that, but you asked what is the response to Tom Gore's comments?
Like, they got to be chanting "sell the team" the entire game.
Oh, it will be. It'll be loud. It'll be often. It'll be at the start. It'll be at the middle. It'll be at the finish, especially if as we expect, the Pistons lose again. But at some point, what's the entertainment value of going? Is it simply just something to do, a night out? Why would you go watch the Detroit Pistons?
In fact, I might go tonight. I'm going to bring my daughter because I like the car crash.
It's the kids factor still.
Oh, you know what? I'll take my daughter there tonight.
Kids haven't been to many games before. Like, I would still say, if you and Jack went tonight, you'd have a good time. Because
Absolutely.
you're experiencing it through their eyes. That's been a big eye-opening thing for me is my kids are getting older, go to more games. You forget sometimes how too close we are to the situation. Sometimes it's just work. But when you go in the stands and you're a fan and you get the questions they ask and all this stuff, you go see a player on a different team that you've never seen in your life. Maybe you've never seen LeBron and you want to check it off. Like, I really wanted to check off the Tom Brady box for my oldest son, and the last time he played in Ford Field was COVID, and I couldn't do that. So those are the reasons, John. I know it's all about winning first off, but.
Yeah, how many first games can you possibly go to? How many? Is that the experience that you want the first time for your kid? And if
they don't know, though. They don't know.
Yeah,
now, I will
they
say
can
this:
actually put winning aside.
There's zero doubt they responded to the online traction.
Right,
it trended. Sell the team.
Yes,
I heard the afternoon show talking about
it. They started it.
Yeah, and that. This world is entering their world in the arena now. And that's a pretty scary place to be for a franchise because usually they can fight this off that, the critic world or whatever you want to call it, the social media world.
Right, because there's a difference.
But the chant, and it made ESPN headlines, and then you responded without, I think, really thinking about how you should respond.
Let me ask you this. Am I a bad parent if I take Olive to her second NBA game tonight and have her chant "sell the team" and get it on tape or something?
Okay, I'll say this.
What do you think?
I was there. I've told you this, John. The first game Connor went to.
Yeah, the Baltimore game.
Was the Baltimore Tucker 66-yard field goal.
66-yard.
Guess what else also happened at that game? Halftime.
Yeah.
When the Fords came out, Martha and Sheila.
Oh, that was Calvin?
And Calvin. Yeah,
wow.
And it was I told you guys the day after that. It was very uncomfortable for me. And I think it was that way because I was there with my son. And I thought it was classless. I also said fans have a right to do what they want, and
sure.
I believe that. I don't think I would have participated in it if my son wasn't there, but it was really weird because he had why are they booing Calvin Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he sees.
Right.
So
we just got this ticket text.
I mean, are they going to anything, what was it, other than wins? Other than winning.
Other than winning, you'll have a great time. Other than winning, you can spend a lot on concessions.
I would say tonight the one little thing to look out for is if people cheer if they lose.
I think they will. And I don't think Gores cares.
Well, that makes national news again.
Well, I think the national news, ESPN, CBS, NBC, they're already going to be on alert. I mean, you break the single season losing skid record tonight with a loss, and odds are they're going to lose to the Nets, right? So I think it's going to be national news regardless. I think it's going to be a snake pit down there. I think it's going to get semi-nasty. I think the environment's going to be wild. I think perfect game to take my 7-year-old to.
It reminds me, they're entering the Millen.
She just turned 8.
The Millen Man March territory.
100%. I think the fans are going to be furious because they know about these comments, and odds are the Pistons are going to lose. The sad thing is, like, it's not on Cade. It's not on Duran. It's not on Boyan. It's not on the players. It's not really even on Monty, despite the fact that he told you he didn't want the job, but you begged him to take it anyway. It's on the owner and the GM.
They're so bad that I think you could see it really grinding Cade last week.
Yeah.
And he tried to throw the team on his back completely that one game.
Like Blake Griffin in the playoffs.
And they still didn't win.
It's gotten so bad that
there's not much you could do. I mean, at some point, he's got to be hopeless. And I heard him, his comments after the last loss, it was, we got to take this upon ourselves. I don't have any more answers for the same questions.
By the way, people are saying I should not teach Olive to chant "sell the team." So I'm going to talk that over with my wife, see what she thinks. We're going to make a parenting decision. I'm taking Olive to the game today. I just decided that's going to be it's going to be a nutty environment.
It will be,
don't you think?
I'm sure it will be.
That's going to be memorable. Yeah. Like I remember all the crazy environments I was in when I was a kid. Like she just turned 8. I feel
happy birthday, Olive.
Thank you, on Christmas. Yes.
Oh, wow.
She's a Christmas baby. Yeah.
So half birthday party next year?
We're planning it for the summer.
He only said that because he knows how I feel about the half.
For your benefit, yeah.
You don't still do that, do you?
This year we might, just because we're having a very low-key, tame birthday party. So, yeah, we might.
So you're going to have another low-key, tame half-birthday party?
It's hard for her.
2 halves equal 1.
Gator, when's your birthday? What day is your birthday?
No, I get it.
It's hard for her, but she's got to share her birthday with the rest of every kid ever. And she never gets to, be recognized in school. She
gets vacation on her birthday. It's guaranteed every year.
Listen, parent your kids, I'll parent mine.
You've got enough.
Yeah, seriously. You got enough to worry about over there.
Yes, I do, yes.
Does she double up? Do you go Hanukkah and Christmas?
Triples up.
So she triples up.
Hanukkah, Christmas,
and birthday.
And by the way, big news.
And half birthday.
Half birthday sometimes.
4.
Big news in the Jewish community as well.
Yeah.
This is huge news.
Oh, something new?
Next year, Christmas and Hanukkah are on the same day. Like one of the days of Hanukkah.
I thought Hanukkah was 8 days.
It is, but it overlaps Christmas.
But this will be a year that they actually overlap because it's never the same, John.
Yeah. It's
Hanukkah floats. Hanukkah's a floater.
I thought it was always early
the Jewish
December.
calendar, which I don't quite
It's
understand.
always December. I think it's always December. Or sometimes they go in November.
It's been as early as late November, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. But no,
what makes it move?
It's big. The Jewish calendar. Don't ask me how. I don't know.
It's like Easter moves, right?
Well, Easter is always on a Sunday.
Easter's like it's what the
but the third Sunday or whatever it is. Yeah, in April. Yeah.
Easter moves. It can move over a 5-week period.
It does.
Yeah, anywhere from late March until about the 22nd, 23rd of April. It could.
Yeah, but there's like a standard.
No, there is. It's a standard day of something in.
I have no idea. I just know a bunny comes and drops off candy.
If that's what you believe, that's good. That's good, Jeff.
That happens at our house.
Yeah. You got a big ass rabbit that shows up, knocks on the door. Hey!
Catch her on the Ring doorbell all the time.
That's why I want to get my candy is from some big ass rabbit that rings
doorbell. Randomly shows up.
Yeah, that's a little creepy. It's okay though.
So Gator, what are we talking about?
I mean,
obviously, I know.
Yeah, I mean, we could try to introduce some other things, and I think I will try to do some other things. But it's Lions, man. I mean, this is so exciting right now, and it's you feel like there's this giant sigh of relief, and I felt like the moment that Melifonwu made that interception at the end, it's like almost the last of all those SOL people died with it when it went down there. And we
had this conversation earlier.
Yeah, because somebody brought this up. I listened to a caller over the weekend. I forget if Costa was taking calls in the pregame show or if this happened over the weekend. I thought it was with Costa. And somebody called and made a great point. And I will get to that coming up in 3 minutes.
What a Doug is not here.
Wow.
The Gators teasing his ass off.
Gators sees that we're late.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Goodbye, everybody. 97 win the ticket.
And welcome, everybody. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. It's the Carson Anderson program, our first post-Christmas show. And, of course, it means that, one of us is on vacation because that's just how it works. But I'll be with you for the rest of the week. Doug will be back next week after Michigan gets done with Alabama. And for his sake, I know he's going to hope that it's a happy time when he comes back, and we will see. We'll talk about that game much later in the week as we get to it because, of course, that'll be a big topic of discussion, certainly on Friday's show. But right now, come on. We know what we're doing. It's block, it's tackle, it's Detroit Lions, right? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Line them up right now, okay? Let's talk about this. This is a moment that Lions fans have been waiting for a long, long time. And it's not baby steps. Baby steps is just have a better record than what you did last year. Well, they did that. They checked that box off last week when Dan Campbell walked into the locker room after the Lions won and beat the Broncos. And what did he say? That's 10, man. That's 10. Okay, great. That's 10, meaning just the next one. This one meant more. All right. Last week was the baby step to get beyond the 9 wins you had in 2022. This number 11 win was special because it means the division championship. It means the Lions are, yes, I'll go ahead and I'll continue to state the obvious here with the obvious line. They are kings of the North. That's exactly what they are. They're kings of the North. They beat the Vikings at the Vikings home. And I know that there is still some haters out there that want to put caveats on it and point some things out. And don't do it. Don't do it, man. This is the NFL. Each week, it is hard to win games. All right? Things set up at the end of the season. You don't know what's going to happen. You just try to get away with those games with wins. And hopefully you're, knock on wood, injury-free, and you can be as healthy as you can and hopefully make a playoff run. Well, the Lions handled their business on Sunday. They beat the Vikings 30-24, and they handled their business. Now, Kings of the North. This is where they are. This is where they reside. This is what they're going to protect the rest of the way. And it kind of hit me yesterday, I guess last night at some point. I had the family over for Christmas, and we had gotten done with dinner, and we were sitting around opening gifts. I think we were done opening gifts. We had the TV on and watching the late game in San Francisco and Baltimore. And it kind of dawned on me that Lions, not only they win the division, that means that they host a playoff game. And I know we've been talking about it forever. But it hit me that they are actually hosting a playoff game. And that I'm going to get a chance to watch a playoff game at Ford Field with our team. And it's pretty freaking cool. This team deserved it. It's been a long time coming, man. They deserve all the flowers that are coming their way. They deserve them. And it's been 30 years since they won a division. 30 years since they hosted a playoff game. It's been way, way too long. Obviously, it's been way too long since they've won a playoff game. We know that's even longer. But this team has been built the right way. They've got the right leadership in place. And frankly, it's fun and exciting at the same time to be able to talk about a team that is winning with regularity, a team that did what you kind of hoped, I should say kind of expected, but you hoped more than expected that this was going to happen this year. Based off what happened last year, the way they finished the season, 8-2 down the stretch, the way that they closed the door on the Aaron Rodgers era of the Green Bay Packers and beat the Packers on their home turf with everything on the line last year for Green Bay. Let's not forget that. That was the Lions playoff game last season in Green Bay. That was going to be their last game of the year. Once they knew going into it that going into the game, actually, when they stepped on the field right before the game, they knew that their playoff hopes were dashed because of what happened with Seattle and the Rams. So they knew they weren't going to make the playoffs. But it didn't stop them from playing football. And they made that their playoff game, and they took down the Packers. They sent Aaron Rodgers packing. Sent him to the showers packing and contemplating his next move. They ended it. And it was fantastic. But we wanted more. What do you do for an encore? The offseason comes, and we got all excited because a couple of first-round picks and doing mock drafts every other minute, looking for mock drafts, seeking them out, finding we didn't care who it was from. Heck, Jake behind the glass, you could have had a mock draft last year. We were going to read it because that was last year. We were thirsty for it. Who are the two players are going to get? Who's on the board? What we got? Who's in a player pool? And that's the way we look at mock drafts. It's not like who are they actually going to get. It's who do people think are in that group of players that could be had in the first round. That's the way we kind of look at it. And also interesting to see where they're going to be selecting because that moves a little bit. But once the season's over, it's not you're set in stone. If you're a bad team, you know exactly where you're picking. Well, guess what? I don't know where the Lions are picking in the draft in 2024. I don't know because the season isn't done for them yet. This is what's kind of fun. But last year, when we saw they had the first two picks, we're into January. We're doing our Carson Anderson mock draft 1.0, and we're discussing who they could take. What would you do? What would you do this? And it changes month by month of who you really wanted. And then you get to the draft, and it actually happens. And in between the draft and the end of the season, you had free agency, and you saw what they were doing. You saw what they were adding to the team, specifically adding to the defense, adding to the secondary. They were going to try to make a run at this. They added David Montgomery. What's going to happen next? Then the draft comes and goes. And Brad Holmes is wheeling and dealing and has himself a stellar draft. I remember that coming in the day after the first round, coming in that Friday, and there were many mixed feelings about what the Lions had done in the draft with their 2 selections of Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. People were mixed about that. They weren't thrilled. Did they reach to get Jack Campbell? Why would you take a running back in the first round? Don't do that. Then the second round happens, and the second and third rounds the next day, right? And what do? They go out and they get Brian Branch. Can't believe he's still there. That's a first-round talent. They get Sam Laporta. Oh, well, shouldn't they have gotten Michael Mayer instead? What are they doing? They go out and they're able to select Hendon Hooker, move around in the draft and get him. And, of course, we haven't seen Hooker, but we know what Hooker was. Okay, guy who's going to sit out the year pretty much and hope he's healthy by the end of the year, maybe get some practice reps in, and it's a draft and stash kind of guy. But let Brad Holmes cook, and he was doing great. And then the expectations start to set in. Once you see the roster there, with free agency in the draft, started to think. And when this beginning of the season came and we started taking those predictions, my expectation was a 12-win team. Lofty? Yeah, kind of. And yet here they are. The Lions are 11-4. They are a win away from reaching my goal. I'm sure that's what they wanted to do, of having a 12-win season. And we took call after call after call and text after text after text at 248-539-9797 from people that were trying to figure out what did they think this team really was. And for the most part, Lions fans were very chesty about the prospects of this season. And when you found out that Aaron Rodgers was not returning to the north, that he was going out east to New York, everything else changed too. And those expectations became, you got to win the division. Well, what'd they do on Sunday? They went out and did just that. They won the freaking division. Kings of the North. Let's talk about it. Well, your thoughts on the game, where the team is at, where you think they're going. A monster game against the Cowboys with massive playoff seeding implications. We'll talk about it with you next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Doug and Kang are out. Jake is here behind the glass, helping to run the board. And we'd love to talk with you. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. Look, we're talking about a big Lions win. The reaction that you had. Love to know what the first reaction was. And, be honest with yourself and be honest with me. All right? Because it was creeping into my head a little bit watching the end of the game and seeing the Vikings have a chance, and not only have a chance to to come back, but a chance to win the game if they'd scored a touchdown the last drive. And things were setting themselves up to be the ultimate SOL scenario, right? Beat the Vikings, you win the North. Lose to the Vikings, and you may not win the North. May run into some trouble here. Because you got Dallas, then you got the Vikings again, who could be for all the marbles at the end of the season. And the Vikings are in this position because an extra point was blocked. You're not going to let Nick Mullins beat you, are you? All that had to be creeping into your minds. I'm honest here. It crept into my mind too. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Don't let this happen. Don't let this happen. And, they convert, what was it, a 3rd and 37 or 3rd and 27? Crazy that they were able to convert that to a first down, but it didn't matter because the Lions were able to take care of business. Melanfanu gets the pick on looked like an errant pass. When you watch it, it's a wobbly pass. I don't know if it's thrown with a spiral and where it's supposed to be. Is it a touchdown? It might be, but it wasn't. It's my favorite response to give people when people talk about doom and gloom. But this could have, but it didn't. Yeah, but if things had gone this way, it could have, but it didn't. It didn't. And this is where I go back over the weekend. I was driving around and listening. Like I said earlier in the crosstalk, I couldn't remember if this was on the pregame show with Jim Costa or if it was over the weekend with a show. I thought it was on a Costa show where someone called up and they made a very astute observation. And they said the difference is between, the SOL teams that we've had in the past, and hopefully we've exercised these demons at this point, with the way that this team has been built and the way that they've progressed each and every year, is that before, we as Lions fans expected that they were going to find a way to lose the game in all unique facets, right? That's the ultimate SOL, is that, you'd find a way to lose the game because they didn't complete the process, or the official picked up a flag when they shouldn't have, or they had a bad punt out of bounds that went 15 yards when you needed to pin them deep, or, there was a sack fumble score at the end, whatever it was, a drop first down pass on a key play. A million ways to die when you're in the world of SOL. And we saw just about every way that you can lose before. The Lions seem to find a way to lose those games. Every time something big happened. No, it's no problem. We got this, right? We're taking on the Packers, and it's Matt Flynn at quarterback. Who's this guy? Well, they just beat you. Things like that. SOL. The difference between those teams and now, the caller pointed out, and I want to give him all the credit in the world. Back then, you expected they'd find a way to lose. Now, with this team, under this regime and this leadership, and these players, instead of finding ways to lose the game, they're finding ways to win the game. So instead of giving up the late touchdown, they come up with a big pick. And there it was. Now, things could have been a lot easier on them had Kaminsky simply fallen on the ball when it was jarred loose, rather than trying to pick it up and score. Just fall on it, and the game's over. But that wasn't the case, and it got a little nerve-wracking towards the end. But 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. I want to hear from you folks. Get your reactions from the game, what you expect in this team moving forward, because there's a lot going on with this game against the Cowboys over the weekend and perhaps the last game of the season at home against the Vikings with playoff seeding implications. Let's get to the phones first, and we'll start with Stacy, who's first up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Stacy.
Hi. I screamed at the interception, and then I cried. I called my whole family in to watch it. I cried. I'm emotional talking about it now. It was the greatest. I lots more expectations, but I'm 56. I used to be a season ticket holder at the Pontiac Silverdome, and I cried. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. Our family, we had season tickets to the Lions in the early 80s when I was a kid. It was great, going watching the Billy Sims teams. I remember with my dad asking me if I wanted to go to the game for, when Barry Sanders was going to debut years later. I'm like, yeah, let's go check that out. And didn't see him play till the third quarter. And we thought we had the next era of great Lions football, or maybe my first era of great Lions football. And it didn't happen. And we waited so long. I wasn't emotional, but I would understand why people could be emotional if they got emotional, Stacey. It was quite a moment.
Yeah, I watched Bye Bye Barry recently, and I was there for all of those. Barry's first game. I went since the Silverdome. My dad got season tickets the first Silverdome, and he passed 2 years after our last division win. And the emotions were flooding. Like, Dad, we did it. I mean,
that's awesome.
For us who have been fans for so long, it's unbelievable. It's amazing.
All right, thanks, Stacey. Appreciate it. It's quite a payoff there, right? Dimitri is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dimitri.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, man. I just want to say that I think the reason why this team is able to pull out, wins more than previous, because they're a more well-rounded team. Instead of relying on one or two guys, if the team shuts them down, they're able to overcome that, because of that. And you said you want an honest opinion about the team. My honest opinion is that when you look at the 49ers, they seem to have just as good, if not better, players at all our main guys. Like Amon, they got Debo. We got Gibbs, they got McCaffrey. We got Laporta, they got Kittle. They got a better defense than we do. So I really think that's their ceiling. They're going to have to beat the 49ers. I don't think they can do it. I hope they can, but I don't think they will, All
right, thanks, Dimitri. I appreciate it. We can get into that discussion of where you think the Lions are in terms of the NFC, the overall landscape of what the NFC is. I don't think he's alone. I think most people would say San Francisco is the class of the division. And yet you watched last night, and Baltimore was handing it to San Francisco. They got out to a monster lead. It was a 21-point lead going into the fourth quarter. And, I think they relaxed a little bit. They knocked out Brock Purdy. He had to leave the game after throwing 4 interceptions. He leaves the game. In comes Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold starts lighting the world on fire. And look, a lot of that is just end of the game stuff, but some of it was also legit. There were some legit good passes that he made and some good plays turned in. San Francisco is a really, really, really good football team. And yet what they do last night, they lost their 4th game of the year. And now record-wise, that ties them with the Lions and the Eagles. All 3 teams stand at 11-4. How high can the Lions go with the seeding? Is it realistic to think they can get the number 1 seed? Is it realistic to think they can get the number 2 seed? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We're going to talk with Jared Goff coming up at 11 o'clock today. Normally it's at 10:30 on Tuesdays. This week it's going to be at 11 o'clock. We'll talk with the Lions quarterback, get his thoughts on what happened on Sunday and where this team is at. Love to know what went on in the locker room, the flight home, all that stuff. We'll talk about with him coming up at 11 o'clock. More of your calls and texts as we continue here. 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Miller on the call of the game. Lions win it. They win the first division championship here in Detroit for the Lions in 30 years. They're finally kings of the North. The first time they're kings of the NFC North division. You got to go back to the old days, NFC Central. Well, that's when they last won a division championship. Back when Tampa Bay was still part of the division. That's how long it's been, man. The Lions used to be in a division with Tampa Bay. That's how long ago it was. Man, great to see the victory. Defense showing up with 4 big interceptions. They got to Mullins all game long. We saw another week where they bring the heat with safeties. Melon Fonwu with a couple of sacks. His first interception that sealed the game at the end. I can't believe it. I mean, did Holmes hit on another later round pick with Melon Fonwu? We hadn't really seen him a whole lot play. He'd been hurt, in his couple of years here with the Lions. He's been hurt, so he's missed a lot of time and probably missed a lot of practice, missed a lot of opportunities. But now he's healthy, knock on wood, and he's out there making plays. This secondary has kind of been pieced together all season long because of injuries. And this is a lot like last year. You look back at last year, it was the same story, that they were pieced together with injuries. You had guys off the practice squad, guys that weren't even on the practice squad that were added to the practice squad that then made it onto the 53-man roster and better yet, the game day roster that were playing last year. That's what was going on. And they're kind of doing the same thing this year. And yeah, they gave up over 400 yards passing. Absolutely. Justin Jefferson was all over the place. He's the best receiver in football. He's amazing. And at times is uncoverable. And when he has contested plays, he wins those battles. And he won those battles. But seeing guys like, Vildor, who sounds like, he's a bad guy in a Hobbit movie or something. But he's out there making plays, and he just joined the team a few weeks ago. And he's been making plays for a few weeks. Next man up, step it up. Jerry Jacobs is out. Somebody else go in there and do it. Vildor did the job. And Melon Fonwu getting his opportunity to shine. And boy, did he shine. It's been a lot of fun watching this team play. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some ticket texts as well, the same number. I finally figured out the Lions are so much more dynamic when Gibbs is the primary back, but Coach Dan is going to go back to his Saint roots. Well, obviously in the game, in every game this year, they use both backs. And that's exactly what they did on Sunday. Montgomery had 17 carries. Gibbs had 15 carries. Gibbs caught 4 passes out of the backfield. Montgomery caught 2. You know what that is? Equal distribution. Each guy had 19 touches in the game. And between them, they had like 150 yards in offense. That's great. You'll take it. And, for the season, the way that they've used this, it's not about any one guy being featured over the other guy. It's a flow of the game type thing. Montgomery has 910 yards rushing this season. Jahmyr Gibbs is 872. It's amazing. Montgomery has 11 touchdowns on the ground. Gibbs has 9. Montgomery's averaging 4.7 per carry. And Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging a yard more at 5.7. Does that mean Jahmyr Gibbs needs to get the ball more? No. I think what they've done in working with both of these running backs has worked for this team. It's a 2-back system, and it's working. I wouldn't say they're more dynamic when Gibbs is the primary back. I think that, Gibbs adds the element of speed. That's the difference. Hi, it's Mike for Westland. I think the Lions fans, they should be happy that they beat the first 500 team, then second when they won the NFC title. If they go no further, we should be proud of them. And I'm confident that they will also, and I'm confident they will. I also think that they have become a dynasty team. Well, I don't know about that. Dynasty teams to me are built around what typically would be a young quarterback. But Jared Goff is not even 30 years old yet and is in line for a possible extension. And maybe they can be if they extend him, but they've got a lot of players. They've got a really good core group of players. And unlike the Pistons where you see like 3 guys that might be in your core group, or the Red Wings where you see maybe 5 players could be in your core group, something like that, or the Tigers, which might be a similar situation. You've got all these players you're waiting on to come in from the minors. The Lions have like double-digit guys in the core. This is a good football team. It's been constructed the right way. They have built this team. And we're starting to see the benefits of it right now as Lions fans. They just won the North Division. It's pretty great. Love it. Back to the phones we go. John is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, Gator. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me start by saying I don't know what to do with my hands.
Right. Exactly. We're in a position we're not familiar with.
Man, I got to tell you, everybody said I'm 55, right? So started really paying attention around 10 years old. So 45 years. We don't have to go there. But when Kaminsky didn't fall on that ball, all this fear came back, and it was ridiculous.
Right. And it shouldn't, because we've seen this team time and time again this season and last season that even when they're handed a bad luck situation, it doesn't affect the outcome of the game.
And you're right, it shouldn't, because I was positive going into the game. I kept that positivity, but it's like all of a sudden when that Uncle Joe knocks on the door and, here he is again.
Yeah.
Anyways, do they rest Montgomery like in the third quarter or something? Because I'm like, where does he go? Does Dan Campbell take a little off him and keep him for the fourth quarter? Or
in this game in particular, I got to tell you, John, I made an observation. I was watching, and I'm like, where is Montgomery? And I wondered if he got hurt, because I thought he got hit and left and I know they walked to the sidelines and they were talking to him, and he just kind of shook his head answering a question, yes or no. But then he didn't return for a couple of series. And then I wrote in my notes, Montgomery's been out, and then boom, he pops back in later in the game. But I wonder if that was just maybe keeping him out and let's make sure that he's okay.
I was wondering the same thing. And then when I saw him in the fourth, everything was, kind of excellent. But I'll keep it short, man. Great show. Love you guys.
All right. Thanks, John. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us. Winning this division isn't an accomplishment, and the level of the celebration is ridiculous and embarrassing for an unnamed texter. No, it's not. It is an accomplishment. You gotta start somewhere. You gotta start the building blocks. This isn't a team that just made the playoffs. This is a team that clinched the division. They're going to host a playoff game. No shame in that. Not at all. Not the way this team is being built. First year with this regime, 3-13-1. Next year, 9-8. Right now, 11-4 with 2 games to go, and playoff season on the way. Not hoping for playoffs. Playoffs are here. We're hosting a playoff game. It's not ridiculous. It's not embarrassing, and there's nothing to apologize over. Why? Because the division? You don't think the division is very good? I don't care what people say about it. They've got 11 wins, and they got a chance to go 12 or 13 or stay at 11. Either way, they're still division champs, and they're still hosting a playoff game. It's an accomplishment for these guys. It's a goal that they set out and they accomplished. No reason to piddle on someone's parade like that. It's ridiculous. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. We'll talk with quarterback Jared Goff coming up at 11 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jahmyr Gibbs has been very, very good for the Lions his rookie season. 872 yards on the ground, a 5.7 average. He's got 9 touchdowns on the ground. Add to that 51 receptions in his rookie campaign for another 316 yards and another touchdown. Kid's been electric, been a lot of fun to watch. He's had lots of ups and only a couple of downs. Put the ball on the ground a couple of times, and he did it against the Vikings. And it fortunately didn't affect the outcome of the game. The Lions were able to overcome that and win the game. The two-headed monster they have at running back has been nothing short of fantastic. Between the two guys, they've got almost 1,800 yards rushing from the two of them. And they've got 20 touchdowns on the ground. This is just rushing. 1,800 yards and 20 touchdowns between them. Last year, the Lions had a great season with Jamal Williams. Did a great job with this team. He ran for 1,000 yards and 17 touchdowns. And we were asking ourselves, how are they going to do better than that? I mean, what's going to happen? How are they going to do better than that? Then he had DeAndre Swift on that team last year as well, and he added a little bit also. More than a little bit. I don't want to discount it too much. But he had, between the two running backs last year, they had 1,600 yards rushing and 22 touchdowns. That's what they had last year on the ground. Well, with 2 games to go, like I said, 1,800 yards and 20 touchdowns. They found a way to replace the production and actually get more yards per attempt out of it by a long shot with what these guys have done. It's been great just to watch these guys take off and go. And it's a huge part of why the offense is as prolific as it has been. And Jared Goff has taken his game up a notch and completed the higher percentage of passes. He's got a quarterback rating that's over 98 at this point on the season. He's got 27 touchdown passes to 10 picks. It's a nice job. It all starts with the offensive line, but the running game certainly is a quarterback's really good friend as well. Quarterback's best friends, Lions got him in spades. A running game, a tight end, and having a receiving core is pretty top-notch too, and what St. Brown has done has been amazing. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Tarek is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tarek.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, listen, number one, I love you guys' show. Second thing is you said something real brilliant that people need to glean to, but it didn't. And I think if people appreciated the fact that back when it was the SOL, so many calls could have went our way and we would have won. Oh, we came so close to, this and that, but it didn't. So why, when we're actually winning? I think not understanding that you can't use the what ifs against us. I mean, we're freaking winning. Let's enjoy it. The skepticism is crazy. Yes, it's a couple of balls that they could have hit and it could have went the other way. Yeah, we could have lost and we could have didn't. But for once, because we have talent, we have a great front office now. We got Dan Campbell doing his thing, and we have a great overall team. You have to have all of those levels of skill, and you have to have some luck. It's an any given Sunday league, right? So any given Sunday, we need the skill and the luck to come together as one, and that's what's happening for us this year.
And thanks for the call, Tark. I appreciate it. It's not easy to win in the NFL. We hear coaches say it all the time. And when you're in the midst of winning 11 games and you hear it time and time again, I think some people kind of dismiss that and just say, that's coach speak. But it's not, because you'll see teams on the other end of it that are only winning 5 or 6 games in a season, and they'll say, it's tough to win in this league. It is, because the parity is there. The best team in the NFC is probably the Niners. But San Francisco went into a stretch this year where they lost 3 games in a row. They got their asses handed to them last night by Baltimore. I know the score at the end didn't seem like that, but it really was. They took a beating last night. We've seen the Cowboys, who can look like world beaters. They lost to Arizona. Buffalo, who looks like there's a contending team out in the AFC. They lost to the Jets to start the season. The Jets, after they lost Aaron Rodgers in 4 plays. I mean, the Eagles lost to the Jets. It's not easy to win in the NFL. There's too much parity there. You look at the Broncos, who give up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins earlier in the season, then go out and win 6 out of 7, trying to do what the Lions did last year. But they ran into the Lions buzzsaw last week. But that Denver team's a good team. And they might be a force to be reckoned with next year. It's not easy to win in the NFL. So if you get a win, you take it. People want to poo-poo it and say, oh, yeah, well, Addison got hurt and they were playing with Nick Mullins at quarterback. I don't care. You want to play the injury card? Well, you got to play it both ways. Because I'm sorry, do the Lions have C.J. Gardner-Johnson playing on the team right now? No. Fortunately, he's practicing, and he might be back for Dallas, and that'd be great. Manuel Mosley, has he played a whole lot? No. 2 big free agent signings right there to help out the secondary, and collectively they played, like 100 plays this season. James Houston, best pass rusher the Lions have. Where's he been? Well, he's been on IR the whole season, except for the first couple games because he broke his leg in week 2 or week 3. Hopefully he comes back. Will he come back for Dallas? Will he come back for Minnesota? Can he make it for the playoffs? I hope he can, because he is their best pass rusher. 8 sacks in 7 games last year. All due respect to Aiden Hutchinson. And maybe he took advantage of being on the opposite end of Aiden Hutchinson. Don't care. Statistically, he was their best pass rusher. But that's just a few guys, let alone their best interior defensive lineman, Ali McNeil, who's on IR. He was out. Anybody want to talk about that? No? Just want to talk about the Vikings' woes. Whatever, dude. I get it. It's an easy button because, like the previous caller said, don't know what to do with our hands. We're in a weird position as Lions fans. It's a good football team. It's a really good football team. It's a championship caliber team. You can say that now. Why? They won the division. They are kings of the North. 248-539-9797. Art is in Monroe. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Art.
Happy holidays, Gator, and what a joy it is to end a 30-year route, and I've been around for every one of them, and let me tell you something. It is outstanding to talk to you about playoff potential as opposed to the doggone draft. Thank God. Yeah. And let me tell you this, Gator. I looked at it. It looks like it's a lock that Dallas is going to play at Tampa in the first round. But try this one on. This game against Dallas is so big, and I'll tell you why. Dallas is coming off of 2 road losses, getting a lot of heat, going to put everything into this game against the Lions, and we get to go on another road game and prove another point. But if we win that game, we avoid the Rams pretty much. But if we don't come out victorious, there's a darn good chance we'll get the Rams because they hold the tiebreaker over Seattle, Gator. So here we go again with some road drama for our Lions, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this ride. It's been great. They do have a chance to still be the number 1 seed. It's not likely because San Francisco plays games against the Commanders and the Rams. Although the Rams could bite them. You never know. That could happen. I wouldn't expect it. And then you have Philadelphia, which is the other team that's 11-4 right now. Philadelphia, their remaining games are against the Cardinals at home, and then they play at the Giants. Well, they just handled the Giants yesterday, and Cardinals aren't very good. So it's tough for the Lions they can get the number 1 seed, but it's tough to do it. Lions obviously have to win out to have any scenario like that. But the Lions, if they beat Dallas, they can be the number 2 seed for sure. If they win out, then the number 2 seed guaranteed. If they win out and San Francisco loses, they get the number 1 seed. This is what's real. It's crazy to think, but it's actually there. It's there in front of them. Jabbar is in Detroit. Next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jabbar.
Hey, I just wanted to bring up interesting fact. How you doing, man? Hope you had a great Christmas.
I did. Thank you. Same to you.
All All right, Michigan wins 30-24 with an interception in the final minute against Ohio State to clinch the division. The Lions win 30-24 with an interception in the final minute against the driving Minnesota to clinch the division. And the last time that Detroit won their division, Michigan won the Rose Bowl. Is there any chance or is there any mystique that this could mean something?
I don't know, man. You're trying, though.
Hey, it's interesting facts, but the last thing I want to tell you is, before we hear our quarterback speak, is SOL. I wrote it on my social media last night. I'm a U.S. military guy. I've been taking a lot of heat for the past 20 years from all my military buddies in all different branches about my Lions. From now on, as of now that we're the champions of the division, SOL is dead, and I don't want to hear anybody else ever mention it again. Thanks, man, for the call.
All right, thank you, Jabbar. Happy holidays to you. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you want to send some text. We'll take those, and we'll talk to the quarterback, Jared Goff, next on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. We're waiting to hear from the quarterback, Jared Goff. He'll call in just a minute. Until then, we're going to read a couple more ticket texts. The Cowboys are 7-0 at home. However, the Lions are 6-0 when the starting offensive line is healthy and 4-0 in prime time. Prediction: Lions 31, Cowboys 27. Well, that would be interesting. Obviously would love to see that happen with a Lions victory at Dallas, but that ain't going to be easy. That is, like the texter pointed out, they're 7-0 at home. And the game is Saturday night, prime time on ABC and ESPN. Lions and Cowboys. But as the texter astutely pointed out as well, 6-0 when the starting line is healthy, the offensive line. They are such a better team when those guys are ready to play. I think I heard Mike Valenti say last week, 37 points a game going into the Minnesota game was the average when in the 5 games prior that the offensive line was healthy. 2 things have to happen. That line has to be healthy, and they need to take care of the football. Win the turnover battle, and you'll have a great chance to win the game. It became obvious on Sunday Nick Mullins was going to have a hard time beating them because he kept throwing the ball to them, to the Lions. 4 interceptions in the game. Don't apologize. You take it, you say thank you, and you turn those into points, and the Lions did what they did. They win this game 30-24. They clinched the NFC North, and it was big. Gator, your Lions slaps are hilarious. 1 division title in a million years, and you guys act like the past is erased. That's from Mike. Yep. That's exactly it. Why do I want to live in the past? Why do I want to live in that awful world of SOL? Don't need to. Now, I'd love for them to continue on and actually win a playoff game. That would be nice. To me, that really exercises some demons. Advance in the playoffs, that'd be great. But getting this step is huge. And I'm on board because of the way it's been done. This isn't just parodying the league and you get 1 good year, 1 bad year, 1 good year, 1 bad year. This team has been built. It's been built the right way. Started with ownership years ago. When Martha Ford took over, she made some tough decisions, put the team heading in the right direction, and then they hit a speed bump with the Matt Patricia hiring, right? And the Bob Quinn hiring. That was a speed bump. But they didn't stay in it too long. They moved on from that after just a couple of years. So that was a mistake. Let's move on. And they did. And then they went with this regime, and Sheila took over. And she's been fantastic as an owner. You can really see that she definitely wants to win. And it's reflective in the way that this team has been built. This team wants to win. And this team is winning. They're doing it for each other. And they're doing it for the city, and it's been a lot of fun to watch to get to this 11-4 start. Let's talk with a quarterback. Well, Jared, Merry Christmas to you. Congratulations on being Kings of the North. How does it feel?
Yeah, man, it feels good. Feels good. Our first goal of getting that done, and we did it, and on to more now. We're excited for what's to come.
Can you describe what the flight was like on the way back from Minnesota? Obviously smiles, but what was it like for you guys?
Yeah, it was fun. It's always fun after wins, and especially big wins. Guys are walking around during the flight and hanging out and talking and joking and laughing, and those are the memories you kind of always remember and hold near and dear. Is this a situation you guys were able to really kind of, you had Christmas yesterday, so it's kind of interesting. Your day off happens to be Christmas Day where you can maybe enjoy it. Now you get to enjoy it with your family too. Does that make it even more special? Yeah, yesterday was nice. Getting able to, enjoy Christmas, just be home for the morning and then, getting to work though, pretty quickly now with the Saturday game. But yeah, it was nice being able to have a nice Christmas and after a win like that and enjoy it, yeah.
After the last snap of the game, you kind of immediately went over to Taylor Decker. Was that just the obvious thing to do? Did you want to share that moment with him, and why was he that guy for you?
Yeah, I knew what it meant to him, and obviously his first one. It's been a long time coming, and just made sure he knew, hey man, we did it. You're a division champ, and that was special.
Talk about some guys in the game here, because the game was just fantastic on so many different ways. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's gotten statistically better each year. In fact, he's tied his receptions and target total from all of last year, and he still has 2 games left. How and where has he gotten better as a player and also as a teammate?
Yes, great question. He continues to get better. I think he's learned maybe a little bit of what his value is to us in terms of his work ethic and what he brings on game day with his energy. Obviously, his play is special and what he does physically is special, but he's a captain now. He's got a C on his chest, and when he brings the energy and he brings the juice daily and then certainly on Sundays, it changes who we are as an offense, and I think he feels that now.
As a guy who's only his 3rd year in the league, do you see him where everybody else looks up to him? Like, he's the veteran leader, and he's only been here for 3 years.
Yeah, he has that presence. Like I kind of just said, he's a captain, and he was voted a captain in his 3rd year, as is Panay, and it's impressive, and those guys deserve it. And certainly guys look up to him as a guy who sets the example and sets the tone for our team.
When you look at your offense and you see that the offensive line, when it's healthy, the offensive line with this team, you're 6-0 this year. What can this offense do that we haven't seen yet, and where are you excited about for that improvement?
I think we did a lot of good things the other day. I think the last 2 drives were really poor on our part. Could have finished the game there on the second to last drive, and the defense bailed us out there at the end, which was great. But I think, just being able to consistently finish the game like that. We've been really good at it this year of finishing games with the ball in our hands and 4-minute offense running the clock out. But this past week we weren't, and it almost bit us, but the defense made the play. But continue to get better and improve on everything. With this guy's the limit with this offense, and we've got a little time left here to continue to improve.
Now that you guys have clinched the North Division, we could talk about this being a playoff team. And obviously you came from a team that you took to the playoffs several times. You went to a Super Bowl with them. That Super Bowl team was basically a one-back team, an outstanding back at that. But this is a 2-back offense the Lions have. What do you like about having the 2 backs versus the 1-back, though he was spectacular?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're both different philosophies on how to do things, and I think one thing you do get with the 2-back offense is they're both fresh typically when they're getting the ball. They're not out of gas, and you're not just force feeding the guy. And I think they both complement each other so well, and are both incredible backs in this league, and to have them both on the same team is pretty special, and we try to take advantage of it.
Williams and Swift last year, very good for this offense. This year with Gibbs and Montgomery, you get guys that are hungry. Montgomery coming from Chicago, and Gibbs is a rookie. What do you see from these guys that take this game and this offense to a different level?
They're just consistent. They complement each other well, and Gibbs has some explosive ability, but so does David, and they both do a great job of it. I think David can catch the ball, so can Gibbs. They both have very similar skill sets, but at the same time complement each other and root for each other. And again, I think having them both have the ability to be fresh for most of the game is kind of a special quality that our team has, and we try to use it.
You said after last week's game that it's the same group of guys we have here, same team. This is who we are. Was there a moment this season where maybe you had to echo that sentiment earlier on in the locker room to keep guys focused or maybe boost their confidence?
I think Dan's been kind of saying it all year of we're the same team that was, started off whatever we started off. We're the same team that lost the game that we lost at some point in the year. And we stay consistent. And I think it's funny to think that 2 weeks ago the sky was falling and, what are we going to do? And now we're the greatest thing ever, according to everyone. So it's just the way it goes. We don't ride that roller coaster. We stay right in the middle, and we know who we are. But yeah, it's always funny to look in hindsight at what outside world thinks and freaks out about or gets excited about, and it's never truly the reality.
This week, obviously, big game at Dallas, Saturday night, prime time, the only game in town on Saturday. Does the approach change at all? I mean, do you look at this as a playoff game, or Is a discussion taking place about winning out to claim a better seed in the playoffs? How do you approach this week?
You just approach it as another game. They all count the same, man. And I know it's a big game late in the year against a good team, but they all count the same. And we played a Saturday night game a week ago against the Broncos, and that was a huge game as well. So they're all big, and our schedule, we'll be used to it from last week with the Broncos, and we'll go down there and do our best to win the game. They're a great team. We got our hands full, and we feel like we can have a good chance, though.
Yeah, that defense has been very opportunistic, pick sixes, quarterback pressures. Micah Parsons is a beast, but you guys have heard this before with other teams. I mean, the Chargers kind of stand out in my mind with that same kind of comparison with what they had from a pass rushing standpoint and playmakers. How do you look at the Cowboys as the next challenge, and what are their challenges defensively for you?
Yeah, they're obviously extremely opportunistic in what they've done on defense this year and making plays all across the board. And Parsons, obviously, a guy you got to know where he's at all times. But he's not the only one. They got plenty of guys over there that can make plays, and a team that is dangerous if you give them a chance to be. So we got to make sure we know what we're doing and be on our P's and Q's and handle our business.
I feel like growing up, and even today, I talk to people that are younger than myself, and it feels like feelings about the Cowboys have always been you fall in one of two categories. Either you love the Cowboys, they're America's team, or you hate the Cowboys. Which category did you fall into when you were growing up?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I really liked Tony Romo growing up, so I was a fan of his. I didn't really have an affinity or a hatred for the Cowboys. I was a Niners fan growing up, so I guess in theory I would hate the Cowboys because of that. But no, I liked Tony Romo and even Bledsoe when he was there before that. I liked those guys. So I don't know. I fell right in the middle, I guess, in the rare category.
After the end of games, the end of the season, typically you might see the post jersey swap. Do you ever participate in those? And what have you collected over your professional career, if anything, that you hang on for keepsakes?
Yeah, some friends, some former teammates, guys that I've known for a while, guys that I respect, that I have mutual respect with. You got a handful of them, and yeah, I've done it. I don't typically do it on the field. I'll do it in the locker room after the game, but yeah, it's always a special thing to do to share that with other guys, and yeah, I've got a handful of them.
Lastly, for you, Christmas yesterday, how was it? Was the family in town? What was the favorite gift you got? What was the meal like? What was Christmas like at the Goffs?
Oh boy, just Kristen and I, no family in town. Opened some gifts, had some fun. She got me some great things, and then we ordered Benihana's for dinner because that was about the only thing in town open. And enjoyed a little fried rice for dinner.
I like it. That's nice. Oh, I do have one more thing. My niece had said to me last night, we were talking about the Lions after opening presents, and she's clamoring for more dog content on your social media. Can we expect to see some more, Quincy?
Sure. I'll try to work him in a little bit more. He loves the camera, and he does a great job with the fans. People seem to love him. So yeah, I'll try to work him in a bit more. He's getting quite famous around here.
I definitely appreciate that. Hey, congratulations. You guys deserve it. Kings of the North, it's awesome, and we're looking forward to the rest of the season and how it plays out in a big game Saturday night in Dallas. Good luck.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Jared. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Very interested to hear what he had to say about that game. This is business as usual for this team, and I think this is why this team is going places. 97.1 The Ticket. Al, and they didn't give up that lead from that point on. Win it 30-24. They win the North Division. They will host a playoff game for the first time in 30 years. And for the first time ever, they win the NFC North. Great win for the Lions yesterday. They showed some mettle, being able to come back. They lost the lead, came back and retook it, and obviously didn't look back. The defense made some big plays, 4 interceptions out there. They had several sacks. May have found another one in the draft when you didn't expect it. Melon Fonwu, healthy and making his presence felt out there. He was a menace as a pass rusher. Had a couple of sacks. Had the interception. He was great. He was great, and players are stepping up at the right time. And maybe, just maybe, they might be getting healthy. Speaking of which, coming up at 11:30, little update on what could happen with the Pistons tonight that might give some more light to that team heading into the game tonight. We'll discuss the Pistons coming a little bit later on, but we'll update that coming up at 11:30. But with the Lions, really hoping to get some guys healthy before the end of the season, whether it's this week against Dallas or if it's in a couple weeks from now at the end of the season. We'll see what that game even means for the Lions against the Vikings at the end. And maybe it is just, if it means nothing in terms of seeding, maybe it means everything in terms of wanting to get some guys some reps before the playoffs begin. But going to be anxiously awaiting word on James Houston, if there's any progress with him. Is it possible that he can actually play at some point before the end of the season or before the playoffs? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's been practicing. Looks like he might return this week. We'll find that out. How is Aleem McNeil progressing? Will he be able to play for the playoffs? And that's several big players. Plus the Lions played without Derek Barnes and without Jerry Jacobs on Sunday. Other guys stepped up. Malcolm Rodriguez made some big plays in that game. Good to see. Vildor, the defensive back, playing in place of Jerry Jacobs. He made some plays. It's good to watch. And look, not everything goes their way, right? Brian Branch had an interception fall right into his hands, which would have stopped a scoring opportunity. Didn't hang on to it, but made up for it later on in the game when he did pick off a pass. So, the Lions getting some turnovers, that is important. Not turning the ball over is more important for them. But when you get the turnovers like they did, it certainly makes you feel better. They did have the one fumble in the game, but Goff played an error-free game in terms of turnovers, and that was good. Get back to the phones, 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Rodney is next up here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Rodney.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Rodney. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Happy holidays to everybody, the city of Detroit. Congratulations to the city and the Detroit Lions and the organization. And I want to give a little extra congratulations to Jared Goff, knowing what this man has been through coming here. So, if he's listening, this is what I want to say. Speaking to the Dallas Cowboys game coming up, I think, because from what I understand, Jared Goff, he has a little more power. He can call his own plays and all of that good stuff. I think this is going to be a test for Ben Johnson, particularly offensively, because this Dallas defense is a very fast defense, and I think that the Lions is going to really have to neutralize that speed. I think they need to utilize a fullback this week. I mean, however they utilize it, disguise, tight ends, whatever, I think they need to run the ball up the middle, and I think Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery need to get 20 carries apiece. What you think?
Well, that's a lot of carries, but you're talking about a heavy running game, control the clock kind of stuff. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that. The opening drive for the Lions in the game on Sunday, they took the ball and they ran it down their throats. They passed the ball with a short passing game. They were very effective with it, Rodney, and thank you for the call. And in the end, you get a 1-yard touchdown run from David Montgomery on a 14-play, 75-yard, 7-minute and 47-second drive. Now, that's a lot. That's pretty impressive. And if they could do something like that, I'd be very happy about it when it comes to the game against Dallas. But when I mentioned to Jared Goff, and this is the thing about Dallas's defense, they are opportunistic. They get after the quarterback. You've got Micah Parsons, who has 13 sacks. He's an absolute force to be reckoned with. He's got 15 tackles for loss in addition to that. He's a playmaking machine. Then you get to the secondary, and Deron Bland has 8 interceptions this year, and he's got 5 touchdowns. I'm sorry, what? He's got 5 touchdowns. This is a team that not only do they create turnovers, but they turn those into instant points. Not like, oh, the following drive they're able to. No. 5 pick sixes. That's insane. Absolutely insane. So you gotta mind where he is at all times, and I'm sure that's gonna be an area of focus. And watching number 11 on that defensive line, coming off the edge, you got to know where he's at. You got to call the right protections. It's going to be a battle for the Lions on Saturday night. It's going to be another fun game, man. I love that it's the Saturday night game. Kind of maximize this weekend and going into the new year. And Saturday night in Big D, all eyes are going to be watching this game. This might be the most watched game of the season. It might be. It's going to have a lot of hype because it's this late in the year. You know, the Cowboys, they want to win their division. And they can't do that unless they beat the Lions. They also need help. They need Philadelphia to lose. But this is going to be a massive matchup, and we're all looking forward to it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some calls on hold. We're going to get to you next. Give the Piston update and take some more of your texts as well right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And they ended up with 4 interceptions in a day. They finished the game with 1 as Melon Fonwood picks off Nick Mullins and sealed the deal for the Lions. They win the game. They win the North. They're going to host a playoff game. It's getting exciting. It dawned on me last night that I'm going to get to go to a playoff game. I'm excited. I'm excited for the fans. I've been a fan for a long time of the Lions. You know, I remember the first memory I have, I couldn't bring this up because I wasn't on the air in the last couple of weeks, but when Jared Goff threw the 5 touchdown passes, it's like my earliest Lions memory is watching on a TV. I don't know if it was I forget what I want to say it was around Christmas time, and I don't think it was. But sitting on the floor watching a game on TV, and Gary Danielson had just thrown his fifth touchdown pass for the Lions. It's like late 70s, in 1978 maybe. And I'm a kid watching that, and they had a graphic on the bottom and saying that, I believe it ties the Lions record or set a Lions record, and he was going to go for 6, and they didn't get the 6 touchdown pass. So when Goff threw 5, and I'm thinking to myself, did he just tie Gary Danielson's record? And then they flashed on the screen. Not since Gary Danielson and Matthew Stafford had done it as well. But yeah, I've been a Lions fan forever. This is exciting for me. And I know it's exciting for you folks out there too. And it should be. You know, it's no fun reading stuff from people that are, going to say things like, relax, your Lions slaps are hilarious. Winning this division isn't an accomplishment. Things like that. Yeah, it is. And it does mean something. We've been long suffering. And so have you, by the way. You've been long suffering too. And I guess you're just that you're so hardened to this that nothing is going to satisfy you until they win a playoff game or until they win the Super Bowl. And I understand. But I just don't like it when people try to do it to those that are enjoying it right now. Another ticket text came in. Vikings fans are complaining about the refs. The Cowboys fans are complaining about the refs. Oh, how times have changed. The Lions have come. The Lions' time has come, both with W's. Yeah, that'd be great. Love to see it if they can actually get there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well if you'd like to text us. Let's go back to the phones. And Brandon is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, Gator? How's it going?
Going well.
So for as long as I can remember, I've listened to you guys champ and chump on Monday. I know it's Tuesday right now. But, I mean, we have a champ. Like, it's not like, who's your champ? Who do you think is your champ? We have a champ, you know?
Yeah, no, this is legit. It's been the first time since, the Tigers? That a team, a local team has won a division championship?
And you were talking about Lions fans having a hard time. So me personally, I was born in 90. So they won it when I was 3 years old. Obviously, I can't remember that because I was a baby. So this is the first time I can remember. But my entire life, people always told me, how many trips to the Southern Bowl have you lost? How many fall memories did you not get to have because you sat on the couch watching the Lions on Sunday? But I enjoyed all those moments, the hardships and all that. I enjoyed it. Not really, I guess, but.
Well, it just, when you have, and thanks for the call, Brandon, when you have the long, arduous journey to get back to what other fan bases have experienced, I think we appreciate it more, right? Now, the naysayers will say the division's terrible. Oh, congratulations. You won a division where there's no Aaron Rodgers anymore. Kirk Cousins was hurt halfway through the season. And, you've got Justin Fields and an impotent Bears team. I don't care. I really don't. Because it wasn't that long ago that people would lump the Lions in that group. Did people poo-poo the Packers back then when the Bears sucked, the Lions sucked, and the Vikings sucked? No. They give the Packers all the credit in the world. What we might be seeing with the Lions here, and in a previous ticket texter or caller, I forget who it was, said something to this that, maybe we're starting to see a little bit of a, dare we say, Lions dynasty. And I don't like using that term. And you got to win actual Super Bowl championships to even throw the D word out there. We had a dynasty with the Red Wings because of how many Stanley Cup championships they won in a short amount of time. And then you add to that it was 25 years of excellence of making the playoffs and all that. We just got back to the playoffs for the first time in a while. Now, for the first time in 30 years, this team won a division championship. And it does mean something. It means quite a bit, actually. 248-539-9797. I mentioned the Pistons news. Pistons play tonight at LCA against the Brooklyn Nets. And Jalen Duren was at the shoot-around doing some work, and both Amari Sankofa, the Free Press, and James Edwards of The Athletic say that Jalen Duren is probable in preparing for his likely return tonight. So the Pistons might get Jalen Duren back, which I don't think is a small thing. Mentioned earlier that it feels like the Pistons might have a core group of 3 with Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, and Jalen Duren. And I'm not even convinced that it's the 3. It might be less than that because we don't know what they have. But these are the 3 guys we want to see grow together and get better and better. And they've lost 26 straight games. They're trying to snap that streak tonight. They tied the NBA record with the 26th straight loss. Tonight's a game where it could be the 27th loss. Or not. Or maybe they halt it. Maybe they just share that awful designation of being the worst team in history rather than being the actual worst team in NBA history when it comes to a losing streak. We'll see tonight. We'll get more into that after the noon hour, but we're talking lines. Just wanted to mention there is an update. Looks like Jalen Duren's going to play tonight, and that is good news for the Pistons. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones, and Greg is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Greg.
Hey, man, you're really carrying the show today. Great interview with Gary Goff. Man, you're really carrying the show.
Thank you.
And you expressed a lot of sentiments that I feel that, we haven't been here before. It's new, it's exciting, it's great, it's wonderful, it's fantastic. It really is. And you guys, when I listen to you, I always make a comment that you guys making me an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic. So with that being said, I knew we were going somewhere, and I'm going to try to bring back the play that happened. It was a kickoff to the Vikings, and the number 4 was down there to receive it, and he let it go out of bounds. And one of our players received it, and he said some explicit words to number 4. I don't know if you heard that. Hey, number 4.
Catch the blanket ball. Yeah.
That was grit right there. That was Lions grit. That's what I'm talking about. And this guy he knew, hey, we playing for a division championship. Here we go. Here we are. We are the Lions. Here we were. That just did it for me. That did it for me. Hey, number 4. Oh, my gosh.
Fire it up, Greg.
Gary Goff is my quarterback. He always been. I always said that the Lions have the ability to score 40 points a game because the offense is so high-powered. And when your problem is that you're trying to make room for everybody to eat, that is a great problem. All the way down from Montgomery, from your running backs, all the way down to Brock Rice. I mean, you got a lot of people that you can feed. You got a lot of people you can get the ball to. High-powered offense. And I'm going to say it because I said it and I felt this. We are Super Bowl ready. We can do this. We can do this. I'm telling you, with this high-powered offense and the defense is waking up. Why not? Why not?
I like it, Greg, and I'll try to add to that. I think that in order to be a team that can compete for a Super Bowl, in order to be a team that's going to win playoff games, and we know now this team is a playoff game. They're going to have a playoff game. They're going to host a playoff game because they're the NFC North champs. In order to advance, the team has to stay healthy, and it starts with the offensive line. You keep that offensive line healthy, and this team is going to score 30 points at least. It's what they do. It's just what they do. And I'm excited about that. If Jared Goff's able to take care of the football, not cough it up, not throw interceptions, if his players hang on to the football, and we've seen what they do. 6-0 now when the offensive line is healthy. That's key. Turnovers are a key part as well. But the defensive side, this is the area where it needs improvement, right? Because as much as we can look at the game and get excited about 4 interceptions and they sacked him 4 times, that looks great. But the 411 yards passing and only 22 completions for Nick Mullins, not so great. Not so great. Now, Justin Jefferson was a force out there, but the Lions have made KJ Osborne look like a Pro Bowl receiver in the few times that they've played against him. And that concerns me a little bit too. Maybe it's just that KJ Osborne is vastly underrated. We know how good Justin Jefferson is. But the 411 yards passing the game, didn't like to see that. What we could see in the very near future is guys coming back to the team. If they can stay healthy and getting guys healthier, guys like C.J. Gardner-Johnson, maybe a guy like James Houston, maybe a Lee McNeil comes back. Derek Barnes missed the game. Jerry Jacobs missed the game. These are guys that have all started, some playing bigger roles than others as starters, but nonetheless, all these guys have started. That can make a massive difference. If you get your best pass rusher back, if you get the ball-hawking safety who led the NFL in interceptions last year, you get him back, all of a sudden things look a lot brighter. Guys can stay fresher because you can have, maybe now you have a rotation of guys at the safety position, or maybe you put somebody else into you have the Nichols situation or a dime package out there, and you have no problem putting these extra defensive backs out there because they're better than what they had the week prior. And that's how you start to dream about what can happen if you win playoff games. But now that they've won the division, they've got a monster task at hand on Saturday night in Dallas. Dallas is undefeated at home. Dak Prescott's had a hell of a season, and he's incredible at home. Do the Lions have a chance on Saturday night? 248-539-9797. We'll talk with you. We'll take your ticket text as well right here on your home for Lions football, 97.1 The Ticket. Well, speaking of that game on Saturday night, what it does is it gives you an opportunity. You want to host some people? You want to have a little viewing party? Go ahead and do it. And if you're going to host a party, or if you're going to show up to a party, don't show up empty-handed. Have something ready for your guests. And I'm talking about Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's delicious. It's made in Holland. It's Holland, Michigan, that is. It's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know it's quality. I've been talking about this for a while now. They got a bunch of different flavors as well, but the bourbon it's just solid stuff, man. The best part about it is the taste. It's got hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. No questions about it, and you can have it any way you want. Do shots. You want to celebrate a big play, go ahead and do that. You want to drink it straight up or on the rocks, mix it with some cola or ginger ale. However you like your bourbon, give it a try, and you're going to be a fan of Flying Ace Spirits for life. And the best part about it, it's only $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget at all. So don't show up to a party or a tailgate empty-handed ever again. Bring something that's really going to put a smile on people's faces. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. You can follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive. Lions are kings of the North. Beat the Vikings on Sunday. They play the Cowboys on Saturday night. Should be an awesome, awesome night. Teams on the road, and it's a night game, and it's between Christmas and New Year's. I'm all for it. Normally, I'm not a big fan of the night games, but this one I'm a fan of it because it's on the road. Yep, I'm going to love this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. And seeing that the stakes are high, Lions can find themselves with the number 2 seed if they win out. But it starts with a game against Dallas. They can actually finagle a way to get the top seed. Now, more has to fall their way for them to get the top seed. You're going to have to see San Francisco falter. But they got beat pretty handily last night by the Baltimore team that destroyed the Lions. Man, Baltimore could look great. You got playmakers on defense. They might have the MVP of the league, Lamar Jackson. It's just a really, really good football team. And San Francisco has to play the Rams to finish the season. Rams are playing really good football. And I know that Doug has kind of put an embargo on wanting to talk about that because he doesn't want to deal with the narratives that will take place leading up to that game. And I can understand why he wants to put the embargo on it with all the Stafford stuff and everything else, and the Goff and the Rams and Brad Holmes and the Rams and all that. I get it. I understand all that. But I'm not putting an embargo on it. You want to have at it and talk about what it could be like to face the Rams? That's fine. I'm not going to stop you from doing it. What I am going to say, though, instead is that I don't know who they're going to play. Don't know, because I don't know what seed they're going to be. This could be a team that takes the number 1 seed. Not likely, but it's a team that could take the number 2 seed. Again, how likely is that? Maybe not quite likely. The Cowboys are 6.5-point favorites over the Lions on Saturday night. And it's in large part because the Cowboys are 7-0 at home. They've lost 5 games. They're 7-0 at home. They play outstanding football at home. You look at what Dak Prescott has done. He's the 3rd leading passer in the NFL in terms of quarterback rating, with 104.2 quarterback rating, behind only Brock Purdy and Tua Tagovailoa. Now, Jared Goff is 6th in the NFL with a 98.3 rating. So they're both very good. But what Dak Prescott has done at home, it's remarkable, the difference. On the road, he's an 87.1 quarterback rated player. It's less than mediocre. But at home, 122.5. Excellent. 20 touchdowns, only 2 picks. That's what he's done at home, and completed 74% of his passes as well. That's really good. And that's Dak Prescott. He's had a heck of a season so far this year. He's another guy who's in the mix when you start talking about league MVPs. He's been great. And it's going to be will it be a Herculean task for the Lions to beat the Cowboys? I'm not going to say it's Herculean. Not yet. Because I want to see what the injury report says about this team later in the week. I think they got away pretty much unscathed on Sunday against the Broncos, or against the Vikings, but I'm not sure. I want to see, who's practicing, who's not practicing, and why they're not practicing. I mean, that Ragnow is going to get some rest because he always does. I would imagine that Taylor Decker probably gets some rest. And they got other players that are dealing with some nagging injuries, and they're probably going to get a day off this week at some point. But it's about getting some guys back, too. I think if they get Brock Wright back, that's a big deal. Helps the running game. Big target for Jared Goff to throw to. Give somebody else you got to consider when you throw a couple tight ends out there. We saw a lot of James Mitchell in the game on Sunday, but I don't know if he was even targeted by Goff. But I'm not going to say that the task is too tall for the Lions to beat Dallas. I won't say that unless there are some names that pop up on the injury list I didn't expect, and specifically to the offensive line. And hopefully that's not the case because this offensive line is awfully good. And when that offensive line is healthy, the Lions have been unbeatable this year at 6-0. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones. And Anthony's next up here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Anthony. Anthony. All right, I'll put you back on hold, and maybe we'll see if you can hook up with you in a second. Abraham is next up here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Abraham.
Hey, Gator. I'm a big Lions fan, but honestly speaking, I honestly think that the Lions don't have the defense to stop these explosive offenses. I mean, they got exposed against Baltimore. They got exposed against Green Bay. You know, these mobile QBs. I mean, I just honestly think that they might beat the Saints or they might beat the Buccaneers in the NFC wild card game. But past that, if they face up against Jalen Hurts or even San Francisco, I think they're just going to get lit up. And I think giving this defense that much credit, playing against some ragtag offenses like the Vikings or like a fourth string QB or even the Broncos, I think it's going a little bit too much on giving this defense that much credit. I mean, they're going to get exposed. Unfortunately.
Well, I don't think anybody is surprised if they go against a running quarterback that a mobile quarterback gives the Lions problems. We've seen that, absolutely. But they can overcome that too. They've going to get some guys back, which should make a difference. And I'm just looking ahead to Saturday's game first. It's the Cowboys, and the Cowboys just lost to Miami. Miami didn't have their full complement of offensive weapons there. And Tyreek Hill was playing, but he's banged up. He wasn't the same guy you expected. I think Waddle got hurt in that game. I believe Mostert got hurt in that game. And yet Miami still wins the game 22-20. So, I mean, the Cowboys, that's what I'm looking at. We'll get to the playoffs when we get to the playoffs and see who they play. Geno Smith is not a running quarterback. He's a mobile quarterback for Seattle. If they match up with him, they can match up with Matthew Stafford, and we know what Stafford is, right? Will this defense get exposed? I don't know if exposed is even the right word because you've already seen how they play against guys like Lamar Jackson or that Justin Fields can run amok. We know that. And yet they were still able to beat Justin Fields. Won on it 2 times this year, but beat him twice last year. Now, he's not Lamar Jackson because he's not as good as a passer, but I still think he's going to get there. And as far as Jalen Hurts is concerned, Jalen Hurts is not playing great football right now. Now, he did yesterday. He played really well yesterday, but throughout the season, he's been very hit or miss and kind of disappointing for Philadelphia Eagle fans. Cross that bridge when we get to it. Hopefully you don't have to face that, and maybe we're talking about an NFC Championship matchup against San Francisco as opposed to worrying about this. And if they get to that point, it's because the Lions will have won a couple of playoff games. And then everybody's going to be chesty about this team. But I'm focused on Dallas and what Dallas presents, and it's going to be a tough one. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. And good afternoon. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Doug will be back next week. It's an interesting day. Interesting time. Love Christmas time. Christmas time's great, right? Family, friends. Usually people have some time off. It's a great time. What I get disappointed is when I woke up yesterday and it was like near 50 degrees and my grass looked greener yesterday and today. It looks greener than it has in like the end of the summer. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't have a Christmas feel to it when you don't see snow on the ground. I'm not a big fan of snow, but I'm a big fan of how snow looks, particularly on December 25th. And we didn't get it. And we don't have it today. And we're not going to have it tomorrow. We might get some this weekend. I guess careful what I wish for, because we're going to get dumped on with a couple of feet of snow at some point. But just a little bit of a downer. Aside from that, look, once it gets dark outside, you don't really see it anyway, and then you just see lights, and lights are great. On Christmas Eve, I decided to drive over to my parents' house and pick them up and wanted to drive them around to downtown Rochester to take a look at the lights out on Main Street there, which is the first. I hadn't done that in years. And just kind of show my parents like Christmas lights. I like Christmas lights. Kind of fun to go check that out, and drove into a subdivision of Rochester as well. A friend of mine lives over there, and I wanted to go through there because I knew there were a bunch of, every house basically has lights up there. And that would have been great too. And it started off like, okay, maybe this is going to be good. But I'm like getting in my car and realizing, wow, it's kind of foggy out. And then make the drive out to my parents' house, and it just got worse. And it got to the point I could barely see getting out of their driveway to start heading out on the road. And it was, I mean, the visibility was terrible. You had like 50 feet of visibility. It was brutally bad. And make it safe and in one piece, get to downtown Rochester, go on, through Main Street, go through the few blocks there. And fortunately, the lights are so magnificent there that, it'll cut through any fog. But it was remarkable how much fog there is and how dangerous fog is as well. To the point where when you're driving on, like at one point I was on M59, and I'm like thankful that there were cars and there was some traffic because I could see tail lights, so I knew where I was on the road. It was a dangerous endeavor, to say the least. But hope everybody had a very happy and very safe holiday season. And we look forward to New Year's coming up as well, and a big Lions game on Saturday night. We got a Pistons game tonight against the Nets. Now, typically a midseason game isn't going to have a whole lot of fanfare, but it feels like this one does. And for all the wrong reasons, I guess. The Pistons started off the season, if you can believe it, they started off 2-1. And we started thinking, okay, young core, maybe they can play together. This will be great. And hey, and they're playing without some key players in this team. Wait till they come back. It's going to be even better. This is great. Nice start. And then they lost. They lost 3 in a row. And it became 5 in a row. And it was 10 in a row. And more guys got hurt. Wow, 10 in a row, that's a lot. Then it became 15 in a row. Then 18 in a row. And then they lost 20 games in a row. And we're like, are you kidding me? They couldn't have lost 20 games in a row. That didn't happen. Yeah, it did. Then it was 21 and 22. But they got guys back. Yeah, they got him. But Bojanovic is back. He's back. Did that change anything? No. 23. 24. Well, the NBA record's 26. They're not going to get to their 25. 26. But it's gotten to the point, and it did over the weekend, and when we lost the 26th game, I was at a Christmas party on Saturday night at a friend's house. And it got to the point where I needed to know what was going on in the Pistons game. I wanted to know. And everybody's, watching football. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll get my phone out, looked at the score, and saw the Pistons were down by like 7 points in the third quarter. They had a chance. I'm like, okay, they got a chance, but they're down already. It's probably isn't going to go well. And then that 7-point deficit became like a 22-point deficit. And then got back to single digits. And they ended up losing the game to the Nets. And they now have an NBA worst. They tied the worst losing streak in the history of the league at 26 games. Tonight's game we could see history. If they lose, it'll be 27 and a new NBA record. I mentioned earlier, Jalen Duren looks like he's going to be returning to the team tonight, which only helps the team moving forward, but will it be enough to help them tonight? I don't know. But my question for the people out there, and we're still talking Lions as well, getting excited about the Lions game on Saturday night against the Cowboys. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. Is the question I have is does this game actually matter now? Like, is this going to be, I got to watch this game, or you want to be at LCA to watch the game? For either of two reasons. Because A, you want to see them own the record, or two, because you want to see them win a game and snap the losing streak that is already gotten to the point where it ties the worst losing streak in the history of the league. I want to see this game, and I'm going to watch this game. I'm not going to go to the game, but I'm probably going to watch this and probably going to watch a lot of this game. And I'm rooting for them to snap the streak. I don't want the record. And I know there are people out there that want the record. And it's not so much because, hey, we own the record. It's what the record means for ownership. Because people are so fed up with this franchise being as bad as it's been since Tom Gores took over the team. And people questioning the leadership of this team. Troy Weaver isn't the guy for the GM job. That Monty Williams took the job only because they threw a ridiculous amount of money at him and he wasn't ready to get back into coaching, but the money was too good to pass up. In the summer, there was a lot of hope for this team because they do have a group of young players. Guys who were thrust into, sink or swim last year with Jalen Duren and Jaden Ivey because Cade Cunningham got hurt. It was out for most of the season. Okay, you're throwing these guys in. They're playing 30 minutes a game. Baptism by fire. They're going to get better. And then when this season started, I thought, okay, this is going to be good because now they get to play with the leader of the team, Cade Cunningham. Bring in Bogdanovich as well, and you've got four guys that seemingly should play well together offensively. Add to that, Isaiah Stewart is a piece to the team that he's a team guy, but I don't think you're ever looking at him as being some real scoring threat, but he's a team guy, and you need team guys. I thought, Marcus Sasser's an interesting draft pick, see what he can do, like what he did in college, and he's shown some flashes of being a good guy off the bench. But then the season has gone on, and you get to 20, 25, and now 26 losses in a row, and it's like, what is this team? What the hell are we watching? You got the sell the team chants going on at LCA, to the point where Tom Gores actually talked to the press about it last week. And for those that want him to, guess what? He's not going to. He's not going to sell the team because it's a lottery ticket at this point. I mean, bought the franchise for a fraction of what it's worth right now. The NBA, you're just printing money. It's like the NFL at this point. This franchise is worth over $1 billion, and I think he paid less than $400 million for it. So good for him. But his reasoning for why he wasn't, and he was upset with the fans or I guess disappointed, maybe not upset, but disappointed because they're not seeing a bigger picture. And it had nothing to do with the team, but had everything to do with community and what the Pistons are doing and what he is doing and who he's partnering up with that help out the community. And I think those are great things. But those are things that are expected, I think, of ownership. When you own a professional sports franchise in a major city, I think the expectation is that, yes, you're going to help out the community. When you decide to move the team from Auburn Hills in a perfectly fine situation they had there at the Palace and move them to the heart of Detroit and go into Little Caesars Arena, and you're doing that for a reason. Yeah, we expect it. Community's part of it. And they have answered the bell with the community response. They've done a lot in the community. Cleaned up and set up a bunch of basketball courts throughout the city. They said they were going to do, and they accomplished that goal. They're teaming up for some housing initiatives that I think are going to be announced shortly. There's a lot going on community-wise, and I think that's great. But that's also expected. You know, you're near billionaire, there should be some philanthropic endeavors, right? And hopefully this is what he's going to continue to do. But the other expectation is that you're going to care about the team and what they are doing. And in a basketball team, it's what did they do on the floor? That you're going to care enough that winning matters to you. It's not just about being a community guy, but you gotta want the team to win, right? That was the problem that Lions fans had with the Ford family for years, is they didn't think that they cared about winning. The fans didn't think the Fords cared about winning. And they can make their arguments very strongly for that. You know, the Fords were concerned about their bottom line, just concerned about making money. People would say that and throw that out there. And again, they had their own evidence to back that up. And I'm not going to dispute that because what we've seen now with Sheila Ford Hamp owning the team, there's no question she wants to win. And you can compare that to what went on when her father owned the team. And there's just it's a big difference. There's a big difference in ownership. And yet the team is still community oriented. Absolutely. Just like they were before. You know, Ford Motor Company does a lot for the community. They donate a lot of money. I mean, the name Ford is all around downtown. Look at the hospital. It's doing a lot. So we don't question it anymore. But with the Pistons, we do. We question how much they want to win. How much does this game mean to you tonight? Are you watching this game tonight? Are you listening to this game tonight? Are you following on your cell phone or your laptop, whatever? Does this one mean something to you? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Lions go on to win it 30-24. Very happy that they were able to go ahead and win it 30-24 because they win the North. Which means that not only they make the playoffs, but they get to host a playoff game, which is something we haven't seen in 30 years. It means something. It's an accomplishment. I got some ticket text coming in. Can we quit questioning every single pick that Brad Holmes makes? The man has shown that he knows what he's doing in the draft. And Brad, we trust. One Pride, Robert and Fenton. You're allowed to question any draft pick, and you're not going to hit on all of them. I'm amazed at how many he's hit on. It looks like Melon Fonwu is another one that he has hit on. Now, it's early to say that, but I think it's like the caveat with everybody else. When you're healthy, how good are you? Well, when Melon Fonwu is healthy, so far he looks really good now that he's healthy. If Minnesota had their quarterback, they would have beaten the Lions by 14 to 17 points. Well, A, they didn't have the quarterback, so don't care. And 2, if you're going to play the injury game, go ahead and play the injury game with the Lions. If the Lions had C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Emmanuel Mosley in the secondary, would they be better? If the Lions had a Lee McNeil in the middle of their defensive line and James Houston as an edge rusher, would they be better? What time is the parade for the division title? Man, you Lions fans are weird. Listening to the radio, you'd think they won the Super Bowl. That's from Mike. No, and I don't think anybody's going over the top here. And we're very excited that they've done something that they haven't done in 30 years, which is win a division championship. In fact, if you listen to the radio, you hear a lot of people that are talking exactly the opposite. Like, okay, how good is this team in the NFC? I don't know. San Francisco is so good. Philadelphia is so good. The Cowboys are really good. I don't know. Can you imagine Stafford if the Rams come into Ford Field and Stafford's going to get a chance to beat them? And if it's Seattle alone, there's a lot of that talk. Nobody's talking this team's got the Super Bowl wrapped up. Not even close. The Lions have a ticket to the dance, and they're set up to be in the playoffs for the next several years. We all know that on any given Sunday, a team can beat another team. If you make the playoffs, then you have a shot to win a Super Bowl. You have a shot. How good of a shot is it? We'll see. With me, it all depends on the health of the offensive line. And, of course, some other key positions. But I'm just looking at the offensive line right now. When the Lions' offensive line is healthy, they're 6-0. They average well over 30 points a game when that line is healthy. It should be enough to win just about every game you're playing in when you score over 30. So, yeah, I like that idea. Dude, stop mentioning Jerry Jacobs as a loss. He was benched to special teams the previous 2 weeks because he's awful and won't be on the team next year. Ridiculous. You keep saying it. Hunter and Clarkston. Hunter, I bring up Jerry Jacobs because of a depth situation. Because for my entire life watching football, it seems that playing in the secondary, sometimes it's a win by attrition battle because guys always get hurt in the secondary. Always. You talk about next man up mentality. That's what it is in the NFL when it comes to the secondary because cornerbacks are breaking down all over the place. Safeties break down all over the place. That's all I'm looking at is for extra depth. You know, is Jerry Jacobs better than the next guy on the roster? So when he's out, because he's a starting player, but when he's out, is the guy who's coming in better? Don't know. Now, I like what I'm seeing out of Vildor. And yeah, Jacobs had become more of a special teams guy. That's fine. I'm not making a big deal out of it. I'm just mentioning him in addition. It's a laundry list of players that were out for the Lions. Did you hear Russell Wilson audible to the Dan Campbell? That was classic, and they gained 10 yards on a play. I did. Several people had sent that video over to us via Twitter, and you can follow us on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971. I'm not convinced that shouting Dan Campbell's name means anything to the play itself. I think it's just a call that you make like to get your team ready, and he's having fun with it. But if I wanted to play the game and say, yes, that's a Dan Campbell play, I could see it because I think it wasn't a draw play on 2nd and 10. Now, if you really wanted to Dan Campbell it up, it would have been a 4th and 5 call, and he runs a draw play. That's a Dan Campbell call. We are going to end that streak of Dallas home wins this Saturday night. Lions 42-20, Brian the mailman. 42-20. That's a little lofty. That's more than a little lofty. Dallas is their offense can move the ball down the field, particularly at home. And defensively, they can be really tough too with playmakers. I'd be happy if they won it 21-20, but you're saying 42-20? All right. Question: when Mullins throws for 400 yards and 4 interceptions, still driving for the win as time expired, what does that say about the defense? Doug in Rochester. That they did enough to win, despite the fact that they gave up 400 yards passing? Just a matter of time before Mullins is going to throw another pick, and he did. And that it really wouldn't have gotten over 400 yards if Kaminsky had fallen on a fumble. But no, I'm not going to totally disregard that because it was a little unnerving to see 400 yards passing. But putting it into perspective of who the Lions were missing on their team and who the Vikings were missing as well. They didn't have Addison in the game at the time and they lost Hawkinson too. But they still had Justin Jefferson, who's the best in the business. And when you're throwing them all up for grabs and JJ's coming down with it, you just tip your hat and you say, good job, man. Good job. But in the end, what it says is that the Lions did enough to win. That 4th pick mattered. And I was glad to see it. Joe is in Lake Orion. Joe, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, just a quick comment. Yeah. Back in '89, Detroit went to Dallas for a playoff game and beat them pretty good.
Well, it wasn't 89, but I do remember when they beat it was like 91. But yeah.
Yes. Okay. You know what? What's silly? As old as I am, I still have that game on VHS. Does anybody out there understand what VHS is?
Yeah.
So anyway, talking about the Pistons, Tom Gores bought that team for a song, but he bought the property that the Palace sat on. Now that property is now going to be, from what I understand, the new world headquarters for Mercedes-Benz. And so you gotta imagine how much money he got for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I hadn't heard the latest of what. I mean, we've heard it's going to be a bunch of different things. So I don't know if that's set in stone or that's what is going to be the new Mercedes headquarters. I don't know. Is it?
Well, put it this way: when you move a team to Detroit, nobody wants to go. It doesn't matter. Why did they come out to Auburn Hills? It's the money base. People paid to go see from the local community. No one wants to go downtown Detroit.
That's not true. I'm just not going to listen to that because they do get crowds that go to the Piston game in LCA, despite the fact that they're a terrible team. They're a terrible team, and people show up. All right, the take that people want to have and say it was better at Auburn Hills. You know who was better at Auburn Hills for? People that lived around Auburn Hills. People in northern suburbs that didn't want to have to drive all the way downtown because they could just drive 10 minutes away and go to the game in Auburn Hills. All right. Red Wing fans, do they go downtown to Detroit? Yes. They pack that place. Yep. They did for years at the Joe. Now they're starting to pack it again at LCA. It's great to see all 4 teams right in the heart of Detroit within, 500 yards of each other? It's pretty great. I enjoy that. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. only correction there on Dan Miller is that they're bringing the NFC title back to Detroit. They never had it. It's the first time they've won the North. They're bringing it to Detroit. When they say bring it back, it's like they had it, lost it. Like they had won a title 30 years ago. But that was the NFC Central. Back when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are part of the NFC Central. But nonetheless, a great call by Dan in the game, as he does always. And you can hear the excitement. I think we all felt it. Lions fans, it was the end of that game was getting to be cringeworthy. Those SOL thoughts, no doubt they were dancing in your head, just like the Sugar Plum Fairies. Dancing in your head and playing tricks with you. And then Mellon finally makes the pick. And I mentioned it earlier. I heard a caller over the weekend on our station say that the difference between this Lions team and the Lions teams of the past is that the teams of the past, you expected the Lions to find a way to lose the game. Everything would be set up for you. You got this one, and then you would lose it. Cough it up in SOL fashion. For instance, this game Sunday against the Vikings, it was set up to be that way with a missed extra point. There was a blocked extra point that prevented the Lions from getting it to 31, so they had 30 points. And if the Vikings had scored a touchdown on the final drive, they would have won the game 31-30. That would be SOL. That would be something that happened in the past. But the caller said the difference with this year's team is that this year they go from being a team that would expect them to find a way to lose to now you're expecting them to find a way to win, which is why I don't care that Nick Mullins threw for 400 yards. He threw for four interceptions, and the fourth one really killed him. Play where I'm sure he'd love to have it back, put a better throw out there. He throws his wobbler out there, and Mellon was able to jump it and pick it off. It's scary to think what would have happened if it wasn't a wobbly pass, because I think Jefferson was open. And I think if he continues on that route towards the end zone and towards the corner of the end zone, or that side of the field, if the throw's there, it's there and it breaks our hearts. But it didn't. It's the whole point. That's why it's different. Those things used to happen all the time. And they're not happening as much. Every once in a while you'll see it, but not that often. And it didn't happen on Sunday. And the Lions win. And now they have a chance to go out, finish the season, and improve on their seeding in the playoffs. Now it's no longer, I hope they make the playoffs. We know that. They made the playoffs. I hope they can host a playoff game. We know it. They won the North. They're hosting a playoff game. Now we can dare to dream if the Lions win out, if they beat the Cowboys, and then come back home and beat the Vikings to finish the season. You know what the Lions will be? At worst, the number 2 seed in the NFC. Think about that. That would mean that they're fortunate enough to host a playoff game, and if they get past that game, if they were to win that they can host another one. That would be something. Be something, again, that we haven't seen in a long, long time. So I'm not putting the cart before the horse. This game on Saturday night against the Cowboys is a big game. And we talked to Jared Goff about it. We'll replay that for those who didn't hear it earlier, coming up at 1:30. But Jared Goff, I asked him specifically about how they approach this game against the Cowboys, because it kind of feels like it's going to have a playoff atmosphere. I think this might be the most watched game regular season of the NFL this year. I think it's got a chance to be that, because it's this late in the year. It's got all the playoff seeding implications, and you got two really good teams going at it. You got Dallas, who's already, a bunch of the country loves to watch Dallas play. You got the up-and-coming team that everybody likes to talk about, the Detroit Lions, and here it is, an 11-win team traveling to a 10-win team that doesn't lose at home. Let's see what happens. I'm excited about it. 248-539-9797. Hayden is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Hayden.
Hey, good afternoon, Gator. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Hey, people like VHS guys, they crack me up because, I drove 40 minutes out to the Palace, living in Southfield. Now I drive 20 or so minutes, down to LCA. People will drive to see a winner, period.
Yes.
No matter where it's located. So he needs to go watch It's a Wonderful Life and don't call in anymore. But going down to the game tonight, like I told you, screener for a couple of reasons. One, I got a mini-season package. I can't give these tickets away. And two, if they're going to make history, I want to see it with my own two eyes. And, it's a pretty good show besides what's the product on the court. You pay $45 or more for parking, but that comes with, going down to a sporting event.
Yeah.
And, I'm hoping the days get better. This is probably the year you could guarantee we'll get the overall number one pick because there's no game changer from a draft standpoint available to help out. But, selling the team, I don't think it's going to help Gator. Firing Weaver, that may help because he won't be allowed to make any more, bonehead moves. I don't think firing Williams is going to help because it's still a product on the floor that matters. And those guys are there for the most part, till the rest of this season. So, I'll give them a chance. I'll keep watching. Like I said, I'm invested in them. I may not be invested in them next year. Yeah. And real quick, if I can, Dallas can't be beat. All right. I've been a lifelong Lions fan. I sat through the miseries of Calvin's touchdown in Chicago. They got called back.
Right.
Rodgers breaking his collarbone in week 1 in Chicago. All the bad things that happened. So I don't care about, the defense being suspect at times. I think every team has a flaw. And you only got to be better than the other team on a Sunday or a Saturday night. And, hopefully the refs don't start listening to Dallas's whining and throw extra flags this Saturday night. But Dallas could be beat. We're the champs of the North, and we go from here.
All right, thanks for the call, Hayden. I appreciate it. There's no question the Cowboys can be beat. They absolutely can be beat. It's just a heck of a lot tougher to do it when they're playing at home because they're so much better at home. Dak Prescott is so much better at home. He's got a quarterback rating of 122 when playing at home. They're 7-0 at home. It's a tall task. But you know what? If the Lions' offensive line is healthy, the Lions are 6-0. And they score over 30 points a game when that line is healthy. That's why I want to see later in the week, see what the injury report says. Are these guys completely healthy on the offensive line going into the game? Is Brock Wright going to be able to come back? Because I think he does help out certainly with the run game. And look, Brock Wright turns in a couple of big plays every year. And they're not just like, oh, he caught a 16-yard pass on a 3rd and 8. I mean, he's turned in some monster plays in his short time with the Lions. So I'd like to see him make a couple plays. As far as the Pistons are concerned, it's I think there'll be a lot of people that want the Pistons to lose tonight, not because they get the record for most consecutive losses in NBA history. Nobody wants that. But because it's an albatross that hangs on the neck of ownership. And that's on you. And the fans want the owner to recognize that it's on you. And you're the one that has to clean up this mess. And he's already said he's not selling the team. That's not going to happen. So how does he clean up this mess? Because the fans want him to be embarrassed to the point where you're going to have to make change. And from a fan standpoint, once you've hit that area of rock bottom, you can only springboard and go forward. How quickly can you move forward is the question. Because as Lions fans, look, we have to own it. They were 0-16 back in 2008 or whatever it was. We were 0-16, worst record in NFL history. No team had ever done that. Lions did it. And now here it is, 15 years later, and they're division champs. They've got 11 wins. Can add to that, make it 12, make it 13. Maybe they stay at 11. I don't care. That the progress has been amazing over the last few years. And they've been built the right way. Can the Pistons find a way to build it the right way? Well, the architect isn't there right now. I don't think it's a coaching problem. I think it's a personnel problem. And I think most people would say that. Might be a timing problem with the coach, that maybe this wasn't the right year for him to get right into it. But money was too much of a factor. You can't ignore that. And I'm sure he likes a challenge too. I don't know if he expected this to be this much of a challenge at this point. 248-539-9797. We'll take some of your texts as well and read those up coming up, and along with taking the calls, and we'll do it right next year at 97.1 The Ticket. saucy call from Ben Johnson to call Jared Goff's number on a 4th and 1. That was a long one, too. That wasn't like inches. I mean, you had to really stretch across there to get that first down, and he did. We'll hear from Jared Goff coming up at 1:30, get his thoughts on what happened against Minnesota, looking ahead to Dallas. They're playing the Cowboys on Saturday night. I don't know why I needed some jogging in my memory before the show started today to remember that it's a Saturday night game. It's pretty great. Love it. And against the Cowboys, look, this is great this late in the season with a chance to improve their seeding in the NFC. I like it. We'll see how this thing ends up, but Saturday night, that matchup should be pretty tantalizing. A Cowboys team that's perfect at home against a Lions team that has been perfect with the healthy offensive line. Lions offense can do whatever they want to do at times. It just looks that way. When the Lions healthy, they provide great protection, and Goff just picks you apart. Completes passes at a high percentage. You got the running game that works. And from a defensive standpoint, the Cowboys have a middle-of-the-pack running game, run defense. They give up 116 yards per game. It's not a ton of yards, to be honest with you, in the grand scheme of things. But ranking-wise, it's around 19 or 20th in the league. And the Lions' strength is running the football. I like to see the Lions run the football. And they do it quite well. In fact, they are 3rd in the National Football League behind the Ravens at number 1 and the Bears at number 2. And the Bears average 1 more yard per game than the Lions do. So the Lions' offense has been fantastic this year. Great balance, passing, rushing, done a great job, and continues to do so. And again, we can't stress this enough. When the offensive line is healthy, this team can go places. Defensively, they got a lot of work to do. A lot of stuff to clean up, but they're getting timely plays, and I guess that's the difference. People point out the 400 yards passing that Nick Mullins had. Yeah, there's a lot of passing yards there, and only 22 completions. So it's not like Nick Mullins was picking apart the Lions. It was when he connected, it connected for big plays. But when you do that, there's high risk, high reward. High reward, 400 yards. High risk, 4 interceptions. Lions made him pay that way. And like I said, they had timely plays. The 4 sacks they had were very timely. Getting pressure with the safeties blitzing. Love to see it. And Brian Branch is looking more and more comfortable back there with the Lions. Melon Fonwu had a game with a couple of sacks, and he had the pick. We saw him kind of emerge last week against the Broncos and really solidified it again this week. Great to see. Love to see it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well if you'd like to send some ticket texts. And we have some here. This guy's on cough medicine. Mercedes-Benz headquarters is never leaving Germany. Maybe a North American headquarters. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's probably, I know he said world headquarters. I'm assuming that's what he would have meant, but I don't know. I feel like we've heard several different things with the site of the former Palace of Auburn Hills is going to be. I think the Lions need to rest players. They've won the division. They've got a playoff game at home. What's the incentive to push the starters to win the next 1 or 2 games? The Lions aren't getting the number 1 seed, and the difference between 2 and 3 is almost negligible. Get some rest and recover some injuries. Well, here's where it's not negligible. First of all, they do have a chance mathematically to get the number 1 seed, albeit it's tough because San Francisco, I think, has to lose both, and the Lions have to win both. Because I think San Francisco wins the tiebreakers. I'm not certain of that, but I think that's what it is. But the difference between 2 and 3 is a big difference. The big difference is if you win your first playoff game, you host a second playoff game. And I think we can all agree the Lions are better at home. Jared Goff is better at home than he is on the road. If we all agree on that, then it's not negligible. It's a huge advantage if they were to host a second playoff game. But part of me leans toward what you say. I said part, not all of me. because I do get concerned about injuries. They've dealt with enough injuries. You kind of want to put this team in bubble wrap and just say open up in January. And yet that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Jeff is in Port Huron. Jeff, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Gator, great show, buddy.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, so, you actually did a great job. I just wanted to reiterate something. We talk same old Lions, same old Lions, same old Lions. Us as a fan base at some point have to decide we are not going to be the same old Lions fans. When I heard people saying, well, you wouldn't have won if Kirk Cousins was the quarterback, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. We've been fighting injuries all year.
Every team does.
All year. Honestly, if you would have told me at the beginning of the year all the injuries this team has, and I would not have predicted us to be 11-4 at this point. This team has showed a lot of guts. And a lot of the fan base isn't going to give us any credit. Just for everybody listening, San Francisco looked very beatable last night. The Ravens looked very beatable when they played the Colts a few weeks ago. This is the NFL. Every game is close.
Yeah, that's why it's about matchups and thanks for the call, Jeff. I really appreciate it. A lot of it is matchups when you look at the league. Some teams are better suited to stop a quarterback that has the ability to make plays with his legs. Some teams are not. Some teams have, they're better suited to stop a pocket passing quarterback, and some teams are not. Some teams are better to stop the run, and some teams are not. It's all about the matchups. And each team that's been a great team this year has lost a game that you're like, what the hell happened? Dallas lost to Arizona. Like, what the hell happened? They seriously lost to Arizona? Yep, they did. The Ravens lost in overtime to the Colts. They also lost to Pittsburgh. And they also lost to Cleveland. Those are their 3 losses. That's not very good, right? Who else is great? What, Buffalo? Buffalo in the AFC. They lost the first game to the Jets. Yeah, that first game to the Jets where every rep in practice was taken by Aaron Rodgers, and then 4 games into it, he's out, and they have to rely on my man, Zach Wilson, to get it done. They also lost, by the way, to New England. So take that for what it's worth. So Buffalo has some bad losses on hand. Let's look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia lost to the Jets. Is that a good loss for them? No. Then they lost 3 in a row, albeit to good teams. San Francisco, Dallas, and Seattle, and they snapped back and beat the Giants yesterday. And that's a good win for them. But nonetheless, they've shown that ability. They can lose games. And San Francisco lost 3 games early in the season. They had injuries to deal with like every other team does, but they lost them. They lost to Cleveland, lost to Minnesota, and they lost to Cincinnati in all 3 of those games. And the injuries were not to Brock Purdy, by the way. And they had McCaffrey playing for at least 2 of those games. And then they just lost to Baltimore. They got, I don't know if embarrassed is the right word, but they got handled by Baltimore. 33-19 was the final score. It wasn't that close. Sam Darnold came in late, some mop-up duty. Baltimore just wanted to get this game over with, and Darnold did all right. In the end, though, Baltimore looks really tough. And I think Baltimore is the best team in the NFL right now. If I had my Gator power rankings, I'd have Baltimore number 1. I'd probably still have San Francisco number 2. And then you have a real interesting discussion of who rounds out the top 5. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We'll get to those next here. 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. We're celebrating a Lions win over the Vikings more because they just clinched the division. They just won the NFC North, Kings of the North. First division championship for the Lions in 30 freaking years. That's awesome. What does it mean? It means they host a playoff game at the very least. And it dawned on me last night that, hey, I'm going to that game, and that's kind of cool. It'll be the first Lions playoff game that I've ever attended. When they went in the 90s, I didn't go to those games. Priced out as a youngster, it was too much. But now, going to this game. Albeit as a member of the media, but nonetheless, I'll be at Ford Field for it, and I'm going to be excited. And frankly, I don't really care who they're playing. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. If they play Seattle, let's go. Bring it. Do the Lions have a Seattle problem? They have had a Seattle problem. Can they finally correct it? I like their chances. If it's the Rams. Ooh, the Rams. All the intrigue. The Real Housewives version, right? All that whole thing. I know Doug doesn't want to think about it. I know Doug wants to put an embargo on it. I'm not. I'll embrace it. Bring it. Matthew Stafford and company. Yep, all the storylines. Sure. I want it all. I want the interview, Kelly Stafford and Hank Winchester. Bring it on. I'm all here for it. It's a playoff game here in Detroit. I don't care who they play. I'm excited. I want them to win the game, obviously, because if they host it and lose, I know that the narrative's going to change for people. But right now, there's so much positivity about this team, and rightfully so. If this team can stay healthy going into the playoffs, we can see some really good things from this team. And it would start with a win. But there's still 2 games left in the season. 2 games that matter. 2 games that mean something. Saturday night in Dallas means something for this team. If they beat the Cowboys and then beat the Vikings to finish the season, the Lions end up with a number 2 seed. Now, we'll see how important that is to Dan Campbell if they get past the Cowboys. There's a lot of people that think, all right, let's just rest the guys. All right, you got a chance to rest players in the last game of the season. And we had a text that said you got a chance to rest players right now, which I don't agree with at this point. I understand why you're saying it. I just don't agree with it. It's a situation where I want this team to get the number 2 seed because it could mean down the stretch in the playoffs that you end up hosting not 1 but 2 playoff games if you get past the first one. This is a really good football team. And Lions fans are still somewhat reluctant to embrace the fact this is a good team. And I get it. You saw the game against the Vikings. You saw a 3rd, 4th string quarterback, have an opportunity to win the game at the end of the game. But it didn't. We've seen this team lose to the Bears and lose to the Packers this year. 2 teams that they beat twice last year. But they split with them this year. I get it. But this is also the team that beat the Chiefs to start the season. That beat the Broncos, and the Broncos are on a roll. This is a good football team. How good remains to be seen. And that's why they play the games out. And I'm looking forward to it. We got some ticket text coming in, 248-539-9797. Hey, Gator, this is exactly why I've distanced myself from the fans. This division is as bad as I can remember. And if you don't think it's a big deal that Mullins threw 4 interceptions and still had the ball to win, it tells me that a team like the Rams, Philly, Dallas, Seattle, 49ers would eat their lunch. Enjoy your division title. This is going to be your highlight for the season. Hans, the Uber driver. Hans, Bubby, if they're playing the Rams, it's playing them here. I'm okay with it. If they're playing Philadelphia, it means that the Lions are on the road at Philadelphia, which means that they've done some good things to get there. If they play Dallas, it's likely in a second round of the playoffs. If they play Seattle, I think they can beat Seattle without much of an issue here at home, even though they've had trouble with them. I know they've had trouble with him, but I think that experience would help them out. 49ers would eat their lunch. Okay. Then I'll be happy to see that matchup if it's in the NFC Championship. What are we talking about? This is a good football team. Every team has struggled. I love when people only point out what has happened against the Lions. But you don't want to look at the Cowboys. This is a team, they're unbeatable. They lost to Arizona. Don't want to bring that up, huh? Philadelphia lost to the Jets. Come on, man. It ain't easy winning in the NFL. It just isn't. Gator stop. I could read this in it's all caps. I just don't feel like shouting at this point. Gator, stop sticking up for Detroit. Most people don't want anything to do with the city crime. I'm always going to stick up for the city of Detroit because it's ignorant people like you that will put out a stereotype and assume that it must be reality. Because of crime, me and my hockey friends leave right after the game. Hatchet asks, why do hockey fans leave right after and leave a mess? That's why, Ron and Warren. I can't speak to that other than to say that I think games that are taking place during the week, the game's over, I want to get home. Frankly, when any game's going on, I just want to get out. I want to get back home when the game is over. It has nothing to do with downtown and the stereotype. I like going downtown. So I'm just saying. You could say they're bringing the NFC North title back, as in back from Minnesota, a silly moment in a fantastical game called by a game called by Dan. That's Patrick and Commerce. Yes, I made the comment that when Dan Miller said they're bringing the NFC title back, North title back. I said, well, frankly, I never had the NFC North title, so they're not really bringing it back. They're bringing it to Detroit. It's semantics, and we don't have to get into semantics, do we? Probably not. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We'll get into more of that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, Jameson Williams ended up with 5 catches in the game. Nice job for him. He was targeted 6 times. I think he had 4 of the 5 receptions in the first half. Jamo has picked up his game in the last couple weeks. He's had 9 receptions in the last 2 weeks on 13 targets, only for a modest 90 yards because of a touchdown run in that time as well. But like to see that he's emerging as not just this guy who they're going to try to take the deep shots to, but they're trying to drag him across the field, hit him in stride, and they can get yards after the catch. Or go ahead and run a short pattern. We need 5 yards. We're going to get the 5 yards and fight for the rest of it. And he did. So they're trusting him more. You can see that trust. Now, there have been some missed opportunities. Absolutely. There was a missed opportunity in the game on Sunday. Saw a play where Jamo was he was getting wide open deep, and Jared Goff threw to his left rather than looking to his right. It's the progression thing, and made the call early. Didn't hurt him. They won the game. But I think that we're going to see more Jameson Williams the rest of the way out here, just based on how he's been used the last couple of weeks. And that's trouble for other teams in the league. That's trouble for Dallas. It's trouble in the playoffs in particular, because this guy's a weapon, and it's going to be fun to watch. When if these weapons all stay healthy, this is a fun team to watch, starting with the offensive line. Amon-Ra St. Brown is having a fantastic season. He's already equaled his numbers from last year in terms of receptions and targets. They're actually dead on equal. He's got more yards receiving. He's got more touchdowns. He's got 2 more games. That's great. The running attack has been fantastic for the Lions. The production they've gotten out of Gibbs and Montgomery, it's sick already with 2 games to go. They've got like 2,400 yards between them from yards from scrimmage. And I think it's 21 touchdowns from scrimmage between them. Still with 2 games to go. Running game has been massive for the Detroit Lions. Let's go back to the phones. And we have Nate in Detroit. Nate, welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Nate.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. First of all, I want to tell you, I'm a Cowboys fan. I've been a Cowboys fan since 1975.
All right.
I don't think the Lions are going to lose another game. I believe, from what I've seen, and I've been watching a lot of NFL football, the physicality in which they play, their offensive line, and their offensive production, and the way they play, I don't see the Lions losing another game. That's just my honest opinion. I think it's going to be Baltimore and the Lions in the Super Bowl. I think it's going to be a rematch.
Wow.
Yeah, because if the only way the Cowboys can beat them is if they can stop the run, and I don't see them doing that. And they're not physical. My team is soft. I'm just being real with you. You
think the Cowboys are soft?
Yeah, the Cowboys. Yeah.
Well, they're not
the
soft
Lions
at home.
Physical foot. I think they match up. If they can get a few more defensive players back and a healthy offensive line, I think they can even beat the 49ers. Well, that's how good I think they are. And I'm not a Lions fan. I'm a Cowboys fan.
All right, thanks, Nate. I appreciate it. When we get to the playoffs, we'll see what the roster looks like. Hopefully, there are no more injuries. That's number one. And the other side is hopefully they're getting guys back. That Lee McNeil's ready to go. That James Houston's ready to go. That C.J. Gardner-Johnson is ready to go. Those would be 3 massive additions to the defense, by the time this team hits the playoffs. If they can add those 3 guys, I really like their chances of advancing. But the key is offensive line has to stay healthy. Jared Goff's got to stay healthy. And when they're healthy, they're tough to beat. In fact, they've been unbeatable with that offensive line intact. They've been 6-0, scoring over 30 points a game. What's not to like about that? Tez is in Detroit. Tez, welcome to 97 on The Ticket.
Hey, how's it going, my friend?
All right, Tez.
All righty, bro. So I just wanted to piggyback off one of the ticket texts that you read where a guy is asking Detroit fans, are we going to throw a parade for simply winning the NFC North? And yes, man, we are. We're that excited. I've been alive for 30 years, man, and I've seen single-digit winning seasons. And you telling me this time we're going to the playoff as one of the guys on top? Absolutely, man. I'm totally fine with that. If they go to the playoffs and they unfortunately meet their demise very soon, I'm still okay with this year, man. It's a great starting foundation to change the 30-year tide we've been going through.
Yeah, I'll say this, and thanks for the call, Tez. I'd be disappointed if they lose in the playoffs. If they lose the first round, I'd be disappointed because hosting a game means so much. Home field advantage does mean something. Ford Field, we haven't seen a playoff game at Ford Field. We haven't. We've seen them at the Silverdome. That's the last time the Lions hosted a playoff game was 30 years ago. At the Silverdome. We've been at Ford Field and the place has been crazy. Loud and crazy. We've seen it this year. It was loud and crazy. Amp that up by X factor, and that's what you're going to get for the playoff game. I'll be disappointed if they lose. But if they win that playoff game, to me, everything after it's gravy. But you got to win the game. You got to win that playoff game. And they've got a chance that maybe they host 2. Is that something worth going for? I don't know. It's a big decision from Dan Campbell. Is it worth it to, try to get that second one? Because if they win out, if they beat Dallas on Saturday night, and then beat the Vikings to finish the season, they're the number 2 seed. That's not dreams. That's reality. Stu is in Farmington Hills. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Stu.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
All right. A couple of things. The first one, I want to go back to those ticket texts you read about these scaredy cats from the suburbs wanting to run out of a game and get out of Detroit because of the crime, especially the guy in Warren. He needs to check his stats. Warren per capita has more crime than the city does. So I thought that was funny because the only people that generally say that are people that don't really know the city.
I just think it's just ignorance. I mean, it's an old thing. I don't even care to address it again.
I like to call them media cowards. They get all their information from the news. But the other thing is the Lions game. Watching that game, you just got a different feel for the Lions, especially if you've been a long-suffering fan. The only thing that I had concern about was them playing too safe on the last drive and not trying to push the ball down the field for a field goal. I understand the thought process, but we need to strengthen that killer instinct and go put somebody away. So I just wanted to make that comment.
All right, thanks a lot, Stu. I appreciate it. Yeah, you'll hear Jared Goff in about 8 minutes here of what he had to say about the last couple of drives, and I think he would have preferred to put it away as well. Look, Lions had a chance to end it earlier on that final drive by the Vikings. Kaminsky did not fall on the fumble. He had a chance to fall on it. Instead, he tried to pick it up and kicked around a little bit, and the Vikings recovered it and then found themselves in a 3rd and 27. And the Lions gave up 28 yards on 3rd and 27. But then they got the interception after that. So that was fortunate for them. Eric's in Ann Arbor. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Eric.
Hey, guys. Yeah, thanks for taking the call. I just want to say I'm home for the holidays. I work at a hospital in Seattle and casual, football fan my whole life. And the Lions, never been great throughout my lifetime. And, how exciting is it that they're good enough and that the city is excited enough that there's even the potential to be disappointed about talking about a potential loss. How many Lions losses have not even been disappointing because they were expected or just because it was par for the course? And what a change for the city. Look at me, who is the casual football fan. Now I'm in Seattle with, NFL Sunday Ticket, making sure I don't miss the Lions every weekend. So fun to just come back and with this new energy, and it's popping off all over, all the networks and on Twitter and everything. I mean, the nation loves the Lions. I just I'm not here to break down specific plays or players. I'm just what an exciting time, especially in the midst of a struggling Pistons team and basketball getting off to not a great start.
Go back to what it was like, 3 years ago, right? And the Lions had introduced Dan Campbell is the head coach, and he comes out and has that press conference, and he's talking about biting kneecaps, and it was inspiring. It was funny. You could see he was really passionate about it, and it was met with mixed results. There were a lot of people in the media said this is the right guy for the job, and then there were a lot of people in the media and a lot of fans here locally that said this guy's a joke. What is this? Biting kneecaps and stuff. And you know what? It set the tone for what was to come. And it took a while before they won the first game in his first season. But then they picked up the last 7 games. I think they won 3 of the last 7 games. And then did what they did last year, winning 8 out of the last 10. And now this year, boom, 11 NFC North champs, and he still got 2 games to go. They clinched the division with 2 weeks left.
It's amazing.
It's great. Love to see it. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Mike in New Haven, you're next up, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Gator. I'd like everybody to set our sights a little bit higher. If we can get through these next 2 games, we'll have delightful viewing after that Minnesota game. We'll be rooting for Matthew Stafford to win one more game for the Lions because the Rams play San Francisco in San Francisco. And if San Francisco loses that game, guess who's number 1 seed?
It's true.
Let's root for the number 1 seed. Let's root for Matthew Stafford to win one more game for the Lions.
I mean, it can happen, and I don't think people realize that it can happen because they don't think that San Francisco is going to lose, and yet they can. Same records right now. Like to see it. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff next year. 97 won the ticket. Let's talk with a quarterback. Well, Jared, Merry Christmas to you. Congratulations on being Kings of the North. How does it feel?
Yeah, man, it feels good. Feels good. Our first goal of getting that done, and we did it. And on to more now. We're excited for what's to come.
Can you describe what the flight was like on the way back from Minnesota? Obviously smiles, but what was it like for you guys?
Yeah, it was fun. It's always fun after wins, and especially big wins. Guys are walking around during the flight and hanging out and talking and joking and laughing. And those are the memories you kind of always remember and hold near and dear. Is
this a situation you guys were able to really kind of, you had Christmas yesterday, so it's kind of interesting. Your day off happens to be Christmas Day where you can maybe enjoy it. Now you get to enjoy it with your family too. Does that make it even more special?
Yeah, yesterday was nice. Getting able to, enjoy Christmas, just be home for the morning, and then, getting to work though, pretty quickly now with the Saturday game. But yeah, it was nice being able to have a nice Christmas and after a win like that and enjoy it. Yeah.
After the last snap of the game, you kind of immediately went over to Taylor Decker. Was that just the obvious thing to do? Did you want to share that moment with him, and why was he that guy for you?
Yeah, I knew what it meant to him, and obviously his first one. It's been a long time coming, and just made sure he knew, hey man, we did it. You're a division champ, and that was special.
Talk about some guys in the game here, because the game was just fantastic on so many different ways. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's gotten statistically better each year. In fact, he's tied his receptions and target total from all of last year, and he still has 2 games left. How and where has he gotten better as a player and also as a teammate?
Yes, great question. He continues to get better. I think he's learned maybe a little bit of what his value is to us in terms of his work ethic and what he brings on game day with his energy. Obviously, his play is special and what he does physically is special, but he's a captain now. He's got a C on his chest, and when he brings the energy and he brings the juice daily and then certainly on Sundays, it changes who we are as an offense, and I think he feels that now.
As a guy who's only his 3rd year in the league, do you see him where everybody else looks up to him? Like he's the veteran leader, and he's only been here for 3 years.
Yeah, he has that presence. Like I kind of just said, he's a captain, and he was voted a captain in his 3rd year, as is Panay, and it's impressive, and those guys deserve it. And certainly guys look up to him as a guy who sets the example and sets the tone for our team.
When you look at your offense and you see that the offensive line, when it's healthy, the offensive line with this team, you're 6-0 this year. What can this offense do that we haven't seen yet, and where are you excited about for that improvement?
I think we did a lot of good things the other day. I think the last 2 drives were really poor on our part. Could have finished the game there on the second to last drive, and the defense bailed us out there at the end, which was great. But I think, just being able to consistently finish the game like that. We've been really good at it this year of finishing games with the ball in our hands and 4-minute offense running the clock out. But this past week we weren't, and it almost bit us, but the defense made the play. But continue to get better and improve on everything. With the sky's the limit with this offense, and we've got a little time left here to continue to improve.
Now that you guys have clinched the North Division, we could talk about this being a playoff team. And obviously you came from a team that you took to the playoffs several times. You went to a Super Bowl with them. That Super Bowl team was basically a one-back team, an outstanding back at that. But this is a 2-back offense the Lions have. What do you like about having the 2 backs versus the 1-back, though he was spectacular?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're both different philosophies on how to do things, and I think one thing you do get with the 2-back offense is they're both fresh typically when they're getting the ball. They're not out of gas, and you're not just force feeding a guy. And I think they both complement each other so well, and are both incredible backs in this league, and to have them both on the same team is pretty special, and we try to take advantage of it.
Williams and Swift last year, very good for this offense. This year with Gibbs and Montgomery, you get guys that are hungry. Montgomery coming from Chicago, and Gibbs is a rookie. What do you see from these guys that take this game in this offense to a different level?
They're just consistent. They complement each other well, and Gibbs has some explosive ability, but so does David, and they both do a great job of it. I think David can catch the ball, so can Gibbs. They both have very similar skill sets, but at the same time complement each other and root for each other. And again, I think having them both have the ability to be fresh for most of the game is kind of a special quality that our team has, and we try to use it.
You said after last week's game that it's the same group of guys we have here, same team. This is who we are. Was there a moment this season where maybe you had to echo that sentiment earlier on in the locker room to keep guys focused or maybe boost their confidence?
I think Dan's been kind of saying it all year of like, we're the same team that was, started off whatever we started off. We're the same team that lost the game that we lost at some point in the year. And we stay consistent. And I think it's funny to think that 2 weeks ago the sky was falling and, what are we going to do? And now we're the greatest thing ever, according to everyone. So it's just the way it goes. We don't ride that roller coaster. We stay right in the middle, and we know who we are. But yeah, it's always funny to look in hindsight at what outside world thinks and freaks out about or gets excited about, and it's never truly the reality.
This week, obviously, big game at Dallas, Saturday night, prime time, the only game in town on Saturday. Does the approach change at all? I mean, do you look at this as a playoff game, or is a discussion taking place about winning out to claim a better seed in the playoffs? How do you approach this week?
You just approach it as another game. They all count the same, man. And I know it's a big game late in the year against a good team, but they all count the same. And we played a Saturday night game a week ago against the Broncos, and that was a huge game as well. So they're all big, and our schedule, we'll be used to it from last week with the Broncos, and we'll go down there and do our best to win the game. They're a great team. We got our hands full, and we feel like we can have a good chance, though.
Yeah, that defense has been very opportunistic, pick sixes, quarterback pressures. Micah Parsons is a beast, but you guys have heard this before with other teams. I mean, the Chargers kind of stand out in my mind with that same kind of comparison with what they had from a pass rushing standpoint and playmakers. How do you look at the Cowboys as the next challenge, and what are their challenges defensively for you?
Yeah, they're obviously extremely opportunistic in what they've done on defense this year and making plays all across the board. And Parsons, obviously, a guy you got to know where he's at all times. But he's not the only one. They got plenty of guys over there that can make plays, and a team that is dangerous if you give them a chance to be. So we got to make sure we know what we're doing and be on our P's and Q's and handle our business.
I feel like growing up, and even today, I talk to people that are younger than myself, and it feels like feelings about the Cowboys have always been you fall in one of two categories. Either you love the Cowboys, they're America's team, or you hate the Cowboys. Which category did you fall into when you were growing up?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I really liked Tony Romo growing up, so I was a fan of his. I didn't really have an affinity or a hatred for the Cowboys. I was a Niners fan growing up, so I guess in theory I would hate the Cowboys because of that. But no, I liked Tony Romo and even Bledsoe when he was there before that. I liked those guys. So I don't know. I fell right in the middle, I guess, in the rare category.
After the end of games, the end of the season, typically you might see the post jersey swap. Do you ever participate in those? And what have you collected over your professional career, if anything, that you hang on for keepsakes?
Yeah, some friends, some former teammates, guys that I've known for a while, guys that I respect, that I have mutual respect with. You got a handful of them, and yeah, I've done it. I don't typically do it on the field. I'll do it in the locker room after the game, but yeah, it's always a special thing to do to share that with other guys, and yeah, I've got a handful of them.
Lastly, for you, Christmas yesterday, how was it? Was the family in town? What was the favorite gift you got? What was the meal like? What was Christmas like at the Goffs?
Oh boy, just Kristen and I, no family in town. Opened some gifts, had some fun. She got me some great things, and then we ordered Benihana's for dinner. That was about the only thing in town open, and enjoyed a little fried rice for dinner.
I like it. It's nice. Oh, I do have one more thing. My niece had said to me last night, we were talking about the Lions after opening presents, and she's clamoring for more dog content on your social media. Can we expect to see some more, Quincy?
Sure. I'll try to work him in a little bit more. He loves the camera, and he does a great job with the fans. People seem to love him. So yeah, I'll try to work him in a bit more. He's getting quite famous around here.
I definitely appreciate that. Hey, congratulations. You guys deserve it. Kings of the North, it's awesome, and we're looking forward to the rest of the season and how it plays out in a big game Saturday night in Dallas. Good luck.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Jared. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Very Our thanks to Jared Goff for joining us this morning, as he does every Tuesday during the Lions season. Also every Tuesday during the Lions season, Dan Campbell talks in the morning show, and he did mention this morning that James Houston is likely to return to practice this week. He said, quote, "There's a good chance that we start Houston's clock," which is really good. Like to get him back. Also talked about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and said, look, C.J. is close. He's close, but we've got to decide what we're going to do there and just how close is close. I don't know what the hell that means. But I would imagine that there's a real opportunity for him to play on Saturday night in Dallas. Now, if you're starting a clock to get Houston back, if he's going to start actually working out with the team this week, I wouldn't expect him back for Dallas, and I might expect him back for Minnesota, but maybe not. Maybe you're just getting him ready, getting those reps ready to go, and getting game shape so that he can play in the playoff game. But this is where seeding does matter. I know people don't want to think that it's possible, but I'm sorry. It is possible they can end up with the number 1 seed in the NFC. How does that happen? Here is how that happens. Okay? If the Lions beat Dallas on Saturday night, okay, and let's just assume that San Francisco beats Washington, both teams would then be 12-4 going into the final week of the season. The Lions would play home against the Vikings, and San Fran would be playing home against the Rams. If the Lions were to win and San Fran were to lose, guess who gets the number 1 seed? It's that simple. It can happen, but none of it matters. None of it happens if the Lions lose to Dallas. You heard Jared Goff say it. Look, it's business as usual. It's another game on a schedule, just like every other game has been on a schedule. They're not putting too much stock into it, and I'm sure that's the outward approach, and they should try to keep that kind of mindset. But I have a hard time thinking that these guys aren't doing their own computations and thinking about what could be. And maybe it doesn't matter as much to this team about getting that top seed because, look, as the division champ, you're going to be hosting a playoff game. If you went out, worst case scenario is you're the number 2 seed. But best case scenario is you could be the number 1 seed. Why is that important? If you're the number 1 seed, you got a first round bye. You're not playing that first week. And for a team that needs to heal up, kind of big. Kind of a big deal. And you can get a jump start on game planning for the next opponent. That's why it's important. First and foremost is you get that week off because of the bye. The next thing that's huge is that you could be in line to host the NFC Championship game if you're the number 1 seed. If you're fortunate to make it that far, you get to dream about things like that. Now, that's, again, putting the cart before the horse. I'm like Jared Goff. I'm focused on this week. I'm focused on the Lions and the Dallas Cowboys. We'll get into that all the rest of the week, right? We're able to enjoy this win over the Vikings. The first time they've won a division championship in 30 years. The first time they've won the NFC North. I'm loving it. I'm having a good time with it. And, basically putting people on blast that want to rain on my parade. Not on my watch, Jim Costa. Not on my watch.
Not on my watch either.
All right. I like to hear that.
Gator, it's a wonderful time. Christmas Eve, you go hang out with the family. My uncle's wearing a Lions hoodie. Everybody's in a good mood. We're looking for the Cowboy game to do some self-scout for the next week.
Self-scouting.
What do we do? This is uncharted territory.
What do we do with our hands? We don't know what to do with their. What am I supposed to do with these?
So you've been hearing from Lions fans today. What's the general vibe other than a few people who are curmudgeon-y?
There are some curmudgeons, and of course the curmudgeons come from the ticket text world. They don't really have the balls to call into the show and do that. So we didn't have too many of those. People are excited, right? And you had some people that said when they watched the game, they got emotional watching it because it's been 30 years, man. And you got people that have been lifelong fans that haven't experienced a whole lot of winning here. And here's now it's guaranteed. Not only you made the playoffs, great job. You clinched the division with 2 games to go.
It's enough to make a grown man cry. I mean, seeing Taylor Decker on the field after the game, Jared Goff, when you talked to, he got a little choked up after the game. It's okay to be emotional. This is new, and it's in the best way. Something that we haven't seen or experienced before. I mean, Gator, I'll be 31 in January. I was in my first year of life the last time the Lions won the division. I don't have vivid memories. I have 0 memories of this. This is all new.
Yeah, I remember the year. I remember what they were doing, but it's not quite vivid like things are right now because things just happen. But it's exciting. It's exciting nonetheless. I mean, back then we thought, okay, it's a team that they've got some core pieces there. The offensive line was together. They had the running back. You've got receivers, got some players on defense. It was a good team, but never could get over that hump. And it was disappointing. And then it unfortunately coincides with Brett Favre and his emergence with the Packers in the division, and then you never had a shot after that. Now, not only have the shot, they own the division. And to clinch it with this much time left is surprising to me in a way. In other ways, not so much, right? I thought this team was a 12-5 team going into the season. And look, they're right on pace to go ahead and do something like that. I'm not patting myself on the back for it. I'm just saying the expectation, I didn't change the end line. Beginning of the year, 12-5, win the division. That's what I expected. I expect them to win a playoff game because they'll play at home. Beyond that, it's kind of gravy, isn't it?
Yeah. The Lions living up to expectations.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. 2016, they back in the playoffs. 2014, they get in, they look really good, but you felt like, how long are you going to have Ndamukong Suh? This doesn't really feel like a multi-year deal. This feels like the start, and maybe that's the most exciting spot. So we're going to talk a lot about the emotions. Everybody's used the word different. I want to know what made this team different, finally cutting through. We are going to talk expectations. At some point in the show, 3 o'clock's the plan, the barometer for Lions fans. How do we define satisfaction and success for this season? Maybe you're already there. Maybe you've seen enough. We'll do that at 3 o'clock. And then, Gator, I do want to carve out, it's probably not the right decision today, but at least a few minutes on Tom Gores and what he said, because I don't want it to get buried the way that it was attempted to be buried on the Friday of a Christmas holiday weekend.
Yeah, right.
I just need to speak a little bit on that. We'll plan for a 4 o'clock, little reprieve into some Pistons talk. So a lot of fun today. Kenny's got some fun stuff planned over there. Last time the Lions won, 1993. He's going to take us all the way back to that year at some point.
All the way back machine.
All the way back.
The all the way back machine. Coming
That's
up
right.
next year, Acosta in for Valenti and Rico. Next year, 97-1 the ticket.
Welcome in today. It's been a long time coming, but it's about damn time. The Lions, division champions. At long last, they wear the crown. And this is also new. This is also different. That word has been used a lot. Different. I think these guys are different. Here's an example of this team being different. They're not the same old Lions. Different. It had to be that way. They had to win the division that way. You know what I'm talking about. That's a backup quarterback with the ball. You don't pick up the fumble. You give up a 3rd and 27. Those things would have been etched in Lions lore forever with a little dash and 3 letters after them. You've seen that over and over again. This time was different. This time, Ife Melifonwu catches the interception and the Lions win the division. And we're going to play Dan Miller's call a lot during the show today because he captures that emotion, that moment where you're on the edge of your seat, where you're starting to sweat and panic a little bit, only to have that rush as everybody celebrates. 248-539-9797. What I want to start with is clearly your emotional well-being today and how you're feeling in this new era of Lions football where things are different, but also why are things different? What made the difference for this team to finally break through? 248-539-9797. You know, what was different is they had a 3rd-round pick in Ife Melifonwu, who they had homegrown, drafted, and developed, who made a play on defense at the end of the game. What was different is a 4th-round pick in Amon-Ra St. Brown carried the day offensively with big-time conversions. What was different, the guys they drafted in the 1st round acted like 1st-round picks. Anchors, Decker, Ragnow, Sewell, Gibbs, Jamo, Hutch, they all played like studs. They built this team. What's different? The emotion, the environment set by Dan Campbell. He got laughed at nationally for the kneecap comment, but something else he said I thought was really prophetic, and we're going to play that a little later in the hour from way back his opening press conference and the tone that Dan Campbell set, that they will handle adversity. So Lions fans have a chance to jump in on the show today. As I said, we're going to talk a lot about where this team has been and where they still have to go. Got Kenny Kopp behind the board today. And Kenny, you have screened phone calls all year, hearing from people that they feel like this Lions team is different. What was it like for you? You weren't alive the last time the Lions won a division.
Yeah, I was born in 94, so 93 was a little bit before my time. The prevailing theory, it was never anything quantifiable. Nobody ever gave me a number or a certain achievement that this team was going to attain. But every year it felt like, hey, or every caller, every person that called in would basically say, this team feels different. There's something different about this team that I can't put my finger on. So I guess my question is, what is it? Why is this team different? Because it feels, I sympathize with these callers. This team does feel different. There's a different vibe. There's a different energy. It might be Dan Campbell. It might be Brad Holmes. It might be some of the players, or I don't know what it is. If it's a culture thing, but every Monday after a Lions game, calls coming in. This team feels different. I've heard it all year long so far. And it's kind of hard to deny it at this point because they're doing something that I haven't seen in my entire life.
It's hard to distill to one thing. I mean, I just got done talking about the guys they drafted and developed. I guess it's Brad Holmes. He's the difference. But it really doesn't matter if you don't have a coach that could develop them week in and week out and get the most out of these guys. Ife Melifonwu wasn't thought of at all 6 weeks ago. Yet here he is on Christmas Eve delivering the knockout blow. He had 2 sacks in the game, pass breakups, interception at the end of the game. Where's this guy? Where's he come from? But that's what happens on good, even great teams. Is you go, wait, we got this guy not in the 1st or the 2nd round. We got this guy, and he didn't hit in the 1st or the 2nd year, but they identified him, they coached him, they never quit on him, and he's blossoming at this point, wrapping up the early rookie contract. And it's Kirby Joseph with a couple interceptions. That's another guy not drafted in the 1st or 2nd round that they were able to identify and develop and find ways to make plays at the end of games. Yeah, this team did not lose back-to-back games at all this season. And we got 2 weeks to go, and that's the beautiful part is there's so much more that this team can still accomplish. But just reflecting back on it for a second, guys, it's that word again. It's different, but trying to figure out why. What was the difference? 248-539-9797. We'll talk to Lions fans. I know yesterday being Christmas, some of you guys bummed that we weren't on as a station local. It's a holiday, but you know what? I'm happy to be here today, and I know a bunch of you guys are itching to talk about our football team, and rightfully so. This is a show, feels kind of like a Monday that we have been waiting for. A show that we've been waiting to do and talk to you guys. Let's go to Bob and Shelby. Bob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I have to tell you, my son was 10 years old when I took him to the Silverdome for that playoff game with the Packers with Brett Favre and Sterling Sharp. And I remember it like it was yesterday when Brett Favre threw that pass, and everybody in the stadium just were sick to their stomach. And I felt that kind of feeling coming on when the Vikings were going down the field, and they made that 3rd and 27 play.
Yep.
Okay, but I think that you asked me what the difference is in this team. This team does not panic. Okay, in this game when the Vikings had scored 2 touchdowns and went up by, I forget how many points. Maybe it was 7, maybe it was 4. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But they went up by 4. What did the Lions do? They didn't start abandoning the run and trying to throw a bomb to make up to get back in the lead. They ran the ball. You know, they had confidence in what they could do. It just seems to me the difference in this team is confidence, is grit, is we know we're better than you and you can't stop us attitude.
You're right. So they had a lead up 10 in the first half. And very quickly, Minnesota scored a touchdown before the half, scored another touchdown out of the half. You're in their house, their building. They're showing a pulse even with a backup quarterback. And that's a spot where previous Lions teams fold. The Lions in the third quarter bounced back and took the lead. And then late in the game, even though Minnesota had second and third chances, they shut that door. They slammed it shut at the end of the game so that we're not talking about a fumble that they could have picked up or a third down that they failed to get them off the field. Instead, you don't sulk. You don't hang your head. You get right back out there and you make one more play to win the game.
Play.
Yep.
Exactly. Hey, before we go, I got a question. Where do we stand right now in terms of us in San Francisco? If we win out and they win out, are we number 1 seed or are they number 1?
They are the 1 seed is my understanding. And I looked up today, and it's a good question, Bob. I looked up today, New York Times does a playoff predictor with probabilities. They have, as of today, only a 6% chance for the Lions to have the 1 seed. The scenario would mean Detroit wins in Dallas this week. Detroit is an underdog. And Detroit wins the final game against Minnesota. They also need the Niners to lose 1 game. The best chance would be that the Niners lose their final game of the season against the Rams, who are still fighting for playoff positioning and a playoff spot. So there is the scenario. It's a loss by the Niners, and it's the Lions winning out. Detroit then sets themselves up to be the 1 seed. But 6% chance, according to the New York Times. 248-539-9797. Let's get Bernard in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Mr. Costa, how are you today? Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays. Hope you had a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Listen, you know we won that game in regulation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm listening to all the CBS radio people on the national network. They're the only ones who's mentioned this. Nobody local has mentioned this. On that 3rd and 27, Jefferson came down a half yard short of the first down. The referee put the fist in the air as it was 4th down. They marked the ball a little bit short. And then Mullins come down and spikes the ball. The game should have been over right there. And then I look on the TV because the TV screen had 4th and 1. And then I look up, it was 2nd and 10. Someone really must saw that besides me.
You know what?
After that,
I've seen it.
No guy saw that.
I've seen it since, but I'll be honest. In the moment, I didn't realize it until I saw people posting the screenshots afterwards. Because in my mind, you're just. No, did they really give this up? Hell of a play by Jefferson. You start to kind of go into a spiral of, the Vikings are going to do this, and you needed them to stabilize and calm down and shut the door, and they did. But to your point, it looked like he shouldn't have even had another shot to the end zone. They shouldn't have been able to run another play. And you know what? That's another example of how things are different. Because a year ago, 10 years ago, you know what we're talking about today? Oh, the refs, and the refs ruined it, and it's all the refs. You know what? We're not talking about the refs today because the Lions are a good football team, and good football teams win the game anyway.
That's right. I appreciate that. I just wonder if anybody else saw that besides me. I appreciate it.
Hey, it's good stuff, dude. We're going to keep talking. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, I want to play some Dan Campbell audio from his opening press conference. And no, not the kneecap quotes that everybody's played. This is a line right before he uttered lines and talked about kneecaps, but I think it was prophetic. He called his shot years ago. We'll play that Dan Campbell audio coming up next. We'll keep talking to Lions fans about what's different, expectations, satisfaction, successful seasons. We'll define those things throughout the show. And if you think we're going to go the whole way without addressing what Tom Gores had to say, you are mistaken. I will not let him win and successfully dump that news on a Friday night going to the holiday weekend. I know it's not the headline today. It's not going to be the focal point today, but at some point we will address what was said by the Pistons owner. It's all coming up today. 97.1. That's Dan Campbell's opening press conference. Then he would go on to talk about when you're down and you bite a kneecap, and that's what everybody got hung up on. But I think that part is what stood out to me. I remember when he had to apologize for his language, when he said, "You've seen enough of this bleep." And he meant it. And he knew why, because he had seen it firsthand as a member of the 0-16 Detroit Lions. He knew what he was getting into, and he wasn't going to give us a bunch of pandering nonsense coach speak. From the first day before he ever coached a game, he said, enough of this bleep. Adversity. We're going to be able to handle it. And you go back to the first game of this season. The Lions were trailing in the fourth quarter against the Super Bowl champions, Patrick Mahomes, in Arrowhead. And they came back and won and held him out of the end zone the entire second half. That's adversity. That's one game. The Chiefs aren't very good. What about 11 wins? What about the ultimate boss battle for Lions fans? A backup quarterback with the game on the line inside of 2 minutes, and they don't fall on the fumble. They didn't fall on the fumble. They're going to blow it. 3rd and 27. What? No, you're going to blow it. Not like this. Adversity. Rallying. Not being rattled, but making the big play at the end. And it's Iffy Melifonwu. Iffy Mela who? Yeah, this guy that they drafted and forgot about, they developed. They built this thing. As Campbell says, they're built for this bleep. He called his shot about the kind of football team he wanted to build. And for as much as we talk about kneecaps, what we just played is what they are. 248-539-9797. What's different? Define it. The difference in this football team winning that game, winning this division for the first time in 30 years. About damn time. You got grown men crying, Taylor Decker emotional, and he wasn't the only person listening. And plenty of you guys got the same way too. There was a relief, some chills as you hear Dan Miller's call. Because that's how I experienced it working in the studio back there. I heard it before I saw it. You're on pins and needles. Everybody's waiting around. How's this going to end? And the euphoria when they finally make that play and show you that, yes, things are different. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. Josh in Dundee. How are you feeling? You're on 97.1.
Feeling great, man. Feeling great. You know, I just want to express my gratitude for what this new regime has given us. You know, I've seen it all year, games that the old Lions would lose, all the penalties, turnovers. I mean, obviously, we lost a couple due to that, but I don't know. We overcame adversity, and that's something that we wouldn't have used to have done. You know, it's just it's really refreshing to see, and I'm glad we're on the right track.
Yeah, and it feels like just the start of something. I mean, listen, tomorrow's not promised. You're not guaranteed to win anything, but it feels like they built a foundation with all these first-round picks and all these guys they developed in the rounds in the middle, coaching staff in place that even if you lose a guy or two, you feel like you've built up an infrastructure that can rally.
Yeah, and like you said, perfect example, the last, 2 minutes of the Vikings game.
Yep.
That would be a game that we would typically fall on our face and lose, and we'd all be whining about the refs and where they placed the ball and us not falling on the fumble.
Oh my God, we're looking at like
Lion shit. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a reason we were bleeping stuff. What I would tell you, you have to look at grainy footage on social media of people complaining about spotting of a ball when your team's bad. You don't do that when your team's good, because you just make a play, pick the ball off, and celebrate. You take a knee, and everybody parties. That's what good teams do. Bad teams, and we're used to bad teams, sit there looking at a screenshot on social media about where a guy's knee was and was a ball inbounds and should the refs have done it, and they hate us and they're out to get us. None of that when you're a good football team. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Mike, get his thoughts here on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
First-time caller. I'm 63 years old and been down the Lions roller coaster. But you said what's different for me is the definition of team. the Lions always had good players, but never had enough good players. They just had some outstanding players. But what's different for me is the concept of team. They have enough good players to make a difference versus all the other teams that just had a couple of good players. Lions have backup players, support players, injured person goes down and they plug it in. They have more components that make a team. And in the past, we just used the word team, but to me, it never made sense until you get the results that you're getting now with everybody participating.
Yeah, I mean, for years. Yeah, and listen, you can go back as far as you want as a Lions fan, and I know people have spent, some people 50, 60, 70 years watching this product, and people would point to Barry, Calvin, one level down, Stafford. And there was always a debate about the support around Stafford, and not to do that show today, but the reality was they didn't run the ball very well. They hardly played defense most of those seasons. They weren't a team. They had a couple really good players over the last 30 years. They very rarely had a team. This is a team. Keith, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yo, man. Hey, I think the difference is exactly what you said earlier as far as the draft picks. They are nailing the draft picks, not just in the first, second round, but the third and fourth and fifth round. They're nailing the draft picks, and these guys are contributing. So when you see players like in the past, Eric Ebron, first-round pick, he was a bust. Brandon Pettigrew, first-round pick, he was a bust. Tease Tabor, second-round pick out of Florida, he was a bust. Jelani Tavai. So all these guys that they were drafting before that, early rounds, they were not contributing. So when your draft picks are not contributing, you're not going to have a good team. But, man, look at the Laporta and Gibbs. Both are in the conversation for Rookie of the Year. Penei Sewell, outstanding, one of the top O-linemen in the league. And you can go, the list goes on and on. So they're nailing their picks, and all these guys are contributing. And right away, they're making a difference. They're playmakers, and that's what you need to have a good, solid team so that when you have adversity, you're able to overcome, because it truly is the next man up, and those are the young guys, So that's what I think is the difference.
Yeah, the foundation. It's first-rounders, Decker, Ragnow, and Sewell. Gibbs and JMO, those are all first rounders. Hutch, a first rounder on defense. But then it's the middle rounds too, where you mentioned second rounds. The Lions basically played with an arm tied behind their back. They failed every second round pick they had going back, more than a decade. Now you start looking at day 2 picks, and it's Kirby Joseph, it's Ife Melifonwu, it's go to day 3, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, it's Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell. Listen, there's no one thing. But I think those two guys, it's easiest. The day they were hired, they took over a situation as bleak as any. You're trading away a franchise quarterback. Your defense had been run by Patricia and Quinn with these weird Patriot-specific players, and they gave up more points and more yards than any team in Lions history. Good luck. They didn't win a game until December their first year. It's a lot of losing. And you could tell that 3-win season, when it got brought up to Jared Goff on the field, he got choked up. Taylor Decker's been here longer than anybody. He knows. But he's only been here 8 years. If you're a fan who's Kenny, my age, this has never been our thing. We've never seen this. If you're a fan who's in his 40s, 50s, 60s, you may remember this, but your life was very different. This isn't 8 years. This is 30 years. This is a very long time. Like, Kenny, you weren't born.
Right. And you know what it just feels like never have I had this level of hope for a Lions team. We've had decent teams in the past, teams that you thought, hey, maybe they can put some wins together. I don't think I've ever been as roundly confident in a team that's played in the city named the Lions for this many games in a row. I mean, even all these SOL moments that everybody's going to try to point to, I feel like this year has just provided less of them. And I feel like SOL is not a threat to me this year. And I know if you would have said that week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, that's a jinx. Oh, you can't talk about SOL like that. No, I just feel like it's not a thing in my life right now.
Listen, job's not finished. Still more football to be played. But if they lose, it's not going to be because they're the same old Lions. If they lose at some point this season, it's because they play a really good football team in a street fight, and you're not promised anything in this league. But they are healthy and getting healthier. They have at least one home playoff game, maybe several home playoff games. That acronym is not in the lexicon this year. Not with this team. 248-539-9797. Let's keep people in the mix on this. What is different about this Lions team? 3 o'clock, we're going to keep talking Lions. They are the story of the day. We'll have a barometer for Lions fans, the definition of success and satisfaction for this season. It's 97.1. Not today, not this year, not this time. Late game, Lions defense closes it out. Dan Miller on the call. Chills still days later. We're talking to Lions fans, 248-539-9797. Jim Costa sitting in. Mike and Rico are off today. Back tomorrow. But listen, we've been waiting to do this show for years. Thrilled to be in with you guys today talking about the division champs. 30 years in the making. Long time coming, about damn time. Let's hear from people. Why is this different? Why did things finally change? Let's go to Dave and Holly. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Cookie, thanks for taking my call. This is so exciting. One of my favorite things about this team is the depth of talent, number one. Number two, the sweatshirt that our GM had on one day really set the tone for me as a fan. It said villain. As Lions fans and as Lions players, we've been victims. We've played the victim card. We are now villains. And then at the end of that game, I watch every game with my wife. She was flipping out. Why did you just fall on the ball? I said, don't worry about it. We got this. Don't worry about it. We got this. And then it reminded me of the Silver Streak movie where James Wilder took the gun with Richard Pryor, took the gun out of the guy's hand and said, give me that. That's how we won that game. There's so much talent. We're no longer victims. We are villains, and we are going to Dallas, and we're going to kick some butt.
Dave, I love it. I love the energy today. We deserve this in this city. Our fans have been mocked for supporting a bad team for so long, right? All you guys do is enable this, and you guys should stop. Don't be as invested. And some people, the losing was too much. But there's a lot of Lions fans that stuck through this. And I think it does make it that much sweeter when you start climbing that mountain. There are teams out there who win a lot, and those fans get kind of numb to it, and they get kind of spoiled to it. And listen, I'd much rather be spoiled with winning than the alternative, but it does make these steps more meaningful. When the Patriots clinch a division, what do those fans do? When they win a playoff game, do they really even care? This is what's so much sweeter for Lions fans. All the losing makes these steps heavier, more meaningful, more prominent. 248-539-9797. Jeff, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi. How you doing today?
Good. Great.
Hey, I was just going to say, I wanted to back you up on something because I used to call and argue with you about the quarter stash in the first, second, or third round, and I give you a lot of grief. So I had to just have your back on something, and then I'll make my point.
Okay.
I also had trouble mowing my front lawn. I had a few health issues, 58 years old, and a neighbor. And by the way, I have a postage stamp size lawn. So that's all, not much of a lawn.
Yeah.
But he saw that, and he mowed it for me. And here's what I noticed. Every Friday he'd bring home pizza from the place that I, work on the weekend some. So I secured him a gift card for that. So would I be called pizza around there because I, give the guy a gift card from a place I know he ordered from every Friday night?
Jeff, I think so.
Take any money for doing it.
Yeah, Jeff, I think they'd give you the pizza nickname, but I don't think you're helping my case because I'm not in my 50s. I don't have any health limitations. I was just being really lazy. I had no good excuse.
Oh, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, but here, the point I wanted to make about this team was that I've seen, and this is for years. I'm 58, so I've seen him for a while. Billy Sims was kind of my entry point as a Lions fan, but this is a toughness. I don't see them getting pushed around the field. I don't look at the end of the day when it says who's been knocked out of the game, and it shows the column on each side, players lost. This year, it's more the opponents getting knocked out of the game than us. It's just a toughness. It's a street fight toughness. They couldn't match Baltimore because Baltimore's probably could be the best team in football right now. But, it's a toughness that I've never seen in my 40-plus years as a Lions fan.
Yeah, I think one great example is just looking at the rushing numbers from Christmas Eve. Minnesota had 17 rushing yards. Lions ran for 143. You win the battle on the ground by over 100 yards. In a game that was kind of seesaw back and forth, it shows who's in control. Time of possession, turnover, all the key stats. The Lions were the better team. Yet it still came down to one possession. Still got to make a play. And I think when you're the team that's been dictating all day, the other team's playing, kind of trying to catch their breath, fighting for their life, eventually you break them. We've seen it the other way too many times, too many years, too many moments, where the Lions are the team that gets broken and the heartbreak that the fan base deals with. I was telling Kenny this off air. I said, I thought the Lions would win. But it did cross my mind how lousy Christmas Eve was going to be. Like, I go see my grandpa. He's in his 90s. You know, you cherish those Christmas Eves that you have, and I'm like, I'm going to be in such a lousy mood if they lose today. I don't want to say it's going to ruin Christmas, but I think that was going through people's minds if they lost. Oh, not again, not like this. And instead, you're showing up, and I saw pictures from people on social media rocking Lions gear in their Christmas photos. That's new. That's different. People like, oh, yeah, you see the cheesy family photo, everybody's wearing pajamas. I saw plenty of that. But I also saw people like making sure to get their Lions gear out front and center in the camera. Look at this. How about these guys? That's different. In so many little ways. Beyond the obvious, this thing is different. Kenny, what would Christmas Eve have been like for you if they didn't win that game?
It would have been miserable, but also, why do we're adults, Jim.
I know.
We're grown adults.
I know.
Why do we let this team dictate our mood for the rest of the weekend or the holiday? You know, most well-adjusted people would be like, well, they lost. That's a bummer. On to my family and the celebration of Christmas. Oh, man, they're going to ruin our Christmas, aren't they?
You know what it would have been? Fall on the ball! 3rd and 27. So they're arguing with people on Twitter into the night instead of just enjoying your holiday and being in a good mood.
Man, this league is rigged against the Lions. These officials, I got to tell you.
So happy we aren't doing that today. 248-539-9797. Much appreciated, refreshing brand of radio that we get to do. A division championship celebration show. Let's get to Ben in Detroit. Ben, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing there, brother?
What's up?
Hey, I've always been a Lions fan. But one thing that I figured out that really is the word that I can say about them now that they didn't clinch, I can trust them now. I trust Brad Holmes and his decisions of drafting. I trust Dan Campbell and his decisions. Well, sometimes not going for a fourth down in his own territory. Now he got to stop that. But that's something that we could never had of our team. We hope they win. We still hope they. But now we can say they can go on the road. How many years that Lions couldn't go on the road and get a victory? How many years of it has been stated that a fumble? I mean, I screamed as loud as y'all probably heard me. Fall on the ball. I lost my mind. And then the 3rd and 27. You knew we was gonna lose that game. Anybody who said that they lying, they are like, because that's the Lions. That's how. But brother, now I can trust them. And here's one thing, what I mean by, and it's been stated. I ain't saying nothing new. The thing about it is this. I went to school in Northern California in the late 70s and the early 80s. I ain't saying that the Lions is the new 49ers, but they did it through the draft with Lott, with Joe Montana, Dwight Clark, Jerry Rice. All those guys came through the draft. This is, again, I ain't saying that they're the 49ers, but that's how you build a team. That's how you get that culture. Everybody talk about culture. You get that culture from winning and good players. When you get good players and you get a good coaching staff and front office, the winning is going to come. That's why I got to trust. They might lose, but we can trust them for this year and the years coming. I really believe that. And we can really get that SOL bull, you know what I want to say, out of our mind, out of our lexicon. If we don't, let's throw it out. And now let's root for a real solid football team for years. I'm 62 years old. I didn't seen it. I didn't see the prayers on the sideline with Monty Clark. I didn't see it all, bro. I was there when Brett Favre threw that to Sterling Sharp. I didn't seen it. now we can really start rooting for a solid championship level team.
Ben, I love it. Trust. You can trust this team when things get dicey, when things are going against you, when you hit adversity. You trust that this team is going to advance through that, handle that adversity in a way that we have not seen in 30 years. This is great. Look at all these people want to talk Lions. This is great. Kenny, you said this to me off air. You go, on a personal level, this is a fun show to plan today. This is a fun show to be a part of today. 248-539-9797. We have an abbreviated on the board with a pick from Mike Valeni for one of the bowl games today. We will get to that coming up next. 3 o'clock, I want to know, are you satisfied? Is this already a successful season, or do you need more? And we'll quantify what more looks like, but we get to talk about that stuff now. It's 97.1. Dan Miller. Nobody you'd rather hear from. Guy was on the call for 0-16. He's seen some stuff just like we have. Knows where the bodies are buried.
By the way, how good do you feel for Dan Miller being able to call that moment? After all he's had to endure, after all he's seen, he finally gets that. That's juicy for him.
He doesn't get to leave early or turn the TV off like you might, when it gets really bad. He's, all right, 1st and 10. Like every single week through all the losing. And I do think it's made it that much sweeter for people who have stuck through this team for so much losing to finally see kind of the sun come up. Better days ahead. All right, I want to get to Ron because, Ron, I get a little note of what you're going to say, and I want you to explain this because I don't understand. Ron, you're on 97.1.
Hey, okay, cool. Thanks for taking my call, Jim. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, yeah.
So, yep, I'll get to the exact point you're talking about, but I'd like to take one super second to just be so thankful that we got Sheila Hemp Ford in there. I never thought that a Ford was going to be like the savior of the organization. I've been down on it for Sheila really taking the organization to a whole new level with the hiring of Spielman and Brad Holmes and the Dan Campbell. And she's just you could tell she really cares about winning, So I'm really thankful for that. But to my point, like I was telling the screener, I said this a week or two ago to a couple of my buddies. And so the Lions thing, we haven't won a division in 30 years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Long story, 93, I get it. When Barry was here, and it was great. I've been a fan since the early 90s, almost into the 80s. But anyway, so we haven't won a division in 30 years, and now we have. That's terrific. But I'm not sure the monkey is, completely off our back yet. I heard Scott in the previous show talking about, this route we take to possibly get to the number 1 seed in the NFC, and if you just kind of think about it, hear me out for a second. If we're the number 1 seed in the NFC, that means I assume you would still have but we totally skipped the first round.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that is our best opportunity to get this no playoff win streak off my back, off the Lions' back. We haven't won a playoff game since 91, and if we win the division in NFC and get the number 1 seed overall, we're going to get a bye. I hate to say it, which means I'm scared the team could get a little rusty, could get a little slow, and then you're not going to play a game till the second, and you'll be playing one of these,
So
San
Ron,
Fran
just so I understand what you're saying, you don't want the 1 seed.
I don't think it's good for us to get the 1 seed. No, I would love to have the number 2. I would love to have the number 2 spot.
Ron, everything you've said, I'm sure Lions fans are considering, but you do want the 1 seed. Let me tell you why. And I can't believe I have to make this argument, but you want to position yourself best possible to make a run. Not just to win one game, but to position yourself to make a run. It's one fewer win. It's a chance to get guys back who are still injured on defense that may come back the next couple weeks. And in the scenario where the Lions have the 1 seed, they beat the Dallas Cowboys, right? To get the 1 seed, they have to beat the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. Well, then the most likely matchup would be you would face the 5 seed in that round for a playoff win, and it may be Dallas, a team you already went to their place and beat them. You'd feel pretty good about taking care of business at Ford Field and picking up your first playoff win in more than 30 years. I get what you're saying. I'm certainly not satisfied if the season ends without a playoff win and you're trying to position yourself to win one. I think the team should be worried about positioning themselves to win as many playoff games as possible.
Yeah, I get it, Jim. I know how football works. I mean, I get it. I totally hear every point you just made. But, yep, I need that playoff win. I really just need that playoff win. So I'd rather play like Tampa Bay in the first round of at home. You know what I mean? And then if we're a number 2 seed, we'll have another home game against maybe your Dallas or whatever.
Well, you're not going to play. You're not going to play Tampa in the first round because they're going to be a division winner. But so what's going to end up happening is if the season were to end today, the Lions are the 3 seed. If they don't get up to the 1 and they have to play in that first round, they'll likely play, as of today, either the Los Angeles Rams or the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, Rams.
And I see that reaction. Rams, damn, it could be the Rams. Here's the thing with the Rams. Let me just say this. Too many people are focused on what if they lose. Did we not just spend the first 50 minutes of this hour talking about how things are different and how this is a good football team and how you can trust them and they can handle adversity, and if the going gets tough, they're going to rally? Stop thinking about what if they lose to the Rams. Start thinking about what if they beat the Rams. You want to talk poetic? You want to talk about truly coming full circle on this? It's Matthew Stafford at Ford Field, and you vanquish him and all the demons. What if you win? Stop asking what if they lose. That's the behavior of a team that's not a division winner, who doesn't have a home playoff game, who is not different.
This fan base is so broken, man.
I know.
We just had somebody call in saying he doesn't want the number 1 seed.
I know.
What are we talking about here, man? This is emblematic of a fan base who has never won anything and doesn't know how to handle winning. You want the 1 seed.
Listen, would they have a better chance against the Rams than the Cowboys? Yes. Yes. But you want to have home field throughout the entire playoffs so you don't have to go outdoors. You want to have another week to get your beat-up offensive line healthy and some beat-up guys on the defense healthy. You want to position yourself to beat Dallas, and your best chance to beat Dallas is by playing the game at Ford Field. If you have to go to San Francisco or to Philadelphia in the elements or to the Dallas Cowboys, those games are going to be more difficult. I can't believe we have to make the argument that you want the 1 seed, but briefly we did. Kenny, I'm going to do an impromptu on the board here. We don't have to do all the bells and the whistles, but I do want to pass along some betting stuff for tonight. We gave these out on Cash the Ticket. You have 3 bowl games today on Boxing Day, and the late game is the game that Mike and I feel the best about. 2 different ways to bet the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. Kenny, of course, you're familiar with the work of Kansas and UNLV, who are going to duel tonight.
Who's not? I mean, come on, what are we talking about?
Mike, on the podcast, said that he would take the over tonight. He'd play it into the 70s. The total is currently 66.5. UNLV runs a go offense. This is the highest, or the second highest total among all bowl games this season. Both teams score 30 a game. Mike has the over tonight in a Cash the Ticket play for tonight's bowl games. I like the side. I like UNLV. Minimal dudes in the portal. 10-1 against the number as a dog this season. And the matchup, Kansas does not stop the run. 99th against the run. UNLV, second in the nation with 37 rushing touchdowns. You're getting 10.5 points. I'd take the Rebels tonight. Mike likes the total. Mike likes the over. Great. We did that. Coming up next, more Lions. We will get into your emotions from the weekend and also what it's going to take for this to be a successful season. Is it already one? It's 97.1. 3 o'clock on a celebratory division championship show. It's Jim Costa in for Valeni and Rico today. Mike going to be back tomorrow. We open the show with, what do you think we open the show with? Lions, your emotions, how you're feeling, what's different, because it is different. 30 years. But we just had a caller wrap the last hour. I think Ron was his name. And he gave the opinion, I don't think he's alone in this fan base, that he didn't want the 1 seed because you have a better chance of winning a playoff game. Because I think to Ron and to a lot of people, the season's not a success yet. That if they were to win the division but not win a playoff game, they would waste that home playoff game. I want to know what you deem a satisfying or successful season for the Lions, and if you're already there and it's house money, great. But I think they got to win a playoff game too. I think they have to do something that they have not done in more than 30 years. Capitalize on home field as the better team and deliver for this fan base. Not a party in another team's city, but a party in this city. If they do not win a playoff game at home, it's a waste. I think they got to win one for it to be a successful season. Satisfying season. But I think Ron went a little overboard. You still want the 1 seed if you can get it, because I think the things that would hold this team back from winning a Super Bowl would be going outdoors, would be some of the guys who are still injured on defense, not coming back, not being 100%, or any injuries up front on the offensive line. Well, a home game gives you a chance to get everybody rested and right. The bye week gets everybody right, and then the home game insulates everybody from the elements. The pathway to winning multiple playoff games, that's the 1 or even the 2 seed will give you a couple home playoff games. But the idea that you just, I'll take the 3. I don't need the 1. I just don't want the 1. I want an easy gimme game in the first game. If you're the 1 seed, you will face the worst team remaining in the second round. Think about that. You're already in the second round. You'll face the worst team remaining. Lowest seed remaining. So that may be the 5 seed if Dallas, in this scenario, Detroit beats Dallas to get the 1 seed. Dallas is the 5 seed. They beat Tampa. Everybody else holds serve and wins up top. Detroit would get Dallas, who they've already beaten, and the game would be in Detroit. You do not run from that. You should win that game as well. And now look at you. You're in the NFC title game. You want the 1 seed. I can't believe I have to make that case today, but Kenny said it right. He goes, this fan base has been through some things. There are people who just want the 1 playoff win, and that's it. 248-539-9797. Let's hear from more Lions fans. Let's go to Len in Chesterfield. Len, how you doing?
Hey, Jim. Great show. So good talking about the winning Lions. I've been a huge believer our offense can score on anyone when Goff and Ragnow and most of our offensive line is there. But now I'm so optimistic about our defense. Melifonwu has been sensational since that Denver game, and replacing Jerry Jacobs, who opponents always targeted, is also huge.
Yep.
Kirby Joseph has been great. Branch and Sutton are playing well. I'm so confident right now, I think we can even go into Dallas and beat them at home. I don't think we need anyone else to come back. It'd be nice if we could get one of the injured players, but the new guys look great now.
Iffy Melifonwu has been a headliner the last couple weeks, and it's because they've used him as a blitzer, and he gets home. And the truth is, Len, the Lions' defensive line doesn't win enough consistently one-on-one. So what you do is you adjust. You bring extra pressure, and it comes with risk, and they did give up over 400 passing yards this last week. But if you're getting 4 picks, if you're generating enough pressure to get sacks, and Melifonwu had 2 of them as a blitzer, it's necessary. Yeah. Now, what I'd love to do, Len, is get to a point where you don't have to blitz, and that's why getting back someone like James Houston would be a big deal, or Aleem McNeil would be a big deal.
Aleem McNeil, I hope, gets back, right? He plugs up the center, the middle, and but Kirby Joseph has been awesome. He's a ball hawker, and I'm telling you, I really like the new guys.
Here's the thing, too. I don't think they're going to, quote, fix this defense and transform them into like a top 5 unit or a top 10 unit. I think just fundamentally, when you don't win one-on-one up front, you are putting yourself in a bad spot where you have to blitz. Or else the other team's quarterback has a day and a half to throw the ball. So you're not fixing that. But I do think a cheat code would be getting some takeaways and turnovers. And 4 of them on Sunday, it was big. Or Melifonwu forcing the fumble the week before in primetime against Denver. Early in the game to settle everybody down, turnovers. You know who's a turnover merchant? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So all of a sudden, the Lions defense that gets pressure but doesn't get home starts to blitz a little more. Starts to force the other team into turnovers. That's kind of the cheat code. When the Saints won the Super Bowl, they didn't have a great defense, but they got a ton of turnovers. And if you're the Lions and you get the ball back, and then you put your offensive line on the field and just maul people for 8-minute drives, you get 1 or 2 turnovers, and you go on 8-minute drives, and you just beat the life out of the opposition. And no, you don't have a great defense, but it's a winning formula. Blitzing, aggressive, takeaways. Now, in a perfect world, James Houston comes back and Aleem McNeil comes back, and that line can win consistently, and you do have a chance to be the best version of yourself. But absent of that, takeaways, blitzing, havoc, get the ball back to your offense and just let them road grade. 248-539-9797. It's Ed in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1.
Cookies, I love you, man.
Hey.
Let me tell you something. You asked the question of the day about why people don't believe. It's because you and your cohorts that you're sitting in for, you guys have spent a year beating up guys like me who are telling people what you're really seeing. I told you at the beginning of the year, 12-5, 13-4, they'll win the division, they'll go to the NFC Championship, but they don't have the talent to win. They got to get lucky, okay? If they get the 1 seed, that's the luck. Because now we get a chance to invite Rico to our house. And I think if we kiss the prince, he going to turn back into a frog just like he did last night.
You know what? I had so many people message me and they said, how's Rico doing? Have you checked in on Rico? Because, oh, man, did Brock Purdy turn into a pumpkin last night. 4 turnovers. It put him in like the category of like Sam Darnold and company, like quarterbacks who didn't throw a touchdown but had 4 picks on a day. Yeah, the whole MVP discussion about Brock Purdy, I think it reached the tipping point, and I think we're done with that.
Jimmy, I want to say one thing before you kick me out. Listen, this is the most honest, transparent regime I have ever seen with the Lions, ever. I am 69 years old. And from the very moment I heard Dan Campbell speak with that corny, biting the kneecaps, I called you guys and said, that's the guy. You got to know honesty. You got to know truth. You got to know what's real. And that man is real.
Ed, we played something earlier. You've been waiting on hold for a while, so you probably heard it. But the opening press conference, we played a clip. And it was before the kneecap stuff, because that's what all the national media picked up on and everyone's laughing at. Right before he said kneecaps, he talked about how he wanted this job, how he knew what this franchise had been through, how he wasn't going to give people coach speak. He said, you've heard enough of that. And he talked about resilience and accountability and adversity. And he said all that, and it get kind of lost because it wasn't kneecaps, right? It didn't make everybody's little clips on the national talk shows. But he was right. And if people laughed then, they aren't laughing now. 248-539-9797. Bruce, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim. Good to talk to you. Good to certainly with a better outcome the other night than I was afraid when John Kaminsky wouldn't fall in that fumble.
Oh, dude.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm old enough. I'm 72 now, so I'm old enough to remember the Lions' last championship. And I'm just going over all the stuff that has gone wrong over the years, starting with us letting Don Shula get away, bringing in Harry Gilmer, who got snowballs thrown on him at Tiger Stadium, Chuck Hughes dying on the field, the 1970 NFC Championship game, 5-0. They couldn't manage 2 field goals to get into the Super Bowl, and then And then the other NFC Championship game where after they crushed Dallas and they wound up, getting pantsed in DC. It's been a long time since we've seen a team like this that can overcome this stuff. I can guarantee you last year this would not be happening.
No, things are very different. This was not the team that I grew up watching. Right? I mean, this is not the team that has ruined so many Sundays you lost count of. I was technically alive the last time the Lions won the division, but I was not even a year old. So I don't have vivid memories or really any memories of the Lions being division champs. So this is like foreign territory. This is uncharted territory, foreign ground. 248-539-9797. Let's hear from some Lions fans, get their perspective. Are you already satisfied as division champs? Hey, first time in 30 years, is this already a successful season, or do you need more? I said I need a playoff win. Some of you may need multiple playoff wins. You tell me where you're at today. It's 97.1. Boy, it's easy when this offensive line gets to that next level. Paving the way, and Jahmyr Gibbs. Plenty of make you miss on Sunday. I keep thinking about that 4th and 1 where you hit him with the whoop, little Chris Berman juke move. Whoop. And listen, everything that they want to be, they are. A tough football team, a resilient football team. Even late in that game, when it's backup quarterback, 2-minute drill, you don't fall on the fumble, you give up a 3rd and 27. Things that would live in Lions lore didn't, because they responded and got the game-ending interception. 248-539-9797. We're talking about where you're at right now emotionally. Why is this a different team? And then looking ahead a bit here. I mean, can you blame us? These are fun conversations we get to have. The idea that the season is already a success, or do you need more? I need a playoff win, especially because it's a home playoff game. I do not want to waste this opportunity. If they do not win a playoff game, this is not a satisfying success. Got to get a playoff win out of this. Or you're going to look at it and go, they squandered a great chance at home. Now, in terms of can they make a run? That's why we talk about seeding. I think the biggest variables, the perfect storm for the Lions, playing at home with a healthy offensive line and a defense that gets a little better. Well, if you get the 1 seed, you're preserving the health of your O-line. You're guaranteeing all the games are going to be indoors. And you give yourself an extra week to make sure that Aleem McNeil and James Houston and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson are back. And I don't think this team changes into a top 5 defense, but can they get a little more pressure and get home? They don't have to blitz as often if James Houston is back. And if they do have to blitz, you need more takeaways, which is why you want Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back. But we had a guy calling and say, I don't want the 1 seed. I want a better chance to win in the opening round of the playoffs. Kenny, I tweeted out just to see, is anybody with this dude? And I said, what do you want? Do you want the 1 seed, or do you want what caller Ron said? 92% of early respondents said, give me the 1 seed. Okay, sanity, order restored. Let's get back to the phones. Let's get thoughts from Tim. You're on 97.1, Tim.
Hey, Jim. Tim Muldoon. How you doing?
Good.
My dad was the one throwing snowballs at Harry Gilmore, by the way. So, anyways, I'd like to get Aleem McNeil, Houston, and Creed back for at least the playoffs, the start of the playoffs. I don't know if that's possible. If you got any information on how they're coming along, sure, I would appreciate it. As far as the 1 seed goes, I'll take the 1 seed, but a lot of stuff's got to happen for them to get that 1 seed.
Yeah, I think at this point the chances,
next 2 games.
Yeah, the chances are slim. New York Times has them at 6%. They'd have to beat Dallas. They are underdogs. They would need the Niners to lose at least a game. Niners will be favored the next 2.
The only team I do not want to hit them to play against is the L.A. Rams. I do not.
Why?
I think because Stafford is he's the best quarterback besides the guy that played last night, Hurts or whatever his name is. He's the best in the league, and I think he's one of the top 2 quarterbacks right now, and he can pick you apart.
Hey, listen, you don't have to sell me on Matthew Stafford. I feel like I took a lot of arrows while he was here in Detroit, sticking up for the guy. I think a lot of Matthew Stafford. But the Lions are the better football team, right? Is there anything more full circle than having the debate for years? Oh, the Lions couldn't build around Stafford. They didn't do a good job building around. They've built a hell of a team around Jared Goff. And for Goff to get to land a punch back, swing back at the team that gave up on him, I think you root for that. I think you want the Rams. I think you want the chance to have that win. Because any playoff win would be a big deal. But I think that would be the sweetest of all playoff wins. And if you're home, if you're favored, if you expect to beat these teams, give me the most satisfying scenario. Give me Matthew Stafford and the Rams. Everybody focusing on what if they lose. This is a good team. Start thinking about what if they win. Stafford's not overly mobile, right? Punish him. Hit him. Light him up. 248-539-9797. All right, we got Dan next up. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim. Hey, it's good to talk to you. Hey, I'm loving this talk about the Lions. I really think that Jared Goff, as much as people criticize him about certain things, the one thing that he does that is different from a lot of other NFL quarterbacks is he knows how to execute the offense. And if when you watch the Lions play, it really just shows how much their GM put thought into all the people that are playing. It's truly remarkable. And I wish, my New York Giants, I wish that they had somebody that was competent to do that.
Yeah. I think there's been intention would be a good word for it, right? With the way that they've designed this around Jared Goff and playing to his strengths, because whether you're a Jared Goff lover or a hater, I think the idea is he doesn't have a great deep ball and he's not an overly mobile or dynamic player in the pocket. So what do? You build with him in mind. You play to his strengths. So you're going to have an offense that's designed to get the ball out in rhythm because he can get the ball out accurately on time. You keep him upright in a clean pocket with 3 first-rounders on the offensive line and a couple good guards sprinkled in there too. It does feel like it was intentional, like this idea of building a team. It's not necessarily the case with some of the other teams in our city, but it's been done brilliantly with the Lions.
Yeah, you look at even the other night with Lamar Jackson, and he's a great playmaker. However, though, he plays, he's kind of making it up as he goes. And you look at Goff, and this guy's really, everything's intentional.
Yep.
And it's really it's impressive to watch the execution.
Yeah, and again, he's shown a little mobility and he's hit a couple deep throws, but it's asking him to do what he does best, is what this offense is. Pre-snap motion, play action pass, get the ball out in space to your playmakers. St. Brown, big day. Gibbs, big day, 100 yards. Both St. Brown and Gibbs each had 100 yards. Plenty of times this year it's been Sam Laporta. More recently, it's been J-Mo, not used as a gadget guy, but like a real receiver. That's what we wanted to see. It's a first-round pick. All right, who's next up? It's John. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up?
Oh, it's geeked about my Lions.
You have every right to be.
I know. I think you're right. I think we need a playoff win. But, I think we go to the Super Bowl.
You think so?
I mean, the way they're playing, if they don't, I'm not going to be disappointed. I think this team is going to be around for a while.
I think they should win that playoff game at home at Ford Field. And depending on how the season ends, they may get a couple at home at Ford Field. And it would definitely increase the chances of them going on a run. I think the thing that I'm still concerned about is the D-line doesn't win one-on-one enough. And I think when you get further and further in the playoffs, if you have to blitz to get pressure against better and better teams in situations where maybe you're not at home, again, the most likely scenario is they're the 3 seed. I'm not thinking Super Bowl yet, John, but I just love that they're going to be in the fight, that I see this team at least winning a playoff game, and then, hey, get people healthy and see how you match up. Because if it's Philly, are you really afraid of Philadelphia right now? I'm not. If it's Dallas and it's in Detroit, are you afraid of Dallas? No. Detroit. Yeah, and if it's San Francisco, I still happen to think their D-line would give Detroit some challenges. And if that game's in San Francisco, I think that's where the season ends. But I'd like to get to that spot and find out, right?
Right. Something else, too. I had a feeling, because I really kind of compare that trade for Stafford. Remember the 90s trade from Minnesota to Dallas?
The Herschel Walker? Yeah.
And they built that team.
Yeah, I mean, that trade. That trade's considered like the trade, right? The reset, rebuild, the greatest, trade of that magnitude of all time. I get, this isn't that haul, but it does have that impact, right? Now, the Cowboys use that to build Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. Lions aren't there yet, but you're right. Start thinking back to it, John. It's Stafford 4. And then you start thinking about all the picks that they got and what they did with those picks. So it's J-Mo, and then it's Gibbs plus Laporta. It's Ife Melifonwu, and it's Jared Goff too. And while I don't think he's Matthew Stafford talent, I think the fact that they could build around him in a way that they didn't, to his credit, he's continued to improve. Yeah, I mean, that's a hell of a haul. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I thought that was genius getting all those picks in Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Because you didn't have to worry about a quarterback.
Yep. You're right, because
Anyways.
when you trade a franchise quarterback at that time, there was this concern like, okay, well, they don't grow on trees. How many years is Goff going to be bridging the gap until you get somebody better? And he's not a bridge right now. I don't want to get into the extension conversation because it's going to come down to dollars and cents. And if you pay him, it does make it harder to keep building. It's going to put more on Brad Holmes' plate. But he's shown you he can draft. He can build. Goff's going to have to finish this out with some impressive performances in the playoffs. But if we get to the point where he gets an extension, it's going to come down to Brad Holmes' ability to keep this roster going with less cap space. And maybe Brad Holmes week by week has proven that it's not going to be an issue. 248-539-9797. We've got Lions fans on hold. Before the hour ends, Kenny Cott has built a Wayback Machine to 1993. What life was like the last time the Lions were division champs. We'll do that before 4 o'clock. More Lions fans' thoughts next. It's 97.1. It's Dan Campbell. He also said today at the podium, their biggest opponent, complacency. Said as much as they want to celebrate, they got to move on. They're going to play the Dallas Cowboys this week. Short week, Saturday night. We do not have to suit up and put pads on, so we can kind of revel in a little bit. Soak it in and really be in this moment. A moment we haven't had in 30 years, a division championship. 248-539-9797. Couple notes. Earlier today on the morning show, Dan Campbell talked about James Houston and his potential return. Campbell, speaking at the podium today, says doesn't look like this week, but maybe next week that James Houston will be back out at practice. Other injury news. TJ Hawkinson, torn ACL. Suffered in Sunday's game against the Lions. Back to the phones. We've got George. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Cookies. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so happy holidays. Big fan of yours. I'm so excited that you got the morning gig coming up here in a few months. Looking forward to busting John's chops.
Always.
But the thing I had here, and I'm love the Lions, and I don't want to be pessimistic around, especially around this time of year, but we're looking at a Sunday game that came down to the last 2 minutes against a backup quarterback who threw 400 yards against your defense, that, you had to get 4 turnovers to win. They were much of the game without Addison, without Hawkinson. I have no confidence at all when the playoffs come that these guys are going to be able to make a play against a Dak, against a Hurts, against a Stafford, against a Purdy. I really don't see it. This defense, like I said, it's great if they get a couple of these guys back. I don't think they're going to be up to speed. And like I said, this was Nick Mullins the other day, torched us for 400 yards, and we needed a miracle within 2 minutes to win that game.
I think the most likely the thing that is most likely to cause the Lions season to end are twofold. One would be playing outdoors in the element and having the turnovers rear their ugly head and the offense, gets put in a bad spot. The other thing is what you said. It is their defense. And the question is, how much better can they get on defense between now and the postseason? And I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson can help with some takeaways. It's kind of a cheat code. You didn't fix your defense, but if you take the ball away, you don't have to get as many stops or come up with as many shutdown answers. If you can just take the ball away, I think it's a kind of a shortcut. The other thing would be if James Houston and Aleem McNeil come back and are difference makers on the D-line. Now, to your point, George, maybe there's not enough time for them to hit their stride. I still think playing at home in the first playoff game, they should get that done. Beyond that, I think you're right. I think that's ultimately what would keep them from winning the whole thing would be this defense.
Yeah, I think the best chance they have is facing Seattle. It looks like they're going to probably get the 7th seed. The thing I don't like about the Rams, first of all, I don't want the storyline, but I just think with Stafford, I think with Puka and Kupp, I think I'd rather not face them over what Seattle has. I think Geno's been disappointing this year. I know they beat us in week 2. I'd rather play them. I think that's the best shot we've got to win a playoff game this year.
Hey, appreciate it, George. Good stuff. Let's keep going. Let's get Phil in Southfield involved. Phil, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim. Happy holidays, brother.
Hey, same to you.
I want to ask you about an article I read at M Live by Kyle Meineke. It was a videotape that Mike Dissner observed of Brad Holmes, and he immediately went to Rod Woods and showed him the video, and they were so impressed with it, they took it to Sheila Hamp. And they had these other GMs on their radar for the position that Brad Holmes had, and they made the decision to bypass these other GMs and pick Brad Holmes, who had 18 years experience in scouting with the Rams. And I'm just calling to ask you, are you aware of what this evolution took place?
No.
With,
I actually just hit Google. I was trying to see if it was something that I had missed. I'll have to look into it. I know Brad Holmes came highly regarded, but also kind of under the radar at the same time, right? Because he was he kind of went up through the ranks of the Rams organization.
Yeah, but man, check out that article, because wherever that videotape was, they were so impressed with what Brad Holmes had presented on it. And then also, this Mike Dissner, man, this executive, he helped bridge the rift between the Ford organization and Calvin Johnson. And it just seemed like how everything is really coming together. So, hey, that's all I want to say. Go Lions. I'm 72 years old. I remember when Van Patrick used to announce the games on the radio. So, I've been around a long time. I'm just so happy for the Lions. Go Lions. Amen.
Okay, Phil, before I let you go, I wanted to ask you, because, my perspective is different than yours. I've never seen this. You have, but it probably feels like a lifetime ago. Like, what were you doing in 1993?
1993, man, I was pulling for Barry. I would listen to Wayne Fonts and all his nonsense that he would talk. But Barry was the man, and I really thought they were going to do it in 1993. And then, of course, as usual, the letdown came.
Yeah, lots of letdowns.
Hey, I was happy for them when Greg Landry was playing, and they went to the playoffs there. But man, just a lifelong Detroit Lions fan, like all the other guys and women my age, and have suffered all these years. And I'm so happy for Dan Campbell. I'm so happy for Brad Holmes and Sheila Hamp. She made the right move. I'm just delighted.
Yep, and that's what it comes down to. I was hoping he's going to tell me like, I was, working. I think 30 years is so much of a time span. Like I know Stoney tweeted out that 30 years ago, he was in his 30s. It's a completely different phase of your life. There are people who are now grandparents that were early starting out as parents or maybe didn't even have kids the last time the Lions won the division. I didn't mean what were the Lions doing 30 years ago. I can look that up. I'm talking about people, how much life changes in 30 years. On that note, Kennicott presents what 1993 was like, just how long it's been since the Lions last won the division. We'll get to that coming up next. More Lions phone calls in the 4 o'clock. Stay tuned, 97.1. Celebrating all show long today. About damn time. 30 years in the making. The Lions are division champions. 30 years is a long time, but just how long has it been? Well, Kenny Cott steps to the main stage with some perspective.
$30 ago. Let me paint you a picture, Jim Costa. 30 years ago. Let's start with the basic ones, the ones that everybody asked for, the gallon of milk. What do you think the gas prices were in 1993?
Last time the Lions won the division.
Right now, for perspective, it is just sub $3, depending where you go.
Okay.
Not bad.
I don't know. $1.25.
Close. $1.11 was the average gas price in 1993.
All right.
You want to go on a date night, take the lady to a movie. The average movie price now for one movie ticket is around $10.
That's before you buy pop and popcorn and everything else.
Before all of that. What do you suppose it may have been in 1993?
I started hot, so I feel like I'm going to...
I believe in you.
I don't know, $3.50.
Close, $4. You're right there. This one I found very interesting. In 93, the life expectancy of an average man was 1 year less than it is now at 75 versus 76.
We picked up a year.
We got a year.
That's right.
The things
Modern medicine.
Things that were coming out back then, one of the most popular movies that was back then was the original Jurassic Park, released in 1993.
Oh, my God.
And then you saw Lions playoff game. You saw the original Jurassic
Double feature,
Park. Yeah. There was news in the TV world. There was a new network that had just debuted on cable television. Do you have any idea what it might be?
MTV?
No, not MTV. MTV was very popular, though, back then.
What was it?
There was the Food Network.
And how do we live without it?
So right after you're done watching your Lions playoff game, you could tune into the freshly minted Food Network.
Watch an episode of Chopped.
Bacon. The price of bacon. Oh, this was for me because I like bacon.
I was going to say, okay, this is...
Yep. It's a hard left turn. Bacon. What do you suppose per pound bacon costs? I don't know what bacon costs now per pound.
Is it sold per pound? I just pick up the bag with that. I hate how it's packaged, bacon.
I think it's packaged per pound, and you just buy the package.
So back then, $2.
99 cents.
For $1 a pound of bacon.
You want to enjoy some bacon while you watch your Lions? You can do that for 99 cents.
Okay.
This one you pointed out to me. I did not know this was a 1993 invention. Beanie Babies.
And then you told me.
There was the get-rich-quick scheme in the Cott household. My mom collected these things like they were golden bars. And when I was in my, maybe getting into high school, and all of a sudden I was like, why do we have all these Beanie Babies? She was like, everybody thought when they came out, they were going to, you were going to become very valuable. You're going to be able to sell them for this great profit one day. One day, these will be worth something. She thought it was like the next crypto. And,
to the moon.
And it turned out they were just
stuffed animals.
Stuffed animals that were pretty useless and not very valuable at all.
Kenny, this is your retirement fund.
Right. No, I think that's how she treated it a little bit. She was like, if everything fails, at least we have the Beanie Babies.
If times get tough, we'll just break out the Beanie Babies, and that's how we will take care of ourselves.
So back then, or right now, a Super Bowl ad right now, if you wanted to buy one, costs $7 million roughly. What do you suppose it costs back in 93?
A lot of these are 40%. So, I don't know. Let's say $2 million.
Keep going.
Which way?
Down.
Lower?
Yes.
$1 million.
Less.
$850,000.
$850,000 you get your Super Bowl ad at a premium discount compared to today's $7 million. So new things coming into the world. The construction began on Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as the Lions were in the playoffs, winning the division.
30 years is a long time.
Can you believe this? I mean,
wasn't even around. There was no Rock and Roll Hall of Fame the last time the Lions won the division.
What do you suppose back then a popular Halloween costume might be? At the top of the list, most popular Halloween costumes the last time the Lions won the division.
Batman? superhero stuff. I feel like it's always popular.
There was Barney.
Okay.
And Princess Jasmine from Aladdin.
Was that around? Did Aladdin come out around?
It
then?
must have been fairly popular if Princess Jasmine was the most popular. What was for perspective? What was the most popular Halloween costume when we were going to school?
When we would have been growing up. I don't know. What did you go at?
There was a lot of the Scream masks. I would see a lot of those.
Yeah, with the fake blood. You press the button and it comes down.
There's always the Superman ones. There was when we were younger. I remember a lot of M&M costumes and things like that.
I remember that.
Be a blue M&M if you like. But back then, Princess Jasmine and Barney. Popular celebrities back in the day. Way back in the day. Actually, let's skip that because I don't have it up in front of me. Popular baby names. What do you think? Actually, think about people around you.
Yeah, like our age. Like so Kenny and Jim and
we got Ashley, Sarah, Christopher, Joshua, Michael.
I feel like I went to school with lots of all of those. That makes sense.
Popular Christmas gifts or holiday gifts.
See, this is back before you could just have it delivered to your porch. I feel like it's both too easy and therefore too easy to get people gifts now.
I mean,
it's like more difficult because it's so easy is what I'm trying to say. Like everybody who wants something just gets it delivered to their door, and then how are you supposed to come up with something creative when they have everything at their fingertips?
But at the same time, wouldn't you prefer it this way versus
I guess.
Let's go to the store as a family and buy our Christmas present?
Okay, so what were the items that people were picking up 30 years ago?
The Power Wheels Barbie Jeep Beach Buggy. Play-Doh was very popular.
Was that new?
I think it was like
cutting edge.
I think it was at the height of as Play-Doh's popularity.
Hey, you want to be the cool parents. Play-Doh, Hot Wheels. You said Barbie Jeep.
Barbie Jeep, yeah.
Okay.
Fashion trends. This is going to really show the age of this lack of division winning. Crop tops, platform shoes, animal prints, windbreakers. And denim, the denim jacket was big in 93.
Oh, boy.
A big invention of the 93. Now, we finally got our celebrities. We got Christina Applegate. We got Cindy Crawford. We got Princess Diana, very popular in the 93.
Mm-hmm.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus, shout out Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And speaking of Seinfeld, back in 93, I guess was at the top of sitcom popularity.
Yeah, it was 90s were peak Seinfeld.
I mean, anytime is peak Seinfeld. Seinfeld's maybe the best show ever invented. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Hunks. This is not my list, by the way. This is I've strayed onto a different website. Hunks included George Clooney, Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt.
Some of them are still.
I was gonna say
30 years doesn't feel that long if it's the same people we're talking about today.
These are timeless classics. Top grossing Broadway shows back then: Phantom of the Opera, Miss Saigon, and the Food. I told you the Food Network. Yeah. The last episode of the sitcom Cheers was 93.
Okay.
So you could be watching Cheers and then watch the Lions. Also, cigarette advertisements were banned in New York City in 1993. Also, a thing that happened in New York, there was a brand new invention, something, groundbreaking. Recycling was invented in New York.
What do you mean invented? Like before 93?
It was the first time they started putting up the big bins and all of the... it was implemented as a thing that would happen during the city where they'd have recycling crews pick up recycling as well as the garbage.
When you phrase it like that, recycling was invented.
No, that's how I phrased it on purpose. Recycling was invented in 93.
Woof.
And a last one here. It looks like in April of 93, the action series Walker, Texas Ranger premiered on CBS. All things that have happened, Jim Costa, in the year of our Lord 1993. That is our Lions.
Oh, my.
30 years ago in review, Blitz.
Oh, you really know how to make a guy feel welcome. He's in off a holiday. Let's play that song for him. Thanks, Kenny. 97.1, Jim Costa in today. Mike Valeni back tomorrow. It's a fun show to be in for, right? Station was off yesterday for Christmas Day. We are all excited to talk about this Lions football team. And we got people who've been waiting. I want to get to you, 248-539-9797, but just resetting where we're at. The Lions won the NFC North. The Lions are division champions. The Lions get a home playoff game. And that is where our discussion is centered. The satisfaction of Christmas Eve. The Lions did it in the way that they had to do it. It had to be that way. The ultimate boss battle for the Lions is against a backup quarterback in a 2-minute drill on the road. And they had to force a fumble but not fall on it. They had to give up a 3rd and 27 because got to make it interesting. But what's different about this Lions team as opposed to the same old Lions, they got off the field. Ife Melifonwu, interception, game over. We'll play Dan Miller's call a bunch as the show rolls on. But that moment is what's different. Resilience, adversity, not wallowing in the missed opportunity. Oh, we didn't fall on the fumble. It's a backbreaker. Jefferson for 37 yards. Found a way to get it done. 11 wins, home playoff game. Soak it in. Revel in this. And yeah, people getting emotional. Grown men move to tears. Taylor Decker on the field. He's been here 8 years. Some of you guys, you're 30, you're 40, you're 50, you're 60, you're 70. You've seen this for more than a handful of seasons. This has been a generation of your life. In some people's cases, their entire life. Hi, my hand's in the air. This is so different. It's so refreshing. We've asked you, why are things different? Why now? What changed? And then the question about whether or not the season is already a success. I bring this up because I think it's a fascinating way to evaluate this Lions season. On one hand, it's something they haven't done in 30 years. Of course it's a success, but wouldn't it feel like a waste if they don't win at least one playoff game? If they squander that chance to win and deliver in front of home fans? A chance to win a playoff game for the first time in more than 30 years? Yeah, to be satisfied, I need one more. You guys can jump in, 248-539-9797. Bottom of the hour. We've been very Lions heavy. Might be the wrong decision today, given all the Lions optimism. I do want to spend even just a few minutes talking about Tom Gores and his quotes to select media members. Listen, they wanted to bury it on a Friday night going into Christmas weekend. I do not intend to let him win. I intend to bring it up and address it and give you some of my thoughts. Aside from winning and all that, we'll get to what Tom Gores had to say bottom of the hour. But let's get back to Lions fans who are in a great mood. Let's get to Martin. You're on 97.1. Martin, what's up?
Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, man?
What's up?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something, Jimmy. What I don't understand here is how can you look at that game last night with San Francisco and see what happens with the immobile quarterback when they face a team with a ferocious defense, and not realize that's what's going to happen to the Lions. You know, I don't know what makes people think the Lions have a chance if they don't have a quarterback that can get out the way.
What are we talking about? Are you talking about? Are you talking about if they face the
San Francisco? When you see what happened to Brock Purdy last night,
yeah,
that's exactly what's going to happen to Jared Goff on Saturday. I'm telling you, man, you have to be able to get out. You know what? Lamar Jackson could have been sacked at least 5-6 times yesterday.
Yeah, if he wasn't Lamar, you're right.
They had him.
Yeah,
but he got out the way.
You're right.
He was able to get out the way. Brock Purdy and people like that, they can't get out the way. If Brock Purdy could get out the way, it would have probably been a different game.
Martin, I think we're having two different conversations here. I've not said that I feel like they're definitely beating the Niners or even definitely going into Dallas next week. I'm talking about division champs, home playoff game, likely against the Rams or the Seahawks, and they win it, and it's the best Lions season in 30 years. I mean, if you want to talk about what's next, Martin, no, Martin, we can have this conversation too. I'm not trying to You called in. Let's talk about it. I see what you see. I think there is a tendency for Goff to get overwhelmed in the face of pressure, and they will have to face better fronts deeper in the playoffs. The Lions themselves don't get enough pressure with just their front four. Now, they've kind of Band-Aided it with blitzes, and it's appreciated. But you're right. As you get closer to the mountaintop, those issues do become things that get you eliminated.
And we're talking about Brock Purdy, a guy who was he was kind of like nominated for MVP this year, and you saw what happens when a guy can't get out the way.
Yeah.
And we have a good quarterback, but he can't get out the way. And I hear these people talk about the defense was terrible. Well, you know why Minnesota threw them for interceptions? Because the defense had pressure on him. That's why he threw them interceptions. I don't understand what these people are looking at. But I'm telling you something, they're going to lose by double digits in Dallas, if not more.
The spread, I think they opened 6-point underdogs going to Dallas.
It's going to be more than that.
Well, and Martin, I mean, listen, I don't want to be the bad guy today, and you probably sound like the bad guy to some people listening, but I don't think going into Dallas is some gimme, and I do think they're going to lose. I mean, listen, that's more of Thursday, Friday radio, but you called in. I'll talk to you about it. Dallas has legit anchors on both sides of the line, okay? Miami had to kick a ton of field goals this last week, and they did enough to win, but that was at home. Dallas has yet to lose when they are playing in their building. They have a front that will get pressure. They have a defense that gets takeaways. Spread is what it is for a reason. I know there's going to be like the disrespect card. Lions also a big letdown spot, right? Coming off a big emotional win on the road to secure a division against a Dallas team, coming off a loss, coming home, fighting. Guys, the spread's set where it is, I think, for a reason. But anyway, let's get to more Lions fans. Let's go to Randy. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yes, thanks, Jenny, for having me on taking the call. I'll be brief. I'm not going to go overboard. But my question is, I feel that the Lions have a good chance to go to the Super Bowl. You might say, why? Teams like the Eagles, Dallas, and the 49ers have gotten beaten. We see the Ravens beat us before, and the 49ers lost to them yesterday. I just feel if we get hot, we get real hot, and the Goff has that kind of a game, we could do probably just like the Giants surprised everybody back in 2012 when they upset the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Okay, my thing about it, I'm not saying the Lions going to win the Super Bowl, but I think their chances is better than anybody to get to the Super Bowl. And I'll let you.
It's a good day to make that call because of what happened in San Francisco last night. They lost at home handily, right? So they don't look like this big bad juggernaut atop the NFC. The Eagles, they finally won, but if you watch that game on Christmas Day, they fumbled the ball on a kick return, two guys running into each other. They threw a pick six. They do not look polished. They do not look dangerous. They've been reeling. The Eagles don't seem to be this untouchable team either. Dallas, much more difficult to play them at their place, but in the world where the Lions get them in the playoffs, the game would be at Ford Field if the season ended today. So I get it. I understand it. You said if Goff gets hot, if the offense gets hot, they certainly have the offense and the offensive line to dictate how a game's going to go. It will come down to key stops. And you make the Giants comparison. The Giants had a front four that could win consistently. So it let them put extra guys in coverage. They could get pressure on the quarterback with four. The Lions do not win one-on-one with this current D-line. Hutch will get pressure, but they don't have anybody on the other side. And that's where this Houston thing becomes a big deal. You tell me he's back. You show me a couple games, even just one game at the end of the season, then one playoff game, and now they're deeper in the playoffs, and you feel like you have pressure on both ends. Aleem McNeil back in the middle. You start to build a case. 248-539-9797. Bill is next up. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I'm a first-time caller, and I tell you, you have to believe that you can win. I'm going to be brief. I remember when Greg Landry got sacked in the end zone for a safety. I remember Monty Clark praying on the side with the mother waddle glasses on, and I just feel that the energy wasn't there. This is the first time where you have a team that's been constructed to win. Again, a lot of these guys don't remember the losing year, so they don't have any memory of that. You have to believe that you can go in there, and you have to believe that you can get that number one seed. You can't go in there with no hesitation. Campbell's not built that way. He understands from playing here that you have to play to win. So you have to go into Dallas with the confidence that you can win. We can win on the road. Dallas can't win on the road. They got to believe this stuff to win at home. You have to believe that you can win. I've seen too much losing. I remember Barry Sanders walking off the field when Washington beat us. This is the first time that the team has been constructed to win. Sheila Ford has went in there and put the right personnel in place. Campbell has put the right personnel in place. And yes, we do have a couple of flaws. But if you get that offense on the line and get them real, and Dallas will fold. They will fold. I don't see a dominant team like I saw in 91 where I knew Washington was going to win. You knew the 49ers were going to win. This is an even playing field for them to go out there, put their team together. The stars and moons are lining up for the Lions. I hear a lot of people talking about, I want the second seed. No, you want the 1 seed so you can get one game and get in there
Bill,
and get a chance to win the whole thing.
Bill, the 1 seed gives them the best chance. I know that's not rocket science, but it feels like a couple things really start to crystallize for the Lions if they get the 1 seed. And right now they need some help. They'd have to win out and have a Niner loss. But a 1 seed means one more week to get those guys on defense right, one more week to make sure your O-line's healthy, and indoor football the entire way to a potential Super Bowl. Critically important to get the 1 seed. Doc in Atlanta, you disagree. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I disagree with you and the guy that just called 100%. The important thing is to win a playoff game, and you have to look at how this team is constructed. This team lives and dies with that offensive line. They are 6-0 when that offensive line is intact. They're 5-4 when one or more of those guys are missing. Mm-hmm. So to me, the smart play is rest your starters the next 2 weeks. Who cares if we lose those 2 games? The important thing is to win the playoff game. You rest your starters. You rest the tight end, Laporta. You rest St. Brown. You get J-Mo a lot of work. The defense needs to work. You put those guys out there and let them play, maybe rest Hutch. But the rest of those guys on the defense, you let Aaron Glenn play with his blitz packages and see what he can do and see what kind of pressure he can generate. But the smart thing you do is rest that O-line. They are undefeated when that O-line is intact. When you have one or more guys missing, they're a 500 team.
So you would sit. I'm trying to understand this. You would sit the entire O-line, all 5 up front, Goff as well. You're not going to put him out behind a backup offensive line. You're going to sit St. Brown. You're going to bubble wrap the whole team, the whole offense for the next 2 weeks?
Absolutely. Wow. Absolutely. The important thing is to win that playoff game. And that O-line has been banged up.
Doc, while I think Lions fans want a playoff win to really bring this home, the team is not playing for one playoff win. The team is trying to play to win the Super Bowl, right? Does that make sense? And the best way to
out there, whether they're on the road or they're at home. I don't care about them being home all the way through the playoffs. I care about that O-line being healthy. If one of those guys go down, or definitely if 2 of those guys go down,
they're in trouble.
Then, like I said,
yeah, I agree with you. Okay. I think your heart's in the right place. I don't know if your head's in the right place. I don't know how you could justify shutting down a team for 2 weeks, resigning yourself to the 3 seed with the idea that they'll be healthy for the first playoff game. The team's preparing to win more than one playoff game. Okay. Couple callers today. Apparently not super interested in the 1 seed. This fan base, the dynamics, man. 248-539-9797. All right, I see Lions fans. We're going to get to you at 4:30. We'll mix in a little bit of the Pistons' reactions to Tom Gores finally speaking while the Pistons ride the longest losing streak in the NBA. It's 97-1. After the last 2 days, you're probably thinking the NFC is wide open. Lions, home playoff game, division champs, start looking around. Eagles, one didn't look very good. Niners, blown out at home by the Ravens. Lions fans have been there. We've seen that movie. Ravens are that good. But you look around and see a wide open NFC. You're still fighting for more home field. You could get the 2 seed. You could get the 1 seed. I can't believe, and this is a small portion of Lions fans, but we have taken multiple phone calls today from people who said, don't worry about the 1 seed. They would rather have an easier first round game. We had one guy who just called and said he'd sit starters the next 2 weeks to make sure they're healthy to win that playoff game. Guys, at the core of this is a question about, can the Lions go on a run? Their best chance to go on a run is indoors, well-rested, getting some defensive players back. You want the bye. I'm not going to do an impassioned speech. It feels unnecessary. It feels pretty obvious. You want the 1 seed. 248-539-9797. The more pertinent questions are, do you feel like this season is already a success, or do you need more? I said I need a playoff win. And if that sounds greedy, because this is already the most that they've done in a 30-year span, fine, call me greedy. I just think if you get to this spot, you get that home playoff game. If you don't win it, that's a waste. The longer drought is the playoff win drought, and this feels like their best chance to accomplish it. If they go through the trouble of winning 11, 12, or even 13 games and do not win a playoff game, hard to look back and go, yep, that was a successful, satisfying season. It would feel like a waste. To me, they got to win 1 playoff game, and then the season is a success, and you're certainly looking for more. Let's go back to the phones, get people's thoughts. Who's next up? It's Rod. Rod, you're on 97.1.
Yes, I'm calling. I'm believing the Lions can get that number 1 seed.
Okay.
And the reason I say that, the mentality of the Lions team is totally different. This team fears no team in the NFL. The reason I tell you why they'll beat Dallas on Saturday, Dallas plays a dime defense with 4 strong up front.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions are going to pound the run. Once they get to the second level, there's no Van Der Esch in the middle for Dallas. Dallas has three strong safeties come up for run support. Once the Lions expose that, Ben Johnson is going to expose that. The Lions are going to do something big on Dallas. They're going to win against Dallas. They're going to win. If the O-line is healthy, they're going to win against Dallas. The same will go for San Francisco. Once they find that Ben Johnson finds and exposed something that they can expose on the Niners, they'll beat them. Just like Baltimore did yesterday. It took them about a quarter and a half to do it. But once Lamar and them found out how to beat the Niners, they ran them down. Detroit, only team I fear Detroit will have trouble with is Baltimore because of Lamar Jackson presents a different option. How to play him. The Lions didn't know how to play him. So they're the only team that I fear the Lions would have trouble with. They wouldn't have trouble with San Francisco.
Rod, they would still. Rod. It's not a cakewalk. They'd have trouble with San Francisco. Fred Warner in the middle, that linebacker snuffing out the run, putting them into more 3rd and long situations. Bosa, Chase Young, getting loose, pinning their ears back, playing the game in. What? Yeah, their safety. Correct. And Trent Williams is dealing with an injury too. Okay, listen, I'm not telling you what they can and can't do, but you calling in going, everybody's putts and this team's just going to beat everybody. You got to go to San Francisco and face that front 7? That's going to be as street fighty as it gets. It's not going to be easy. And then let's back up for a second. Dallas this week on the road. You know what Dallas does at home? Score a lot of points. I have a feeling Dak Prescott's going to have some success, judging by the fact that Nick Mullins did. Don't turn me into a hater here, but let's not just go through, it's a cakewalk. 248-539-9797. Let's get to J.A. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right, man. These callers are interesting. They're super crazy, right? I'm like everybody else, though. I've been a Lions fan for, 20, 30 years, I guess, man. But I don't know. I guess I don't know how 1 playoff win can be enough. How can we just say, hey, we made it to the playoffs, we won, congratulations, and I think it's a success now because we put a good team together, right? We structured the team actually worked, and we got a decent. And I was, I'm not the biggest Goff supporter, but I understand he's the guy, and I understand as long as they play within his wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, things get a little sticky, but I think he's doing swell, man. The defense is always a question, but we're going to get stronger. My son just texted me some stuff. He said the guys are coming back. McNeil, Johnson, and God dog it, the other guy.
Houston.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, those are the three.
Yeah,
those are the three we're keeping an eye on. I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson practicing last week. Your fingers crossed that, no official word yet. Maybe he plays this week or by the end of the regular season. Aleem McNeil, when he first got injured, they put him on IR. He said at the time, and things changed, but he said at the time that he anticipated coming back when he was eligible, which would be Week 18 against the Vikings. Even with a setback, could be back by, we're hoping, the playoff game here. And then the last piece, James Houston, I feel like it's been more mum's the word, less of an update. He spoke today on the morning show, Dan Campbell did, about Houston and made it sound like he's getting closer to return. He clarified at the podium today that it's more like maybe next week Houston would be back at practice. But again, you're opening up the possibility to get these guys back in time for the playoffs.
Right, exactly, man. You got to get that one seed. If you can get the one seed, the championship would have to come through Detroit. That'd be crazy. You know what I mean? And it's a success now, but I just can't see. Yeah, we won, man. So next year, what are we doing? We're just hoping to get 2 playoffs wins next season, or you know what I mean? It's that whole broken mentality, man. If we're here to play, let's play to win.
Here to win the whole thing.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
we got a good system already. You dig what I mean?
Well, I think a couple things that we need to clarify here. The team is playing to win the Super Bowl. The team is not playing to win one playoff game. The team is going to try to win the Super Bowl. That is the goal. Fans' expectations are a different thing. Do you think they're the best team in football? Or one of the 2 best teams in football? I think there are still some issues on this team. They may get better with the defensive additions. They may get the advantages of playing indoors. Now we start talking about a much better chance to be the last team standing. Looking up at the clock. We will get more thoughts in. I'm not going to turn Lion fans away today. I know that would be silly. We've been waiting 30 years for this. Lions fans on hold will get to you. We'll get your perspective. But please, give me a chance to talk about what Tom Gores said. Stick with me for a segment just to talk about what the Pistons owner said. We've been begging to hear from ownership as the Pistons have lost 26 games in a row. Yeah, that wasn't exactly my reaction. Unless you're talking about the steam coming out of my ears when I woke up Saturday morning. We'll get to that next. 97.1. Forgive me. Today is a Lions Day. Today is a day we've been waiting 30 years for, to talk about the Lions as division champs, home playoff game. And we have spent 2.5 hours talking about the Lions. We will spend pretty much the next hour fielding your phone calls on the Detroit Lions. But I can't let Tom Gores get away with it. I can't let that news dump last one more day. The Pistons owner, we've been begging to hear from him. What do you think? What do you make of this? What's your reaction to historic ineptitude on the court? 26 losses in a row. Ties the all-time single-season record, and they're not done. Chance to have that for themselves tonight. We've been waiting to hear from ownership, and Tom Gores, he gave quotes Friday night, Christmas weekend, to a select group of friendly media members. Last week, hoping that it would get buried in the holiday festivities, knowing people are going to be with their family, driving across the state, maybe not glued to their phones, better stuff to do. Saturday, Sunday, big Lions game. No one's going to pay attention. I paid attention. I woke up Saturday morning and I read these quotes and I was fuming. So I want to take just a few minutes to talk about them so it doesn't get buried yet another day into the middle of the week. Damn near a full week. This is the owner of an NBA team, a proud franchise who's won multiple NBA championships, and they are at the lowest point in their franchise history. You want to hear from the owner. Here's what he had to say. One of the quotes that stuck out to me, I wish he would have just said that. One of the quotes that stuck out to me, we're diving in pretty hard. We're probably 2 weeks ahead of you guys. What? If you're ahead of the fans or the media or whoever you guys is, why hasn't anything happened? You're 2 weeks ahead of us and nothing's happened? He says change is coming, because if you read the Q&A, he seemed to kind of soft pedal it. It seemed like the reporters were like, so nothing's going to happen. The direct quote from Tom Gores, change is coming. I'm just saying that in terms of Monty, Troy, and all that stuff, they will be in place. So then no change? Think about this. You're finally going to speak because things have gotten so bad that you're compelled to speak. And it's a whole lot of like, oh, we're on it. We're aware of it. Change is coming, just nothing super meaningful. Well, what change is he talking about? If the GM's going to stay in place and the coach is going to stay in place, what are they going to make a trade? You're going to let Troy Weaver make a trade? Change is coming. Just no change has happened, and it's not going to be a major leadership position or anything. But the quote that everybody is most caught up on, Fans were chanting sell the team at the last game, and he was asked about that. Quote, I can't believe I'm reading this. If you put aside winning, we've made a very big difference in the community. It's a ridiculous thought. Outside of what now? I'll read it again. If you put aside winning, we've made a very big difference in the community. Selling the team, he says, is a ridiculous thought. You charge people to go to the games. This is not a charity. You are judged by winning. That is the primary function of the organization. It is not a charity. It is a product that people pay money to see wins. I can't put aside winning, and it should never have been uttered by the owner of the team. In reading the transcript, it appears that this was done via Zoom, but someone needed to be in the room with Tom and just cover his mouth. You're not allowed to say that. Strike that from the record. Tackle him. Don't let him say that. If you put aside winning, we've made a very big difference. You know what would make a big difference? Winning! Winning would make a big difference. If you put aside winning, We're done here. We don't need to, why even say that? I can't believe I'm going to say this. He would have been better off not speaking than coming out and saying, change is coming, but nothing with the GM or the coach. We're probably ahead of you guys. And if you put aside winning, we've made a big difference in the community. I could not believe that, first of all, he said these things. And second of all, that they tried to Friday news dump, the ultimate Friday news dump, Christmas weekend news dump to team-friendly media only. So you only get the pushback to a certain extent. Oh, I was all hopped up on this. And then I start looking at the calendar. I go, Saturday, Sunday, Christmas Day, Monday, Lions big win. It's going to get lost. I'm not going to let them win. So I had to say something. 248-539-9797 if you want to indulge with a ticket, text, or a phone call, but we will get back to the Lions. I couldn't believe what I was reading.
Jim, why are you so concerned with winning? Is that the end-all, be-all here, Jim?
If you put aside winning, Kenny.
Just put that over there. Don't even pay attention to the wins and losses.
I could not believe that was uttered.
He owns a sports team, and he doesn't care about winning, is literally what his quote was.
And if you think I'm taking it out of context, guys, I'm sorry. Please, you should have read the quotes by now. This is a heads up that he spoke. You can read them if you haven't. In there, he also talks about how he's working on rotations, talking to the coaching staff about rotations, which I guess you can't accuse him of not caring, but the idea that your ownership's getting in there going, all right, we need to make some tweaks to the rotation probably isn't a great sign either. He talks about how they're a young team and maybe they overestimated some of the growth from these guys. Pointing out, a percentage of the roster is 22 and under and young team. Here's the problem. Who underestimated? It's your GM. Your GM built this team. You want to talk about accountability, which is a theme in his comments. Accountability means when you build a bad basketball team 4 years in, you get fired. When you're the all-time losingest team, right? This is the longest losing streak in a single season in NBA history. When you are that bad 4 years in, your GM gets fired. If you want to speak to the media and you want to speak to the fans, say something. Do something. Because this was a whole bunch of weak, buried by the cover of darkness and nighttime and holiday weekend nothing. Anyway, said my piece. It's 97.1. Lions review comes up at 5:35. We are talking a lot of Lions. I just sprinkled a little Pistons. I will take calls from both. We are going to solicit reactions from Lions fans primarily. They are the story. But you can react to what I brought up. The Tom Gores quotes. He spoke to the media, select media members, in a Friday news dump, holiday weekend, hoping that it would just kind of get buried. Not so fast. If you put aside winning, they've done so much for the community. They're a couple weeks ahead of all of us. Change is coming, but not the GM or the coach. I don't know, maybe like new T-shirts or something. 248-539-9797. We will hear from Piston fans and Lion fans. Let's start with Jake. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, Jim. I listened to those. I saw those comments the other day, and I almost had to laugh because you talk about it. Oh, we've done so much for the community. We've done so much, this, that, and the other. Nobody cares about that. Like you said, nobody cares, Tom. So let's bring some winning back to this city. If we're not going to win, Cade literally almost carried the team on his back last week to a win. And they still can't do nothing. And you're going to sit here, you only care about winning. You only care about winning. Well, yeah, Tom, that's the one thing that matters in this city, winning.
Listen.
And you're not doing that. So can we get something new?
That's what you will forever be judged on. Like community involvement, yes, of course, that's good. That's all well and good. But he has to understand how those comments are going to land. Like nobody wants to hear during a historic losing stretch about how all the things you're doing unrelated to winning. Sorry, save it. And I do think the notion of him selling the team is ridiculous, not because he's done a good job, but because it's ridiculous to suggest that a billionaire is going to lose out on free money. Owning an NBA team is a license to print money. It always appreciates. The revenue goes up and up and up. He's not going to sell the team because it'd be a bad business decision to sell the team. That part is ridiculous. But the idea that fans should want him to, when you make comments like that, it's ridiculous when you put aside winning. Okay. I believe he also said the ship is not sinking and that they have to right the ship. Tom, the ship's at the bottom of the ocean. Back to the phones. Spencer, you're on 97.1.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jim. I thank you for your time. I just please ask you for a moment to make some very tangible financial points that people aren't truly understanding here. We're talking about an owner that has created one of the top venture capital hedge funds in the entire country.
Yep.
He went from being worth 10 years ago just over $1 billion to now being worth almost $12 billion platinum equity.
Mm-hmm.
He bought the Pistons for $310 million. They're now worth almost $1.8 billion.
Sure, yeah.
You hired an executive, Troy Weaver, that had not had any success as a prior executive. He worked obviously for Oklahoma City, but he's an assistant general manager. He came here and has proven in the last 4 years that he used tradable assets to build a team that has now equaled Philadelphia in losses. Remind ourselves that Philly was intentionally tanking.
Yep.
When they lost 26 consecutive
they weren't trying.
Losses,
the Pistons are trying.
Trying to lose.
I know.
You go into a season where you hire a coach who was fired, and you give this coach, without the consent of the general manager, the highest paycheck of an existing coach. Mind you, he was fired because he didn't win with a championship contending team and had relented, had said, I don't actually want a coach. I want to sit out a year. Obviously, reports have said he was hired without Troy Weaver's consent. And guess what? You can see the expression on his face that he has buyer's remorse, meaning Monty Williams. But more importantly, can I ask you something, John?
Yeah.
How can you have a news conference after a season last year where Troy Weaver routinely was on the morning program that you so professionally, I heard you interview him probably 2 or 3 or 4 times. This is the same person now going into 26 consecutive losses suddenly is unavailable not for the morning program, the afternoon program, Pat Caputo's Piston Hour. How can you have a news conference everybody's been begging for and not have Arm Tellem, Vice President of Basketball Operations, your Troy Weaver, General Manager, but more importantly, Arm Tellem's son, who had no experience in scouting, who's director of scouting? None of them are there for the news conference. But you say, guess what, guys? Besides winning, we didn't lower your ticket prices. We didn't give you 2-for-1 hot dogs for free, but we're doing great things in the community besides winning. And guess what, Jim? What's more insulting is that when you went and didn't have your coach co-sign hiring Monty Williams, who never won a championship before, you didn't say, guess what? Besides giving a coach who never won, but I think he did obviously like our former coach, he was named Coach of the Year.
Right.
Would it have been smarter to say, before I throw the bag and give a coach who never won a championship $11.5 million,
you would have let Troy
didn't want to accept the job, why not give the bag to Bob Myers and say, I know you wanted to set out a year, but you built a championship-winning culture at Golden State.
Yeah, Spencer.
And let's bring in you as a general manager, pick your coach, and guess what? Maybe he would have brought in someone like a Jerry Stackhouse, a person who has credibility as a player. He's a college coach now and could have related to Ansher Thompson. He could have related to Kay Cunningham.
Potentially. I'm of the belief that this was put in motion from years of Weaver mistakes. And we can go back to the offseason. They did not seem to be on the same page at that introductory press conference for Monty Williams. Go back and watch it now and look at some of the body language. And you're right. Were they all on the same page there? While we celebrated going out and paying Monty Williams, it was a commitment from ownership, right? If a guy's so burned out he wants to take a year off, maybe next time you let him. And that means Weaver hires his own guy, and I'm not telling you it's going to get much better because I think the roster was assembled haphazardly. Let's do the comparison, okay? For years, ownership was raked over the coals with our football team. All you can do as an owner is hire good people. And the Fords had not hired the right combination of coach and general manager for years. Until Sheila stepped up and stepped in, and Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are running this thing the right way. I won't fault Tom Gores for be willing to pay Monty Williams. I'm not even going to fault him for hiring Troy Weaver in the first place. Guy came from a front office that had a good job, done a good job scouting and developing and finding guards. And okay, great. The issue with Gores at this point is that he's hanging on to someone who did a bad job. All you can do is swing, right? You try to hire the right person, and it doesn't always work out. But if you sit idly by and let them actively undermine the franchise, that's when you get put in the category of a bad owner. The Piston stuff is there. There are too many people on hold that want to talk Lions. That is going to be the focus for the next half hour of the show. Lions phone calls, celebrating a division championship. We don't need to get bogged down with the Pistons anymore. I wanted to do one. We got 2 segments out of it. Let's move on. Let's talk Lions. That's next on 97.1. 97.1, 5 o'clock hour rolling around. What do you think we're talking about today? Only something we've been waiting 30 years to talk about. A division championship in the Motor City. About damn time and a long time coming. 30 years in the making. We're getting a home playoff game. Because that's the other drought that they need to snap. And it's going to be the best chance they've had to do it in 30 years. A home game, a reward for this fan base to go act like hyenas, cackling the whole way, celebrating, enjoying it, eating it up. It's the best Lions team we've had. And a lot of people have talked about being different and what's different. And if I had to put it into one thing, it's resilience. You know, we can spotlight the job that Brad Holmes has done, Dan Campbell culture. It's resilience. Because as that game was unfolding on Christmas Eve, as a backup quarterback took the ball with 2 minutes to go, he had flashbacks. Ghost of Lions past. People ready with those 3 letters on the tips of their tongue. And the Lions forced a fumble, but they didn't fall on it. Lions had them backed up to a 3rd and 27. And you know all we'd be talking about for years would be 3rd and 27 because the Vikings picked it up. But what's different is it didn't sink them. They rallied, they responded, and they won. Even in game, they found themselves trailing in the second half. In the third quarter of all things, right, where they've struggled this year, scored a touchdown. And another one in the fourth quarter. And a key stop at the end of the fourth quarter. And who is it? It's Ife Melifonwu. Who? Yeah, a guy they took in the 3rd round. Player development. A guy who we weren't talking about 3-4 weeks ago. And he's been dynamite the last 2 weeks. He had 2 sacks. He had the game-sealing interception. Who's this guy? Where'd he come from? Safety, corner, converted, just trying to find a spot in the NFL. And he's been a key to this more aggressive blitzing Aaron Glenn defense because that's the other storyline. They don't get home with their front 4. And that's an Achilles heel that typically costs teams and may cost this team down the line. But in the short term, what are you going to do to manufacture pressure? You're going to have to get creative. You're going to have to bring some heat from the secondary. And they have, and it was a difference maker. And maybe you get James Houston back and Aleem McNeil back and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back. And they might not win one-on-one consistently enough to win a Super Bowl. But can they get some takeaways? Can they cut a couple corners by picking up a fumble and tipping a pass and taking it the other way? Letting the offensive line maul people? 8-minute drive, 8-minute drive, 8-minute drive, right? That can be the formula for this team to win more than one playoff game. I mean, hell, when the Saints won the Super Bowl, look it up. They were not a great defense, but they got takeaways. Was it Tracy Porter in the Super Bowl against Peyton Manning? The idea there is you don't have to be great if you can get timely takeaways. And if you start ratcheting up the pressure, start getting healthy at the right time, you start playing more games at home where you can keep the elements out of it and just beat people up. Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about with this football team. You know, we started talking early in the show about whether or not this team's already had a successful season, and I think that's such a loaded phrase. On one hand, you'd say, Jim, it's the best team we've had in 30 years. How could you not call it a success? I hesitate because I still need the playoff win. I don't want to waste this opportunity with a home playoff game. I don't want to waste this opportunity for the Lions to do something they haven't done in more than 30 years. Win a playoff game in front of the home fans, advancing in the postseason. But you guys can jump in whatever you want. 248-539-9797. This is a show you guys have been waiting for just as long as we have. Something different, something refreshing. The team pulled it out. They pulled through. They found a way. They rallied. There was, I was listening back to Dan Campbell's opening press conference. And everybody focuses on the knee biter comment. Oh, we'll grab a kneecap. And he got kind of mocked for that stuff. It was cartoony. What he said right before the kneecap comment was prophetic. I went back, I listened to it. We'll play that for you guys coming up at 5:15. But he called his shot. The type of team he wanted to build. And it got lost in maybe the kneecap comments. But let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Hear from Lions fans who had an emotional holiday weekend. Let's get Carter's thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm wondering about the Lions' preparedness for this playoff. I know it's been a pretty easy schedule as far as scheduling goes. I can only think of two playoff teams that were played against, the Ravens and the Chiefs, and of course, Chris Jones was Chiefs, and the Lions split them. Wondering whether Jared Goff is the guy to be trusted for the playoffs here.
Well, I think a couple things. If you can protect him, if you can keep him out of the elements, you can win playoff games with Jared Goff, right? Would you agree with me?
I'd agree.
Right.
I think he also struggled in the middle, though, against the Bears and the Packers. There were some turnover fest.
Absolutely. Yeah. When he got heated up a little bit against the Packers, they were missing one of their key cogs up front on the offensive line, and the same deal when you go outdoors in the elements against the Chicago Bears. When Goff gets hit, and this is true of a lot of quarterbacks, but when he gets hit, starts to spiral, right? The internal clock gets all off. And he rushes throws, he flutters throws, you get more ducks up in the air. He really gets rattled. So the Lions have built a team with a strong offensive line, one of the best offensive lines in football, to avoid those situations. Run with Gibbs, run with Montgomery, get the ball out quick, timing, Ben Johnson, creative schemes. It's designed to be successful, to play to their quarterback's strengths. And to his credit, he does deliver the ball accurately. He does get it out into space. And they've won 11 games with him. And they're going to be favored in that home playoff game in a couple weeks, even if it is against the dreaded Rams. I don't know how many times I've had to have this conversation with people because it's starting to feel like a date with destiny. Matthew Stafford at Ford Field in Detroit. Too many people are fixated on what if they lose that game, right? The idea, hardy har, here comes Stafford. He's won a playoff game at Ford Field more recently than the Lions. People are concerned about what if it goes wrong. Guys, what if it goes right? Can we start thinking that way? Has this team not shown you enough times this season that they're a good football team? Shouldn't we be viewing this the other way? What if they win that game? Everybody's made the Stafford ex-girlfriend analogy, right? Are you rooting for your ex now that she's out in Los Angeles and the whole Super Bowl thing? Well, let's keep the analogy. Okay, you broke up. A few years later, you lost 10, 15 pounds. You got a haircut. New wardrobe, you got a new car, new job. You're feeling good. Let's go rub it in. That's what it would be, right? It would be a got your bleep together kind of game in the most poetic way, in the most satisfying way. What if they win? That should be the attitude. Not, well, what if they lose? What if they don't win the game? Go win the game. You're the better team, win the game. And how about this from a motivation standpoint? Jared Goff against the team that left him for dead, that just threw him out. Said, we got to attach a couple first-round picks and you got to take his contract. Redemption for Goff. More motivation for this Lions team. I say bring on the Rams. Let's get some thoughts on the phones. We've got Tom next up. You're on 97.1. Tom.
What's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that first-round game that you're talking about. If they end up with a bye, right?
Yeah.
What if they end up playing the Eagles or Dallas in the first, for their first game?
Yeah, they would face the lowest seed. Yeah, they'd face the lowest seed remaining. If the Lions got the 1 seed, they'd advance, and they'd face the lowest seed remaining. So, yes, likely the 5 seed who would beat the Buccaneers or whoever wins the NFC South. You would likely face the Eagles or the Cowboys.
So they don't get that first win. Are you, justifying the bye as a victory?
No, a bye is not a victory. Right?
Again, it might be easier, to get the second seed. I'd prefer to get the bye, don't get me wrong.
Well, it sounds like you're calling in saying you prefer the second seed. Which camp are you in here? Because we've taken a couple of those phone calls today of people who have said they don't want the 1 seed.
But you're saying their playoff season's vindicated by a victory in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, I'm saying if you've gone this far and you don't win a single playoff game, it would sure feel like a waste, right? Am I out of line to say that? I mean, am I speaking out of turn?
No, not at all. I'm just saying it's either a bye and potentially a loss or a first-round matchup where they could win and justify what you feel the goal is.
Okay, so let's play both scenarios out because this has been an undercurrent of the show today. Something that was not on the show plan. I didn't think there would be enough people who would actually – because I'm not going to build some case that isn't real. I didn't think there were that many Lions fans who are considering / would prefer not being the 1 seed. Okay, in that scenario, you get the Rams or the Seahawks or some variation of 6 or 7 seed. You will have a real good shot to win. In the world where they're the 1 seed, that means they beat the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. Are you really afraid to catch Dallas in the second round of the playoffs in Detroit if you already went to their house and beat them? What if it's Philadelphia, who's in a free fall at the end of this season? They eked out a win against the Giants. They do not look very good. If they're the 5 seed, it means they didn't get their act together down the stretch. They lost another game to the Cardinals or the Giants to close out the season. You're worried about them coming here? Because the opposite is true. If you get the 3 seed, it means you're going to Dallas or Philadelphia in the second round. That's a lot more difficult. That means you probably already lost to Dallas once, somewhere where they're undefeated, or you get to go to the Link outdoors in Philadelphia. Also not happy about that. This is not a debate. Take out the fact that it's home field throughout the playoffs and the bye week and rest and more time to get your defense ready. Those are obvious. Matchup-wise, you also want the 1 seed because you don't go to Dallas or Philadelphia. Whether you think this is a Super Bowl team or not, don't you want it set up as best for them to do that? If you go, well, Jim, I don't know if they're Super Bowl caliber, well, then you want everything set up for them to have the best chance to overcome their weaknesses, which would be an indoor game with extra weeks for the defense to get healthy. All right, let's get another phone call in the mix. We've got Paul in Grand Rapids. Paul, how are you? Paul? Oh, Paul, don't do this. You've waited long enough. Come on. All right, Paul. Let's go to the next phone call. We've got Joel. Joel, you're next up on 97.1.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Joel?
What up? So I wanted to talk about my opinion with the Lions. Firstly, I don't think that they should, rest their starters against Dallas. I think that they should try to have a healthy O-line, but I don't think they can lose their O-line in a couple of games. And I also think that I would rather play the Rams in the playoffs than the Seahawks.
Okay.
Because we lost to the Seahawks, and I don't know, we always, lose to the Seahawks. It's just, a coincidence. So I don't know if I want to play them. I'd rather take on the Rams, even with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. I still think we can beat them.
I'm with you. You know, Joel, I'm with you. And the caller earlier that he's referencing, some guy wanted to sit the starters the final 2 weeks of the regular season, which is ridiculous. I think there's an argument to do it in the final game of the season if the cards have already been dealt. Kenny, are you with me on this? If the Lions lose this week to Dallas, they're likely locked into the 3 seed. Then there's a conversation about, hey, maybe second half of the Week 18 matchup, you get some of those guys off the field. Right? That's a more reasonable conversation. When everything's already locked up, you can't change your playoff fate. Maybe now you rest some guys. But come on. There's too much at stake.
This is, again, just what we talked about before. As Lions fans, I just don't think know how to deal with this level of success, right? We've won the division for the first time in 30 years. Great. Now what do? We, as a fan base, collectively, we begin to panic. We just, let's sit everybody. We want the 2 seed instead of the 1 seed. Hey, guys, calm down, all right? We want the 1 seed, and you're allowed to play your starters against Dallas.
Too many people considering how things can go wrong. And I think if you've learned nothing, this team is finding ways for the things to go right. And a great example is the end against Minnesota. Hell, go back to the first game of the season. On the road, Arrowhead. You're down. On the road. Touchdown. Patrick Mahomes with the ball late in the game, several chances, held out of the end zone. It's not a one-game thing. It's a full season-long thing. This team is going to find ways. They aren't going to beat themselves. They can handle adversity. A note on that. Coming up next, Dan Campbell from his opening press conference, a clip that just hits a little differently, seeing what they accomplished. It's 97.1. That's Dan Campbell opening press conference. For as much as we think about him as a great soundbite, as much as we remember the soundbite from that press conference about kneecaps, I remember when he said, "You've heard enough of that bleep. I'm not going to coach speak. We're going to build a team that handles adversity the way the city does." And it's a little cliche, but it was also right on the nose. This team's handled adversity all season long. And at the end of that game on Christmas Eve, one last dose of adversity, one last moment of dread. They force the fumble. They don't fall on it. It's a 3rd and 27. You're going to get off the field, right? Wrong. Dread. Anxiety. Not again. Not like this. Not to a backup quarterback. Not S-O. No. Not S-O-L. Ife Melifonwu. Can we play Dan Miller's call? I know he's going to be in here at 5:35 for Lions Review, but can we hear this again? Because just a little backstory. Everybody watches the game, and some people listen to the game, and maybe you try to sync them up best you can. When we're in the studio back there, there's a delay. So I didn't see the interception until several minutes later because I was just listening, and then I lost my mind. I mean, listen to how Dan Miller calls this. Not this time. Not this team. 248-539-9797. Who do we got next? Brandon, what's up? You're on 97.1.
What's going on?
What's up?
Man, before I really want to talk about the Lions, but I got to say this about the Pistons real quick.
Yeah.
Man, rest in peace to Bill Davidson and 5 championship drive. Like, there's nothing that can really fix the Pistons besides luck. And I'm just being honest. Like, we got the bottom of, any era that I experienced in my lifetime. And it's sad. You know, I mean, the owner, I knew once he gave the keys to Stan Van Gundy, it was downhill from there, man. We just got to hope, hey, we get a good draft pick next year. Hopefully we don't get screwed. I'm worried about San Antonio being right there again, It's dark days, but I really call about the Lions.
Yeah.
Look, we've been doubting this team all year, and they keep proving us wrong. When the Lions don't turn the ball over, they can beat anybody in this league. They're going to the Super Bowl, man. I'm calling it now.
Brandon, I hope.
Look at the theme of the year. Of the year. We got a new NBA championship in Denver Nuggets. The Texans won the MLB championship. In the NHL, the Las Vegas won the championship in the NFL. I can see the Lions doing it. Any given Sunday, we can do analysts, this team better than this. It don't matter. Any given Sunday, any of them teams can be beat. We just saw what happened to
the Niners.
We saw what happened this weekend at Niners
and to
Dallas.
Yep. And even the Eagles who won. I mean, if you watch that game too, it's against the Giants, and the Eagles made so many mistakes in that game. I agree if you look around and tell me that the NFC is wide open. I do. I think you want to kind of channel the why not us energy. I mean, I'm game. Let's do it. The one thing that holds me back from coming in today and planning the Super Bowl parade route, in addition to the fact that playoff football is a completely different animal that we're not exactly used to, is that the Lions' defensive line doesn't win consistently enough. You have to blitz, and it can be exciting, but it can be very risky. When you play better quarterbacks, better offenses, and they make you pay in a way that Nick Mullins couldn't, that gets a little dicey. And then as you get deeper in the playoffs, if you don't have home field and you have to go outdoors to Philadelphia or San Francisco, that adds an extra element that this team has struggled with, especially in the cold conditions. If you have to go to Dallas, well, that's not outdoors. Dallas, at that point, would be undefeated at home and have already beaten the Lions at home. They've got some dudes that can pressure on both ends, and their secondary likes to take the ball away. I'm just saying, enjoy the journey. Relish the wins, celebrate all of this. A division title hasn't come around in 30 years. A home playoff game in 30 years. A playoff win. We're talking Be 32 years. Savor it. Celebrate it. I don't want to be the guy that comes in here today and says, oh, you can't win the Super Bowl. You can. You can win the Super Bowl. That sounds ridiculous, but it is possible. There's just some obstacles that I think they're not the favorite for a reason. But that doesn't mean you don't enjoy this. It doesn't mean you try to put down what they've done so far or take away from what they've done so far. Gator was telling me people calling in trying to take away what they did on Sunday. Oh, it's a backup. It's Nick Mullins. He still threw for 400 yards. They ran for 17 yards. Okay, they had to throw the ball. And when you blitz, you're going to give up some big plays. But as long as you get takeaways, 4 interceptions, you win the game anyway. Are you supposed to apologize because Minnesota's down to a backup quarterback, offer him like a bouquet of roses or some sympathy? No. You find a way to win the game. You didn't pick up a fumble. Find a way to get off the field. You didn't on third down. Find a way to get off the field, part 2 or 3. Ife Melifonwu. Let's get to Chris, get his thoughts. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good evening, man. How you doing?
What's up?
All right, as I was telling the screener, I was having this very conversation with friends of mine last night where I played the whole of the press conference for them. Like I said, everyone has been stuck on the kneecaps and we're going to rip your back out or whatever. But if you watch the press conference, he was chill. He was laid back. He didn't want to say too much. He didn't want to be, facetious. He was just saying, this city has done a lot to come back. This team is going to do the same thing. I'm going to get them right. I'm going to train them right. It took a couple years, but here we are. This past summer, I have never been a fan that waited for football all spring and summer. I counted the days this year. I was in church on the Monday night football game with the Chiefs. We shut it down. Everybody was home by 9:00 because we believed that this team was going to win. We've never felt this way before. And like you said, we've never been this way before. And it's hard for some people to relax. But if we do relax, I think we're going to get far.
Yeah, Campbell said their biggest issue right now is complacency. Like, they don't get to celebrate this. They have to move on, and he's right. And if there's anybody you trust to kind of strike the right tone, the right balance to inspire the locker room, it's him. If you were worried about complacency, Dallas might just be the better team this week. I don't think it's going to be because the Lions are complacent. I think he'll have their head screwed on straight. You talk about the church scene. I saw a video that was going viral from Sunday. You talk about like Christmas Eve, people going to church, and it's everybody there on the phone watching the Lions. Like, the whole place is just people looking at their phone. Some of you may have seen this video because everybody wanted to see if they were going to watch the Lions finally do it. Let's get to Jeff. Jeff, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Jim. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, remember that saying that they're saying in the locker room? It's Detroit against everybody else. So anything can happen, right?
Yep.
I am completely against what that one guy was saying, rest your players. No, you're going to amp your players up. And Dan Campbell, one of the best things he does as a coach is he motivates his players. And I can tell you right now that he's got the first gift, having the division, he's focused, laser focused. We got to do like Eminem said, if you had but one chance to win, now's the time to do it. And I think they should do it. And they can take down Dallas. Dallas is a formidable a team, but here's the thing. You play Dallas this week, you hit them with the kitchen sink. It's smash mouth all the way, but throw some things at them.
Yeah.
Like, J-Mo has been really cool.
Yes.
So why not? He's gone down the middle. Why not do a couple of double slants between him and St. Brown and throw out Peoples?
Peoples-Jones.
Peoples-Jones. Yeah, as a deep man. Give them things they've never seen the Lions do. Because if you play predictable, and that's why the Lions have lost the last couple of weeks, predictable and sloppy, then they're going to eat you alive.
Well, they won the last couple, but if you're talking about the losses, yeah, you can get bogged down. Those third quarters coming out of the half, if you don't have a counterpunch, you can get bogged down. Jeff, I'm with you. I gotta keep it rolling here because we only got a minute. But if you missed any of the show, it's a little shorter today. We got Lions Review coming up at 5:35. Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind. If you tuned in today going, wait, this isn't Mike Valenti. This isn't Rico Beard. Mike is back tomorrow. He'll have the whole deal planned for you. He'll get his chance to react to this Lions game. And this is going to be the talk of the town for the full week going into the Dallas game. And guys, weeks to come. That home playoff game, we don't have a date yet, but this city is going to do it right. I cannot wait. Lions review is next. Dan Miller's perspective. He'll be taking phone calls too. You don't have to go anywhere. Dan Miller giving you some of his thoughts on the Lions, who are division champions. I will say it again. It has been so much fun to say that. The Lions are the kings of the North. The Detroit Lions won this division. It's 97-1.
Yes, sir. Another week of Lions Review. This week, a little bit different, okay? Not only coming off a win, but coming off the win that clinches the NFC North. We've been talking about it forever, the possibilities that they might get it done for the first time in 30 years, and here we are, talking about the fact that it has actually happened. And the Lions beat the Vikings, and they go into Minnesota, where the defending NFC champs were, and obviously this is a team that necessarily hasn't been the same since Kirk Cousins went out, but the Lions go in there, they get the victory. It wasn't easy. It wasn't sure until the final seconds, but they got it done. That's what we're here to talk about. Look at the Dallas game as well, because while they have a nice accomplishment in their back pocket, there is much left to be played for. Possible number 2 seed, possible number 1 seed. All those things still out there, but they've set themselves up in a great position. So glad to have you with us. We got a lot going on tonight. Tim Twentyman from DetroitLions.com is going to join us a little bit later. Had a chance to sit down with Dan Campbell today. That conversation's coming up. We'll get to your phone calls and to your ticket text coming up in just a bit. But kick off tonight's show with my broadcast partner on Sundays, not TJ Lang. TJ not joining us tonight. TJ's got commitments all over the place on this station, but my guy Lomas Brown joins us right now. Big Lo, welcome to the show. How you doing, my friend?
I'm great, man. NFC North champion, you know I'm doing good.
So what did that mean to the guy that was on the team in 1993 when they last won a division title to see them do that?
Man, it feels like a burden was just lifted, and I know it's a lot of people go back a long ways with the Lions, but like you say, since 1993, and I just thought about a lot of those guys I was in the locker room with, the Barry Sanders, the Benny Blades, the Kevin Glovers, Herman Moore, all those guys, man. It was just nice for the Lions to get this accomplishment 30-some-odd years later.
Was it even – can you put it into perspective, 30 years? Is it even possible to believe that it takes 30 years to win another division title? We've all sat there. We've all watched this team. We've all seen the things that have gone wrong. But as somebody that was in the trenches, there's no way you can think when it's happening, man, that this is not going to happen again for 3 decades.
Exactly, and that's the thing that I think that's so empty about the whole thing is just how long it's been and the promise that we had. Almost like this team here. Remember, they were saying that us and Dallas were the team of the 90s, going to be the team of the 90s. Our window was open so far, and you look at the 2023 Lions, how open this window should be for these guys because of all our young guys making impact. So, no, we didn't think it was going to take this long to get back. We thought we would be there every year. That means to me you got to cherish and take advantage of each and every moment that you get.
I think the impressive thing to me, Lomas, and I think it's the important thing too, is they did not extend the drama. Look, if they lose that game on Sunday, you're coming back with a tough game against Dallas, and you're looking at the prospects of maybe, if things don't go well down at Arlington